The Immortal's Wine Store. Chapter 1, The Humble Store. In the world of Noir, multiple races fought for supremacy. But after fighting for countless millennia, only one race was able to subdue everyone, the demon race. The demon race was well known for its unusually cruel nature and foul deeds. They despised all other races, seeing them as lesser beings there to do their bidding. But because of their strength, no one dared to oppose their rule. The demons thought that their reign would continue for several more years, but they never realized that because of their sordid actions, more than half of the other races joined hands to create an alliance in order to thwart their leadership before it could even sprout. Another war ensued after the rebellion of the allied races. The battle during that time was even more bloodied, and it caused the extinction of several races. The demons used their physically strong bodies and their huge numbers of vassal forces to overpower the alliance. Both sides lost countless valiant warriors, but neither stopped the fight. After several dozen years of war, the two opposing parties pledged an agreement. They would divide the world into two, and both of them would live in their own separate worlds. What happened was that they did not literally divide the world into two, but instead, they would live in two separate continents, the Profound Dragon Continent and the Crimson Fiend Continent. The Alliance would live in the former continent while the demons would live in the latter. There were 3 continents in the world of Noir, but the third continent was plagued by countless ferocious beasts, and there were even rumors of 10th-rank god beasts residing within the continent. Thus, even the demons were wary about the said continent, which everyone named as the Divine Beast Continent. More than 50,000 years after the war between the Alliance and the demon race, the Alliance lived a harmonious life within the Profound Dragon Continent. There were clashes among them, but it did not reach the point where it had to involve countless races. Profound Dragon Continent, Beltran City, the capital city of the Silver Wing Empire. The empire was established by one of the strongest heroes of the Alliance after the rebellion 50,000 years ago, Grimgar Silveria. The current emperor, Elix Silveria II, had inherited his ancestors' good genes. Despite his old age, he was already at the 8th-ranked divine level. His strength was a deterrent force that scared the prying eyes of the neighboring empires. And aside from their strong emperor, the empire was also known for its monstrous Silver Wing army. And to be part of that army, one must be at least at the 3rd-ranked crusader level. It means that everyone in that army was all strong men. In one of the busiest streets of Beltran City, a lot of pedestrians can be seen walking around. The sound of chattering crowds can be heard within the busy streets. Several restaurants and inns can also be seen everywhere. The fragrant aroma of exquisite cuisines cooked by the most famous chefs in the empire lingered for a long period of time. In one corner of the street, with much lesser pedestrians, a humble store can be seen. It only had a small signboard with the store's name written on it roughly, The Immortal's Wine. Its eye-catching name was a stark contrast to the humble exterior of the store itself. A few curious pedestrians would sometimes glance at the store and smirk in condescension after seeing its arrogant name. They shook their heads and walked past the store, disregarding it. A tall and handsome young man with long silver hair tied in a ponytail stepped out of the store. His face was emotionless, as if he was unbothered by everyone's scornful looks. He sat lazily on a wooden chair placed outside his store. The young man's name was Zhu Shen, and he was formerly a peak immortal who was brutally beaten and trapped by Celestial Emperor Lao Go in a god-sealing tower because the latter's second wife had taken a liking to him. He had mysteriously transmigrated into this world right after his death, and a mechanical voice also speaks inside his brain to give him missions. The voice in his head kept on telling him to brew wine every single day to practice his winemaking skills. Although he was trapped for an uncountable amount of years inside the god-sealing tower, he had also lived for innumerable eons, and he knew a thing or two about wines. Heck, he even tasted Celestial Emperor Lao Go's heavenly void dragon urn. He practiced his winemaking skills after the endless ramblings of the system inside his head, and he learned that he was actually talented with it. In not less than a day, he was already capable of making a wine that was able to preserve 60% of the true essence from the ingredients he used. Although it was only a little more than half of the amount of true essence contained within the ingredients, it was still astonishing progress for someone who had practiced for merely a day. Even most of the wine masters had to practice their skills for more than several decades just to achieve what he had achieved in a single day. He was already in Beltran City for more than a month, but not even one customer came inside his store. Not even one person bothered to check what was sold inside, but he did not care one bit. A chubby white cat meowed at the young man in a cute manner before it jumped on him and curled up lazily on his lap. He rubbed the cat's head gently while looking at it expressionlessly. The fat cat closed its eyes in delight as it allowed the young man to rub its head. It meowed adorably at him as if it was asking for something. Zhu Shen's lips twitched upwards to form a faint smile, but his detached eyes never changed. How come a god-beast progeny like you only knows how to eat? He carried the chubby cat inside the store and fed it with milk that the system produced daily to be given to the cat. Zhu Shen indifferently watched the cat he had randomly named Ice as it licked the milk provided by the system greedily. Ding! First mission, sell your first wine within 3 days. A reward will be given for successfully accomplishing the mission. Chapter 2, First Customer. Zhu Shen heard the system's mechanical voice inside his head. He was unperturbed as it had been almost a month since the system provided that mission, but no souls even went inside the store. And if there was really someone curious enough to come inside, then what would his/her reaction be after seeing the exorbitant prices of each of his wine? Zhu Shen glanced at the small blackboard with the list of items written on it. Asterisk Mystic Jade, 1 true crystal. Asterisk Abel's Blanc, 5 true crystals. The prices of the wines were determined by the system, and Zhu Shen could do nothing but agree with it helplessly. And besides, he trusted the system that had magically transmigrated him to this world. There were only 2 wines sold at the moment and both of which were already priced at crystals. True crystal was the currency of the cultivators and they can also use it to hasten their cultivation speed since a true crystal contains pure true essence. So the value of true crystals was definitely high. The profound dragon continent used the currency of coins. 100 copper coins was equivalent to 1 silver coin, 100 silver coins was equivalent to 1 gold coin, and 100 gold coins was worth 1 true crystal. But not everyone had access to true crystals. Only the noble families and the rich merchants had access to it. But still, 10 silver coins was more than enough for a commoner's family to live comfortably for a month's time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As Zhu Shen was busy watching Ice lick the milk provided by the system greedily, he felt someone stepping inside his store. He curiously studied the man who went inside his store. It was a tall and boorish middle-aged man with rough facial features. One look and anybody could tell that he was a mercenary. The man glanced at Zhu Shen while wearing an ugly smile. He approached Zhu Shen at a pace that was neither fast nor slow, but Zhu Shen knew that the man was up to no good. Are you the owner here? What does your store sell? The man glanced around the store as he asked Zhu Shen. If you want to buy something, check that first. Zhu Shen pointed at the blackboard nonchalantly. The boorish man's pupils popped out of their sockets after seeing what was written on the small black blackboard. He speechlessly looked at Zhu Shen while pointing at the blackboard with his shaking hands. Are you sure that you have not written that incorrectly? I think you have mistaken copper coins as true crystals. Zhu Shen frowned at his exaggerated reaction but he shook his head in reply. What the hell? A jar of wine for 1 true crystal. And the other one is even sold at 5 fucking true crystals. Are you fucking kidding me, brat? Even if the Emperor's Phoenix's Godly Flames wine was sold for 100 true crystals every jar, do you think that your lousy wine reached 100th of the Emperor's wine? The man's messy beard trembled as he loudly cursed at Zhu Shen. His spittle dropped heavily like rain, but an invisible energy prevented it from dropping on Zhu Shen's skin. The man's 4th-rank Knight Crusader strength burst like a raging storm, but Zhu Shen ignored the man and just silently watched Ice lick its milk. Even after he displayed his strength, Zhu Shen still treated him like a fart. This brat actually dares to disregard this lord. Truly tired of living. Don't blame me for being rude. The man's anger rose after being ignored by Zhu Shen, and he decided to erase all pretense and show his true intentions for coming inside his store. He was about to grab Zhu Shen's collar when he felt a hand hold his arm firmly like a vice grip. He pulled his arm with his 4th-rank Knight Crusader strength fully displayed, but the hand holding him was unmoved. The boorish man's body turned cold and he could not help but think of something incredulous. Could this young man be a 6th-rank king? Because if he was just a 5th-rank spirit, then I could at least struggle free from his hold. So the only possibility is, this Casanova-looking young man in front of me is at the very least a 6th-rank king. How is that even possible? Unless this young man is the emperor's bastard child and had inherited all of his dominant genes. The boorish-looking middle-aged man was sweating crazily at his own thoughts. He swallowed his dry saliva and his lips twitched. Wine master, you misunderstand me. I merely wanted to give your shoulder a pat as thanks for allowing me to taste a wine that is on par with the Emperor's Phoenix's Godly Flames wine. It's just a few true crystals, and it's not like I'm short on money. Can you release me now and let me have a taste of your wondrous wines? The boorish man forced a crooked smile as he glanced at Zhu Shen's emotionless face. The latter formed an O shape in his mouth as if he had finally comprehended the man's words. Oh, okay. Which of the two would you like to order? The boorish middle-aged man's intestines contorted, but he still maintained his crooked smile as he shakily pointed his order. I want something light for now, wine master. Can you give me a jar of mystic jade? This was the cheaper one between the two wines sold inside this store, but its price was still one true crystal. His heart bled terribly, but who told him to foolishly storm inside this store and ask for protection money? He wasn't even able to announce his intentions, but he was glad that he didn't do so, or his fate would have been unknown. Zhu Shen calmly nodded his head and went inside the storage room. After less than a minute, he arrived with a jar of wine that was emitting a dense fragrant aroma. This smell. It was similar to the smell of a rare herb the boorish man saw on one of his adventures, the purple blood ginseng. The said herb was a 3rd-rank herb which was commonly used as a medicinal ingredient because of its great effectiveness in calming one's vitality. This. What the hell? What a reckless waste of resources! The man cursed in his heart. Although it was only a 3rd-rank herb, it was difficult to find this herb since it could only be found in rough environments. Chapter 3, Satisfied Lu Ziyufeng. The boorish man's name was Lu Ziyufeng. His Lu family was one of the top noble families of the Silver Wing Empire. Their supreme elder, Lu Tangxin, had long since reached the peak of the 7th-rank emperor several years ago. As for how strong the old supreme elder now, no one knows. Their patriarch was also at the initial stage of the 7th-rank emperor. Just from these things alone, the strength of their Lu family was clear to see. The Lu family could be considered as one of the top clans within the empire, so no one dared to carelessly provoke them. Even the imperial family avoids directly confronting their people. As for him, Lu Ziyufeng was merely one of the many 4th-rank Knight Crusader fighters of the Lius. So instead of working as a direct descendant's subordinate, he chose to live as a mercenary where he can roam freely without constraints. And with his background, and strength which can be considered above average within the empire, his mercenary application was approved in no time. But as a lawless middle-aged man, he sometimes used his power and background to extort money from smaller stores and establishments. But he never thought that he would one day encounter a nameless store with a deep and unfathomable owner. He felt like he had smashed a rock on his own foot. "This is your mystic jade, enjoy." Zhu Shen spoke in a placid tone of voice as he gently placed the jar of wine in Lu Ziyufeng's table. The wine's aroma invaded Lu Ziyufeng's nostrils. He felt like he was in a bed of fragrant herbs and fruits. He closed his eyes as he greedily inhaled the wine's sweet scent. He felt his vitality was stirred after taking in the aromatic smell of the wine. He gently poured the wine on the silver-colored and small cup provided by Zhu Shen. A crystal clear liquid that shimmered in the lights produced by the store's luminescent stones filled the entire cup to the brim. A wave of fruity fragrance assailed his sense of smell, making him close his eyes in euphoria. He gently placed the cup of wine in his lips and took a light sip. He gasped in surprise after tasting the wine. A combination of several fruits added together formed a pleasing harmony that invaded his tongue. Delicious! This is the best wine that I have ever tasted in my life. Lu Ziyufeng's taste buds were continuously experiencing the combined attacks of the juicy fruit extracts, and he also felt his vitality solidifying under the effects of the purple blood ginseng's juice. The moment the wine entered his esophagus and stomach, Lu Ziyufeng felt the pores of his body opening naturally. His pores then greedily sucked in the true essence in his surroundings. He felt the true essence inside his body had grown slowly as he downed the entire cup. What the hell? It's capable of stimulating the true essence inside my body. This a treasure. He then impatiently poured his cup with the mystic jade and gulped it in one go. Zhu Shen smirked after seeing Lu Ziyufeng's reaction. He then ignored him completely and focused his gaze on the chubby white cat, Ice, who was still busy licking its milk. It wiggled its fat ass while enjoying the milk produced by the system. Gulping sounds echoed inside the store for several minutes before it stopped. Lu Ziyufeng's face was already beet red and he appeared to be drunk, but he continued to pour wine in his cup. Verb. Lu Ziyufeng burped in satisfaction and lifted the entire jar of wine towards his mouth to check if there was still a drop left. A small glob of crystal clear liquid dropped on his tongue. He savored the sweet taste with his eyes closed and then rubbed his belly in contentment. Ah, satisfying! Zhu Shen expressionlessly glanced at him and spoke aloofly. Don't forget to pay before you leave. No one is allowed to put their orders on the tab, or they will not be allowed to go inside the store again. Lu Ziyufeng's joyful smile crooked after hearing his words, but he still pulled out a true crystal from his pocket and handed it to Zhu Shen. It's a worthy price for such wonderful wine. It could even be said that the wine was equivalent to a third-grade pill made by those old fogies from the alchemy hall. And each of their pills was expensive. A first-grade pill was sold for 1 gold coin, a second-grade pill for 100 gold coins, a third-grade pill for 10 true crystal, and so on. Wine Master, my name is Lu Ziyufeng, I'm from the Lu family. I do apologize for the earlier scene, and I hope you can forgive me. From now on I will visit your store from time to time to enjoy your wine. I will also tell the mercenaries from the Mercenary Guild to try your wine. Lu Ziyufeng revealed a look of embarrassment as he spoke. Zhu Shen waved his hand and told him that it was fine. Lu Ziyufeng was getting used to this young man's personality, but he was curious about his identity. Would you do me the favor of telling me your name, Wine Master? Zhu Shen glanced at him blandly and replied. My surname is Zhu, my name is Shen. Oh, so it's Wine Master Zhu Shen. It's a pleasure to meet you. Now that I have found your store, I can finally enjoy delicious wines that are almost on par with the Emperor's wine. Lu Ziyufeng laughed heartily. Zhu Shen smiled faintly at the compliment. But do you not have plans on adding meals or desserts on your store, Wine Master Zhu Shen? It would be a nice addition together with your fine wines. Lu Ziyufeng earnestly said. Ding! Host, there will naturally be meals and desserts served in the store. Work hard. There will be meals and desserts in the future, but the main thing that this store sells would still be wine. Zhu Shen said after hearing the system's mechanical voice. That's good enough. It's time for me to go, Wine Master Zhu Shen. I will come back. The boorish mercenary left with a satisfied expression on his face. He came inside to extort money from the owner, but he left the store and ended up paying 1 true crystal. But he did not regret paying for it because he felt that the true essence inside his body had significantly increased. Chapter 4, Rewards. Zhu Shen cleaned Lu Ziyufeng's table and seconds after, he heard the system's mechanical voice echo inside his head. Ding! Mission completed, first customer. Loading rewards. Received deep sea spring dew winemaking method. Received deep fried shrimp tempura dipped in viper magma chili cooking method. Zhu Shen felt a splitting headache attacking him, and when the pain subsided, he felt a stream of information on how to make the deep sea spring dew and on how to cook the deep fried shrimp tempura dipped in viper magma chili. How mysterious! Just what kind of celestial artifact is capable of doing this? He thought deeply as he checked his memories. Deep sea spring dew is produced by harvesting the yeast found in a carnivorous plant called bloody vine vampire, which is a 5th rank spirit level creature. The top quality yeast from the plant is then fermented for 2 whole months before it fully converts glucose into alcohol and carbon dioxide. It is then thawed at the end of the 2nd month after it was fermented. 20 kilograms of said yeast, 15 liters of deep sea dew which can only be found on the deepest parts of the heavenly wind sea, and 1 cup of a 6th rank king level beast's blood, the red mantle serpent, is mixed together. Then distilled 5 times a day for 1 whole week. After that, the wine liquid will be aged for 3 years. Lastly, it is then cooled in a negative 250 degrees Celsius block of frozen end ice. The wine liquid will not freeze due to the blood of the red mantle serpent. What the hell is this brewing method? System, how much is a jar of this deep sea spring dew? Zhu Shen gasped in shock after seeing the complicated method of making the wine. Ding! Calculating the price of deep sea spring dew. 120 true crystals. Zhu Shen's eyes widen in surprise after the system's calculation. It means that his wine was even more expensive than the emperor's wine. He might even receive more curses and scorns after he displays this wine in his store. Zhu Shen sighed, but if the customers will know how the wine was made, they would surely shut up and drink it with relish. Such a wine should be equivalent to a 5th grade pill in terms of cultivation efficacy. So a price of 120 true crystals was rather cheap. He then checked the last reward. It was a dish named by the system as deep fried shrimp tempura dipped in viper magma chili. It was a really long name and he was curious how it would taste like. He had tasted countless spicy dishes in the primordial god realm, so it would be hard to satisfy his palate. Even the wines currently sold in the store could barely pass his assessment. But in this mortal realm, those wines could be considered as top quality wines. Meat chosen must be a 20-year-old 5th rank spirit level beast, the overlord shrimp that is at least 2 meters in length. Overlord shrimp is peeled and deveined before it was grounded and kneaded to form a crescent shape. Heat garmosa oil in a deep fryer to 375 degrees Fahrenheit, 190 degrees Celsius. Whisk top quality flour from the Gremory Empire, imperial cornstarch and salt made from the heavenly wind sea in a large bowl. Make a depression in the center of the flour. Stir in the purest spring water and egg yolk of a 5th rank beast, the light wind sparrow. Then mix just until moistened before stirring in the egg whites. One at a time, dip the kneaded crescent-shaped overlord shrimp into the batter to coat. Carefully place a few shrimp at a time into the hot garmosa oil. Then fry until shrimp turns golden brown, which is about 1.5 minutes. And then, drain on a clean paper towel to remove the excess oil. Lastly, dip the cooked shrimp tempura on the grounded viper magma chili. Zhu Shen was not surprised anymore about the complicated cooking process. This dish should not be cheap considering the ingredients used in cooking it. System, how much is 1 order of this dish? Ding! Calculating price of deep fried shrimp tempura dipped in viper magma chili. 100 true crystals. Zhu Shen did not know whether to laugh or to cry. He had already expected a high price after seeing the complex process of cooking it, but he was still speechless about his product's prices. It looks like someone from the imperial household will come into my store after hearing that someone is capable of making dishes that is even better than the capital's best restaurant. Not to mention the wines that might be on par with the emperor's wine. I smell trouble. Zhu Shen shook his head and practiced cultivation. After miraculously transmigrating into this world, his cultivation dropped by multiple levels. He was now back at the 9th rank saint, which was a pitiful level compared to his former heavenly god strength before transmigrating in this world. Although a saint can dominate this mortal realm, Zhu Shen had grown tired of this domination dream. It was much better to live in peace and avoid power struggles. He has had enough in his past life, now is the time for a change. He sighed to himself and decided to stay for a long while here in the world of Nuar. His vengeance against the Celestial Emperor can wait, but it was still a long way to go before he reached his peak strength again. And he didn't know how many millennia he had to go through to reach the strength of his former self, how much more the Celestial Emperor, who was one realm stronger than him before. For now, he can live a peaceful life as a wine master in this small store. That was what he thought, but was that really be possible? Zhu Shen suddenly felt that the system inside his head snorted softly for a brief moment, but he ignored it and continued practicing his cultivation diligently. Chapter 5, Boss Scar. 2 days later, inside the Mercenary Guild. A wine that is capable of stimulating the true essence inside our bodies? Lu Ziyu Feng, have you gone crazy? Is there any wine capable of doing that? Even the Emperor's wine could barely do it, how much more a wine from a nameless store? A topless and bald man with a huge scar on the right side of his face spoke with a grating voice, but Lu Ziyu Feng was already used to this. He also did not dare show any displeasure against the man, for he was much stronger than him. The bald man was called by everyone as Scar. He was a peak 5th rank spirit level fighter who was infinitely close to breaking through towards the 6th rank king. His strength can already be considered as one of the best within the Empire's middle level experts. Boss Scar, can you not feel my strength? I broke through towards the mid-stage of 4th rank Knight Crusader. Lu Ziyu Feng scratched the back of his head while smugly looking at his fellow mercenaries. He then released his true energy, and indeed, everyone could feel that he had reached the mid-stage of 4th rank Knight Crusader. Boss Scar glanced doubtingly at Lu Ziyu Feng. He was sure that the guy was only at the initial stage of 4th rank Knight Crusader 2 days ago, but then the guy came back with a mid-stage strength. The speed was surely astonishing. He then thought of what he previously said. Tell me, where can I find this store? If I find out that everything you have said was false, then don't blame me for being rude. Lu Ziyu Feng patted his chest with confidence, an ugly smile can also be seen on his rough face. Boss, I am 100% certain about this. But like what I have told you, the prices of the store's wines are expensive and the owner himself has an unfathomable strength. I could not even feel the true essence in his body. Scar was surprised upon hearing his words. Although Lu Ziyu Feng was one realm weaker than him, the latter could still gauge his power. So after learning that the owner of that wine store was strong, he felt that there was more to see from this store. He then smiled and stood up from his seat. Okay, I have decided to visit this store. Lu Ziyu Feng, lead the way. Lu Ziyu Feng smiled and nodded his head in response. Sure, boss. A group of men with strong auras walked out of the Mercenary Guild. Everyone thought that they were going out on a mission, but the group was actually headed to a small store just to drink wine. ******. 2 days after Lu Ziyu Feng's visit, Zhu Shen was still cultivating diligently when he heard the system's robotic voice reverberate inside his head. Ding! Next mission, earn 1000 true crystals. A reward will be given for successfully accomplishing this mission. Zhu Shen opened his eyes slowly. Are you kidding me? That's 1000 true crystals. You might have mistaken about it, system. Recalculate it. Ding! Recalculating. Next mission, earn 1000 true crystals. A reward will be given for successfully accomplishing this mission. Zhu Shen's face turned dark, but a moment later, he shook his head helplessly. System, can you at least help me in my cultivation? Ding! Once the host accomplishes multiple missions, a cultivation breakthrough as a reward is not impossible. Host, to become the strongest wine god in all realms, work hard. A cultivation breakthrough as a reward. I don't believe you. Zhu Shen muttered to himself while the system remained silent against his accusations. He then felt the auras more than 10 people coming towards his store. A familiar presence was also among the group of visitors. Looks like I will have more customers today. Zhu Shen sighed and sat lazily on a chair as he waited for the group of men to come inside his store. He did not have to wait for long. After a little more than half a minute, a bunch of savage-looking men came inside his store. Hello, Wine Master Zhu Shen. Lu Ziyufeng greeted Zhu Shen with a fist palm salute. The latter merely nodded his head faintly, but Lu Ziyufeng was not offended at all. The rest of the mercenaries glanced around while their boss, Scar, calmly stared at the young gigolo-looking owner of the store, Zhu Shen. Boss Scar was surprised since he could not feel Zhu Shen's strength no matter how hard he tried. Just how strong is this gigolo? He thought in alarm while maintaining a calm facade. Zhu Shen emotionlessly glanced at them and pointed at the small blackboard. If you want to buy something, you can check the prices there. Every one of them gulped after seeing the absurd prices of the wine. There was also that dish that was as expensive as the Emperor's wine. What the fuck? A wine sold for 120 true crystals? Are you fucking playing with me? Hey kid, it must be gold coins instead of true crystals, right? A mercenary with bulging belly cursed while pointing at the blackboard. Zhu Shen did not even bother glancing at him and just closed his eyes. I have my reasons for pricing my items as such. If you are not going to order anything, then please leave. I still want to take my afternoon nap. The chubby mercenary smashed his hand on the table angrily. He poured his true energy on that smash and his third-rank crusader cultivation level was displayed. When his fat hand touched the table, he felt a strong rebound force that flung his body several meters away. Thud! Thud! He stood up from the ground in bewilderment while wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips. How is that possible? Everyone was alarmed after seeing what had happened. They finally realized that this simple store was not so simple at all. They were not brainless fools. They knew that someone who could fling away a third-rank crusader without moving was never a simple person. They thought that it was the doing of Zhu Shen, but it was actually the system that reinforced the entire store. No one was capable of smashing anything inside, not even the Emperor. Zhu Shen ignored their surprised looks and just silently stared at them with a cold smirk. Chapter 6, Abel's Blanc. After having been reinforced by the system, the store's items were basically invulnerable to any attacks. Zhu Shen did not even need to move anymore. Zhu Shen's smile looked frightening at that point, but they didn't know that Zhu Shen merely smirked since the fatty looked really funny after he fell face first on the floor. Zhu Shen adjusted his sitting position, which made the veteran mercenaries take a step back in alarm. Who could blame them after seeing the fate of the fat mercenary? Listen, I don't have enough time to wait here for you guys. So if you don't want to order anything, then scram out my sight. Their lips twitched at his arrogant words, but they did nor dare show their anger lest this hot-blooded store owner might really kill them on the spot. After seeing the fate of their fat friend, they thought that the man in front of them was many times stronger than their boss, Scar. His strength should at least be a 7th-rank emperor. That kind of strength would bring awe to anyone, and to think that such a figure actually decided to establish a nameless store in a less populated spot of the capital city. Zhu Shen was not really angry, he was just annoyed that his cultivation time was wasted by these mercenaries. They did not even order anything yet, so he became even more annoyed. Boss Scar forced a smile and glanced towards the blackboard. His lips trembled after seeing the absurd prices of the wines. He could not help but glare at Lu Ziyufeng who brought them here. The latter shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the scary store owner. Wine Master Zhu Shen, pardon my comrades' actions. They are merely unaware of your wine's greatness. Can I have a jar of Abel's Blanc? I have already tried the Mystic Jade wine 2 days ago, so I want to try something new this time. Lu Ziyufeng smiled as recalled the taste of Zhu Shen's Mystic Jade. Boss Scar was confused at Lu Ziyufeng. The guy was known for being a thrifty person, but his current act was a complete opposite of what was known about him. Except if the wine was truly as effective as he said it was. Wine Master Zhu Shen, I would like to order a jar of Abel's Blanc as well. And can I also have 12 jars of Mystic Jade for my brothers here? Scar spoke mildly. Even if the wine was not as effective as Lu Ziyufeng's words, he still wanted to stay in good terms with this mysterious wine master. The mercenaries behind Scar looked at him thankfully, although they did not mind taking out a few true crystals. Boss Scar smiled at them. He felt that it was only right to treat them since he was the one who brought them here. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly and stood up from his seat. He then went inside the storage area where his wines were kept. Inside the wine storage, a lot of wines were piled neatly on several large shelves. Currently, there were only 2 types of wines inside his storage area, but by tomorrow, the batch of deep sea spring dew would be ready. It was currently kept inside the system's time and space chamber where time was accelerated by several times. He used his true energy to carry 14 jars of wines before going out of the wine storage. 12 jars of Mystic Jade and 2 jars of Abel's Blanc. He then walked with an unperturbed expression towards where the mercenaries were seated. Lu Ziyufeng licked his lips after seeing the wines floating around Zhu Shen. The mercenaries disregarded his high-profile display of controlling his true energy and just focused their gazes on the wines. Even Scar was excited after smelling the fragrant aroma of the wines. Zhu Shen placed the wines on the mercenaries' tables. He also gave them 1 silver cup each. Here are your orders, enjoy. He spoke nonchalantly while finding a random chair to sit on. The mercenaries' noses twitched after inhaling a strong fruity fragrance. Lu Ziyufeng was familiar with this smell. This was the smell of the wine that he had tasted 2 days ago, the Mystic Jade. He also smelled a fresh aroma that made him relax his body. This smell should be the Abel's Blanc. I wonder how it would taste like. Since it was made by wine master Zhu Shen, it should not be that bad, considering how tasty the Mystic Jade was. And he even priced it much higher than his other wine. Lu Ziyufeng thought to himself as he opened the wine jar slowly. After opening the jar, a wave of sea breeze assailed his nostrils. He felt like he was swimming in the deepest parts of the heavenly wind sea. This is... Scar hurriedly opened his wine jar after seeing the exaggerated expression of Lu Ziyufeng. The same kind of expression can be seen on his face after inhaling the aroma of the Abel's Blanc. This smell. This is the honey produced by an Abel's oyster. What the hell? Such a rare ingredient was actually used to brew this wine. Scar gasped in surprise. Abel's oyster was a 5th-rank spirit sea beast, but it was difficult to hunt this rare beast because they can only be found in the deepest parts of the heavenly wind sea. He then glanced at Zhu Shen who was sitting on his chair with his eyes closed. Zhu Shen opened his eyes after feeling someone's gaze on him. He glanced expressionlessly at Scar, which shocked the mercenary. What a strong sense this guy has! That wine was made using the honey produced by the Abel's oyster as its main ingredient. Several other rare herbs and fruits were also added to accentuate the wine's smell and flavor. As for how it was made, that I cannot tell you. Zhu Shen spoke plainly. He knew that they were going to inquire about the ingredients of his wines, but he did not want to tell anyone how he made them. Chapter 7, Subdued Boss Scar. The group of boorish mercenaries was subdued by the taste of his wines. Their faces were filled with ecstasy as they drank cups after cups of wine. Their cheeks were already red from drinking their wines greedily, but they did not stop from filling their cups. Every time they sipped their cups filled with wine, their faces would instantly light up with pleasure. This was the tastiest wine that they had ever drunk. Although, they didn't know what was the taste of the Emperor's wine, but Zhu Shen's wines definitely deserved their prices. Boss Scar twirled his cup of Abel's Blanc and inhaled the refreshing scent of the wine. Such a fragrant aroma! This was clearly the result of adding multiple precious herbs and fruits. The true energy on the ingredients was even preserved well. So that was the reason why Lu Ziyufeng had achieved his breakthrough. Wine Master Zhu Shen. This wine, can I order a few of this for takeout? Boss Scar asked Zhu Shen after downing another cup of Abel's Blanc. Ding! Reminding host that takeouts are not allowed for any item sold inside the store. Zhu Shen cast a sidelong glance at him before he shook his head. No takeouts are allowed. Wine Master Zhu Shen, money is not a problem. I am willing to pay twice as much. Scar was not offended at all. Such a precious wine should not be that much in number. So when Zhu Shen declined, he knew that his guess was right. Even if you pay 10 times the price of the wine, I will still give you the same answer. This is the rule of my store and I will not change this rule no matter how much you pay. This conversation will end here. Zhu Shen tactfully declined. Boss Scar shook his head regretfully, but he was not angered. Instead, he was happy for being able to taste such a wonderful. He even got to talk with a 7th-rank emperor, although he was a bit arrogant, he did not mind. Someone with that kind of strength should not even be bothered to reply to someone who was significantly weaker than him. He just silently enjoyed the remaining amount of Abel's Blanc. If takeout is not allowed, ordering a second wine should not be a problem, right? Ding! This is allowed by the system. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly after hearing the system's approval. Indeed, this is allowed. Scar's facial features brightened after hearing that Zhu Shen allowed a second order. He then smiled widely before he spoke in an intoxicated voice. Then give me a second order of Abel's Blanc, Wine Master Zhu. Boss, how about us? That's right. Don't forget your brothers, Boss Scar. The mercenaries laughed shamelessly while looking at their boss. They were usually not like this in front of Scar, but after drinking an entire jar of mystic jade, their states of mind were befuddled. Boss Scar glared at them before he replied. Fools, use your money. I'm not your father and even if I was, I will still not give you, you bunch of morons. They then realized that they were talking with their scary boss. They laughed awkwardly before ordering another batch of mystic jade. They were captivated by the wine's taste. Zhu Shen nodded his head before glancing at Lu Ziyufeng who had his head lying on the table. He had clearly fallen asleep after drinking the entire jar of Abel's Blanc. His drinking tolerance was not any stronger than Scar and the ingredients used on the wine were also not ordinary. Zhu Shen's lips curved upwards at the sigh of Lu Ziyufeng. Zhu Shen then walked inside the wine storage. He pulled out a few jars of wine using his true energy. He then walked out of the wine storage room. After stepping out of the storage room, Zhu Shen saw the greedy gazes of the mercenaries. It was like they were looking at a naked woman. Although Zhu Shen knew that their gazes were directed at the wines, it was still uncomfortable to see those kinds of eyes. This is your second order, enjoy. He spoke emotionlessly while placing the jars of wine on their tables. He then pulled a chair and sat lazily on it. The mercenaries ignored Zhu Shen and opened their wines. Even if it was not the first time smelling the aroma of the wine, they still could not help but inhale the scent greedily. The mouth-watering smell of the wine was truly so hard to resist. They forgot about the wine's prices and just indulged themselves in the pleasure of having their cravings satiated. So this is the reason why the wines are so expensive. Aside from their heavenly taste, it is also capable of increasing the true energy inside our bodies. It is like a panacea concocted by the old farts from the alchemy tower. The mercenaries thought to themselves. Chapter 8, Spirit World. Gulping sounds resounded inside Zhu Shen's wine store. Several tough-looking mercenaries were busy drinking their cups filled with tasty wine. All of them had one thing in common, their faces were filled with boundless pleasure. Wine Master Zhu, your wine is truly impressive. I will surely visit your store, regularly to drink this Abel's Blanc. Even the Empire's best restaurant does not provide such a wine. Boss Scar's speech was a bit slurred, but Zhu Shen was able to understand a part of it, so he just nodded his head calmly. Right, I wonder, Heek, how the only dish you sold here will taste like. I wanted, Heek, to try some, but it is too expensive for me to try. A mercenary spoke. His eyes were already on the verge of shutting tight. Zhu Shen opened his eyes slowly. An unfathomable light flashed in those silver eyes for an instant before it vanished. He glanced at the mercenary who had just spoken. He was at the peak of third-rank Crusader, but still quite a few steps away from breaking through to the fourth-rank Knight Crusader. Zhu Shen thought for a moment before he spoke in a confident tone of voice. I guarantee you that after eating that dish, you will break through towards the next realm without a problem. The mercenary's sleepy eyes suddenly sprang open after he heard Zhu Shen's words. A food that was capable of helping someone achieve a breakthrough? Isn't it a bit too good to be true? Wine Master Zhu, are you serious about this? The mercenary felt tempted. He already planned to buy several fourth-rank pill from the alchemy tower to speed up his cultivation, but it was still not guaranteed that he can break through towards the next realm. So when he heard that a dish is able to help him achieve a breakthrough, he felt that it was a bit incredulous. But then again, he drank the wine from the store and it was indeed capable of stimulating his true essence. So he felt that Zhu Shen's words had some truth in it. Zhu Shen closed his eyes, but he still replied with a poker face. Yes, and if you don't achieve a breakthrough, I will let you have the dish for free. After hearing Wine Master Zhu speak those confident words, the mercenary hesitated no more. He checked his coin purse and there were still a little more than 100 true crystals in it. He gritted his teeth and said resolutely. Fine, I will try your dish Wine Master Zhu. Give me 1 serving of deep-fried shrimp tempura dipped in viper magma chili. The other mercenaries were also eager to see Zhu Shen's dish. And if it was really able to help someone achieve a breakthrough, then it will be an amazing piece of news. Zhu Shen nodded his head and stood up from his seat. He went inside the store's new kitchen. It magically appeared after he received the rewards. Even someone like him who had lived for eons was surprised about its mysterious appearance. System, where do I get the Overlord shrimp? Zhu Shen asked the system curiously. Ding! Host will have to go inside the system's spirit world. Oh, so I just have to go inside a spirit world. Okay, wait, what? Did you just say spirit world? Zhu Shen almost jumped from surprise. A spirit world is very rare even in the primordial god realm, and almost all of them were very unstable that they will instantly collapse after a few days from being discovered. No one knows how the spirit worlds were created. Even the almighty celestial emperor did not know the secrets of these worlds. But they do know that each of these worlds contains the purest and the densest true essence. Some even had peerless treasures within. As for him, Zhu Shen, he was only able to go inside 2 spirit worlds in all of his billions of years in existence. It sounded absurd and magical, but that was the truth. This alone can explain how rare this spirit world was. So at the mention of it, who could blame him for almost having a heart attack? Ding! Do you wish to go inside the spirit world? Zhu Shen gulped nervously while nodding his head. The 2 spirit world that he had visited collapsed after around 1 week of traveling inside. He could not forget everything about it since he had almost died during that expedition. Yes, I will go inside. After speaking those words, a 2-meter-tall door appeared in front of Zhu Shen. The door was made from a material that he was very familiar with, the Ionic Ragarwood tree. It was a tree that needs 1 billion years of nurturing to germinate, another 1 billion years to sprout, and then another 1 billion years to grow. It will fully mature after 5 billion years. He heard that Celestial Emperor Lao Go was growing this kind of tree inside his room. Heck! That stupid old fart even watered it daily with a drop of untainted God Spring. He thought that it was merely a mystical bonsai after seeing it for the first time, but when he saw the secret notes of the old fart Celestial Emperor, he almost had the thought of stealing it. This type of tree can only grow up to 2 feet in height, so he was speechless at the amount of Ionic Ragarwood tree used to create the door in front of him. System, can you not be flashier? Or you will really kill me from a heart attack. Ding! Host, please go inside the spirit world. Zhu Shen gritted his teeth for having been ignored, but he still opened the door. A refreshing scent splashed on his face and a beautiful world can be seen behind the door. He then stepped inside the spirit world, his face dumbstruck. What the hell? Chapter 9, Overlord Shrimp. Zhu Shen's eyes were greeted by the sight of a world filled with dense true essence. It was so thick that it even made his pores open up, greedily sucking the true essence around him. He stopped himself from cultivating, albeit regretfully. He then walked towards a crystal-clear pond with giant shrimps swimming about. They looked healthy and plump. With a high-quality living environment, these overlord shrimps would surely taste heavenly. Zhu Shen caught one overlord shrimp with a casual swipe of his right hand. The 2-meter-tall shrimp thrashed its body, but Zhu Shen's hold was tight. He then pulled it out of the pond, which produced a trail of clear water drops. Ding! It is better to fry shrimps when they are alive, since their muscles would be taut and firm, which will, in turn, produce a more crispy texture when fried. What a healthy shrimp! Zhu Shen smiled faintly while glancing at the plump shrimp. The overlord shrimp glared at Zhu Shen and brandished its claws on him. Zhu Shen casually swatted the claw strike of the shrimp and slapped its head. Its thick carapace failed to protect its brain, which made it faint after being slapped by Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen did not kill the shrimp after hearing the system's solemn and robotic voice. After getting the overlord shrimp, he stepped out of the spirit world. He then placed the 2-meter shrimp on a large chopping board. The peeling and deveining of the shrimp were already engraved inside his head. The knowledge of how to cook the deep-fried shrimp tempura dipped in viper magma chili resurfaced inside his head. To peel raw shrimp, I have to start underneath, where their legs are attached. After peeling the carapace of the shrimp, Zhu Shen skillfully held the giant shrimp with one hand while making a shallow slit down the middle of the back to expose the black intestine. He then used the tip of his knife to lift up the black intestine of the shrimp. He then threw the shrimp in midair and diced it into countless small pieces. The cubes of shrimp filled the huge bowl in his hands. He then placed back on the chopping board, before pulling 2 cleavers. He grounded the shrimp meat using the 2 cleavers like a barbarian. His actions were rough and wild, but it contained a sense of charm. He then heated up the garmosa oil with the right temperature, before whisking the top-quality flour from the Gremory Empire together with some imperial cornstarch, and salt made from the heavenly wind sea in a large bowl. He then made a depression in the center of the flour. Next, he added a pure spring water, and an egg yolk of a 5th-rank beast, the light wind sparrow. He then mixed just until it moistened before stirring in the egg whites. As for the shrimp meat, he kneaded them to form a crescent shape. His hands skillfully rolled the grounded shrimp meat and formed a perfect crescent shape. Subsequently, he carefully dipped all the crescent-shaped shrimp meat into the batter and fully coated it. Zhu Shen maintained his focus while doing this part. It is important to fully coat the shrimp meat as it will greatly affect the taste of the dish. He then grounded a piece of viper magma chili. Its appearance was menacing as if it was a poisonous spice, but strangely, it was edible. The purplish-red chili emitted a baleful glow right after it was grounded. He then sprinkled the grounded viper magma chili into the shrimp meat. He evenly sprinkled it on all sides to balance the spiciness. Lastly, he fried the shrimp meat on the hot garmosa oil. Crackling sounds echoed inside the kitchen as Zhu Shen fried the shrimp. Not long after, a fragrant aroma pervaded inside the kitchen before it traveled within his store. The delicious smell lingered for a long period of time while assailing the nasal cavities of the mercenaries. The smell was indescribable, it contained a bit of freshness and a hint of intense flavor. What a mouth-watering aroma! Bhaskar muttered to himself while licking his lips with a drunk expression. The other mercenaries had it worse. A line of saliva trailed down their lips as they glanced towards the source of the smell. Even the sleeping Lu Ziyufeng woke up. His nose twitched before his eyes sprung open. He looked towards his left and right in search for the smell. They didn't need to wait for long as Zhu Shen came out of the kitchen while holding a piping hot plate filled deep-fried shrimps. The plating was beautiful and there was even a hot sauce made from grounded viper magma chili and shrimp meat oil and a bit of vinegar. Here is your order of deep-fried shrimp tempura dipped in viper magma chili. Zhu Shen nonchalantly spoke while giving the piping hot plate to the mercenary who ordered the dish. The mercenary's eyes twinkled like stars after seeing Zhu Shen come out with the dish. They were already dying to know its taste, but they held themselves back. Their friend used most of his savings to order the dish in hopes of breaking through towards the next realm. Although Zhu Shen was confident about the mercenary's breakthrough, he still wanted to see the process. He grabbed a chair randomly before sitting in front of the mercenary casually. "Please have a taste. Our wager is still in place. If you don't break through after eating this dish, then you will have it for free." Zhu Shen confidently spoke while eyeing the excited mercenary. Chapter 10, Breaking Through Without Meditating. Everyone was looking greedily at the piping hot dish on the table. If they haven't seen Zhu Shen's strength earlier, they would have long since fought for it. "Go eat it now, Brother Su. We can't hold ourselves back for long. Don't torment us any longer." "Right. Just goddamn eat it already." After seeing his friend's contorted appearance, Brother Su hastily stuffed one crescent-shaped shrimp in his mouth. The moment he took the first bite, loud crunching sounds resounded inside the small store. This. Delicious. Ho ho. Brother Su cried while stuffing shrimps after shrimps in his mouth. The tender shrimp meat melted in his tongue, filling his taste buds with the freshness of the overlord shrimp mixed with the spicy flavor of the viper magma chili. The two kinds of tastes accentuated each other in perfect harmony. Brother Su had a drunk expression as 2 lines of tears trickled down his cheeks. Bhaskar and the other mercenaries were surprised after seeing Brother Su's expression, but they just silently stared at the deep-fried overlord shrimp regretfully. Brother Su sniffled as he grabbed the remaining deep-fried shrimps and dipped in the viper magma chili sauce which was emitting a baleful aura. He then put it inside his mouth and crunched it ferociously. It was unknown if he was crying due to the spiciness of the viper magma chili or because of the deliciousness of the deep-fried overlord shrimp. He then burped with a satisfied smile on his face. His expression then turned into one of surprise as he exclaimed, "It's stimulating the true essence inside my body. It's actually worth more than several pills added together." Brother Su stood up after sensing himself breaking through towards the 4th-rank Knight Crusader without even meditating. Even if one consumes a 4th-grade pill, they still had to meditate and direct the true essence from the pill towards their dantian. But Brother Su has not even meditated yet and he already broke through a realm in one go. What the hell? He broke through in one go. He actually broke through in one go. Am I dreaming? He did not even meditate. Bhaskar's jaw dropped on the ground and his eyes went wide. He then glanced at Zhu Shen with an inquiring look, but the latter did not even bother looking at him. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly as if it was within his expectations. The overlord shrimp was, after all, a 5th-rank spirit-level creature, and the other ingredients used were likewise rare and abundant in true essence. Hence, breaking through in one go was to be expected. Brother Su's true essence did not stop from increasing after breaking through towards the 4th-rank Knight Crusader. His aura became increasingly stronger and consolidated. And the most surprising thing was that he did not even meditate. It means that the true essence from the dish instantly went inside his dantian. Brother Su's aura stopped from increasing after it reached the peak of the initial stage 4th-rank Knight Crusader. The drunk expression on Brother Su was gone and it was replaced by an ecstatic look. He then glanced smugly at the other mercenaries while smiling at them broadly. "You lost the bet. Now, it's time for you to pay." Zhu Shen's calm voice entered his ears like a bucket of cold water. The smile on Brother Su's face twitched as he glanced at the emotionless expression of Zhu Shen. Of course, how could I not pay? Such a fine dish with shocking effects. 100 true crystals is truly a bargain. Brother Su smiled while paying for the dish. He was genuinely happy for breaking through. It even exceeded his expectations by a great margin. Brother Su glanced at the young man in front of him. He was shrouded by a thick veil of mystery, and even his strength was unfathomable. Just who is wine master Zhu Shen? And how come an expert like him established a small store here in the capital city? The true crystals in Zhu Shen's hands vanished in a blink of an eye. The mercenaries were no longer surprised after seeing it. They were already numbed on the surprises inside the small store. As for how the true crystals vanished, of course, they were taken away by the system without even asking for Zhu Shen's permission. Zhu Shen was still wearing his poker face when the true crystals vanished. He then glanced at the tongue-tied mercenaries who were looking at him as if he was the reincarnation of Buddha. "Are you guys still going to order? If not, then pay your bills and get out of my sight," Zhu Shen said without batting an eyelid. The mercenaries' faces twitched, but they were already growing accustomed to Wine Master Zhu's eccentric personality. "Wine Master Zhu, give me 2 orders of the dish, please." Bhaskar gritted his teeth with an agonized expression. He only brought a little more than 400 true crystals with him and left his remaining crystals in the mercenary guild. He never would have thought that Lu Ziyufeng was actually speaking the truth regarding the prices of the store's wines. He felt his heart bleeding, but he still decided to try the dishes. If it was really capable of enhancing the true essence inside his body, then the price was worth it. "Me too, Wine Master Zhu. Give me 1 order of the dish." Lu Ziyufeng similarly had a contorted expression, but he still fished out 100 true crystals from his small bag. "Me too. 1 order of the dish. Count me in, Wine Master Zhu. I also want 1 order of the dish." Sigh. "I only brought less than 100 true crystals with me. Wine Master Zhu, just give me an order of Abel's Blanc." Zhu Shen accepted the orders with a nod of his head before stepping inside the kitchen. "Looks like I will be able to finish this mission in just 1 day. I wonder what the reward will be." Chapter 11, The Fourth Prince. Growl. "Oh shit! I'm still far from my favorite restaurant and I'm already this hungry. No, I have to satiate a bit of my hunger before going there. Where can I find something to eat?" A young man in his late teens wearing luxurious clothing rubbed his belly with a contorted expression on his face. "This smell!" The young man's nose twitched and followed the aroma, which made him even hungrier. "The world is tormenting me." The young man had a crying expression, but no tears can be seen on his face. After following the salivating aroma, he found himself standing in front of a humble store. "The Immortal's wine? Ha ha ha! This name! He is even more arrogant than Imperial Father. Interesting. Let me see if you have the capital to be this arrogant." The young man smirked and walked inside the small store. After stepping inside the store, he saw a group of mercenaries who were happily drinking their wines. Their faces were red and their eyes were half closed. A few of them were also eating an eye-catching dish that was producing a mouth-watering scent. "This!" The young man had an impulse of snatching the dish, but he cleared his throat and looked away. He then stared at a handsome young man with long silver hair. He was sitting nonchalantly on his chair while stroking a chubby white cat. The silver-haired man's expression was calm, which surprised him a bit. "If you want to order something, check that first." Zhu Shen pointed at the blackboard without even glancing at the young man. He just continued rubbing the soft fur of ice. The young man was a bit annoyed at Zhu Shen's indifference. It was rare to find someone who was unafraid of him. Even those geniuses from the noble families did not dare act arrogantly in front of him. He rolled his eyes at Zhu Shen and glanced at the blackboard he pointed earlier. His eyes widened in surprise after he laid his eyes on the prices. "What the hell? A wine that costs 120 true crystals. A dish that costs 100 fucking true crystals. Why don't you just go and rob someone?" Even his favorite restaurant, which was also the best in the empire, did not even have a dish with such an absurd price, so his reaction was understandable. Zhu Shen ignored him and rubbed Ice's head gently. It closed its eyes in delight while enjoying the warmth of Zhu Shen's hand. Meow. Zhu Shen's lips twitched after hearing it release a cat-like sound. Little tiger, you can't fool this heavenly lord. If it were the mortals in this world, then they might really fall for your charms. But how could I not know your real origins? Hey! Are you deaf? Don't you know who I am? If you can't explain the absurd prices of your wines and dish, then I will have your store smashed. The young man said angrily while walking towards Zhu Shen. The mercenaries who were already drunk glanced at the familiar silhouette, but their eyes were too unfocused to realize who he was. Even Bhaskar was entirely absorbed in the pleasure of eating his deep-fried overlord shrimp. Zhu Shen's calm eyes turned cold as he glanced at the young man who was looking at him angrily. You dare shout at this heavenly lord? Why are the mortals in this world act more aggressively than those so-called immortals in the primordial god realm? The young man felt fear after being stared by Zhu Shen's cold and emotionless eyes. The former's legs wobbled as an invisible pressure enveloped his entire body. You! Milord, stay your hand. His Highness is young and impetuous. Let us both take a step back. This old man will compensate you as long as you let His Highness go. An old man with long white beard appeared inside the store in a blink of an eye. The old man was shocked after entering the store because he felt that he was somewhat suppressed. Furthermore, the silver-haired youth was giving him a profound feeling of powerlessness. It was like he was facing a millennium-year-old expert. This man. Who is he? Oh, a peak 7th rank emperor as a bodyguard. I'm a bit surprised. This young man's identity should not be ordinary. Zhu Shen said with a calm face. His words and his expression contradicted each other, making the old man curse him inwardly. The mercenaries finally realized that the newcomers were tough to knead. When they saw the old man and the trembling young man, they almost spat blood. Isn't that the 4th prince? As for that old man, he should be. The old man did not dare act arrogantly in front of Zhu Shen. He had an absurd thought that the silver-haired youth in front of him can kill him in less than 5 seconds. Just the pressure he was producing alone was already many times stronger than Emperor Elix. Milord, His Highness is the future of our Silver Wing Empire. I hope you can be lenient with him. This old man is willing to take your punishment on his behalf. The old man bowed his head respectfully, but his heart was clouded by fear. Nonetheless, he was willing to shoulder Zhu Shen's punishment for the 4th prince. He was, after all, the future of their empire. Zhu Shen sighed and waved his right hand gently. I admire your loyalty, old man. I can let the both of you go, but... Everyone inside the store paused their breathing while looking at Zhu Shen's calm expression. The old man and the 4th prince swallowed a mouthful of dry saliva while waiting for Zhu Shen's words. But, you have to buy 1 order of each of the things sold at my store. Zhu Shen said nonchalantly while pointing at the small blackboard. The old man and the 4th prince exhaled a breath of turbid air. They felt like they were given a new lease on life. This. Ah. The old man was somewhat stunned, so he did not know what to say. Zhu Shen's expression darkened. Why? Do you think that there is something wrong with my wines and dish? No. 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 Not at all, milord. We are willing to buy 2 orders for each wine and that dish. The old man hurriedly expressed his sincerity. Although the prices were somewhat absurd, he was not short on true crystals. And as long as they can leave this place alive, then it's all worth it. Good. Sit and wait for your orders. Zhu Shen's lips curved upwards as he stood up. He then walked towards the wine storage, leaving the stunned onlookers glancing at his mysterious back figure fearfully. They told themselves to never mess with wine master Zhu Shen anymore. Chapter 12, Like 2 Barbarians. Zhu Shen stepped inside the wine storage with a faint smirk on his face. Oh, right. The deep-sea spring dew is still not ready today. Damn it. Ding. The deep-sea spring dew is still being prepared by the system. It will be ready by tomorrow, dear host. Please remain patient. Zhu Shen rolled his eyes after hearing the solemn voice of the system. He then stretched his right arm. An invisible energy wrapped itself around 4 bottles of wines, dragging them towards Zhu Shen. In someone else's point of view, the wines were suspended in midair while circling around Zhu Shen magically. Even the emperor did not have such fine control of true essence. He may be able to do it, but not as proficient as Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen stepped out of the wine storage area with 4 wines circling around him. The 4th prince and the old man were astounded by the scene, but they stayed silent. The mercenaries were no longer surprised about it, but they still kept on glancing at Zhu Shen with admiration and veneration. Here are 2 orders of each of the wines. Just give me a few minutes to prepare your dishes. As for the deep-sea spring dew, it is currently unavailable, but will be ready for serving tomorrow. Zhu Shen waved his right hand gently. The 4 wines circling around him hovered towards the 4th prince and the old man's table. Zhu Shen also provided them with 2 small cups. Enjoy your wines while waiting for the dishes. Once you take the first sip, you will realize why the price is so. Zhu Shen turned around after he spoke. He then went towards the kitchen with steady steps. The 4th prince and the old man glanced at his back figure and then towards the wines on the table. Your Highness, I will open it for you. Thanks, Defender Duan Mu. The 4th prince cupped his fist gratefully. If not for the old man, he would have been punished by Zhu Shen. He was also touched by the old man's loyalty and care towards him. Anything for you, Your Highness. Just make sure to no longer provoke the owner of this store. I have a feeling that he is even stronger than His Majesty. Defender Duan Mu said solemnly while glancing at the direction of the kitchen. The 4th prince furrowed his eyebrows and nodded his head. He also felt the man's strength himself. If not for him being lenient, he would have already died for disrespecting him. Defender Duan Mu opened one mystic jade and he was instantly assaulted by a fruity fragrance that made him close his eyes in pleasure. Fine wine. He poured a cup for the 4th prince and himself. The 4th prince also inhaled the refreshing smell, making his eyes light up. He placed the small cup in his lips and took a light sip. Delicious. So that's why, this purple blood ginseng alone is already a precious herb. I even feel embarrassed if I only pay 1 true crystal for such a wine. Defender Duan Mu nodded his head and drank his wine with a satisfied expression on his face. The market price for 1 purple blood ginseng was 100 gold coins, but a few were also sold at several hundred gold coins depending on their age. After tasting the wine, the slight displeasure in their hearts was no longer there. Only embarrassment and regret remained. A few minutes later, Zhu Shen came out of the kitchen with 2 piping hot dishes hovering in front of him. A fragrant aroma wafted towards everyone, making them drool. Even the 4th prince and the old defender were not spared. They glanced at the dishes with great expectations. 2 orders of deep-fried overlord shrimp tempura dipped in viper magma chili. Enjoy! Zhu Shen calmly said. He then gently placed the 2 dishes on the table. The 4th prince and the old man stared at the exquisite dishes in front of them with glittering eyes. The 4th prince elegantly grabbed the fork and pierced 1 crescent-shaped tempura. The fork pierced through the succulent shrimp meat with no hindrance. A small amount of shrimp oil dripped down, producing an even stronger shrimp aroma. The 4th prince no longer hesitated. He placed the crescent-shaped shrimp tempura in his mouth and bit down gently. Crunch! 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 This! The 4th prince's eyes moistened and he felt as if he was swimming naked in the vast heavenly wind sea. An overlord shrimp! This! This is an overlord shrimp, a 5th-rank spirit-level creature. So that's why it's worth 100 true crystals. No wonder! The 4th prince exclaimed after taking the first bite. It wasn't the first time he had tasted the meat of an overlord shrimp, but all the overlord shrimp dishes he tasted before can be considered as trash compared to the dish in front of him. This is a true gourmet dish. What imperial chefs! Their dishes can't even be compared to Wine Master Zhu's dish. The fourth prince's elegant bearing was no longer there. He discarded the fork and grabbed the crescent-shaped tempura by hand. He then stuffed it inside his mouth while disregarding the peculiar gazes of everyone around him. Truly delicious. The fourth prince's lips were filled with shrimp oil, but he ignored his current look and focused on his food. Defender Duanmu was stunned after seeing the change on the fourth prince's bearing in less than a few seconds. He could not help but glance at the dish in front of him. He then took one crescent-shaped shrimp tempura and gave it a small bite which produced a faint crunching sound. This. A few moments later, two men, one young and one old, were eating their food like two barbarians eating meat for the very first time in their lives. Looks of satisfaction can be seen on both their faces. Zhu Shen cast a sidelong glance at them and smirked. He then continued stroking Ice's fur with a calm expression on his face. Chapter 13, Store Expansion Package. As Zhu Shen was calmly sitting on a chair, he suddenly heard the solemn voice of the system ringing beside his ears. Ding! Mission accomplished, earn 1000 true crystals. Loading rewards. You received Store Expansion Package. You received Frozen Origin Winemaking Method. Zhu Shen remained calm on the surface after seeing the prompts in front of him, but he was pleasantly surprised inwardly. System, what is this Store Expansion Package? Ding! With this item, the host will be able to commence an expansion of the store. Do you wish to use it now? No. Not at the moment. Remind me after we close the store. Zhu Shen spoke in his mind. The system remained silent after that. Gulp. 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 This wine's taste is almost on par with the Emperor's most cherished wine, the Phoenix's Godly Flames wine. And to think that there is still something much better sold inside this store. Now, I'm looking forward to the taste of that deep sea spring dew. Even Imperial Father might be infatuated with this wine. The fourth prince smiled foolishly as he kept on praising the wine. Defender Duanmu nodded his head from time to time to show his agreement. Wine Master Zhu, it's time for us to leave. Thanks for the wines and dishes, because of it, some of my brothers broke through a minor realm. Bhaskar smiled happily as he cupped his fists towards Zhu Shen. The latter merely nodded his head with no change in his expression. Bhaskar and the other mercenaries then bowed respectfully towards the fourth prince and Defender Duanmu. Your Highness, it's a pleasure meeting you today. I hope we will see you again in this store. The fourth prince waved his right hand and nodded his head. Of course, how could we not be here? Such fine wines, and even the only dish in this store is comparable to the best dish of Crouching Dragon Pavilion. With Wine Master Zhu's skills, he could surely make something much better than this. Perhaps there would be more wines and dishes in the future. Bhaskar said with a small drool escaping his lips. The fourth prince nodded his head to show his agreement. Indeed. Although Wine Master Zhu Shen has an eccentric personality, the wines and dishes that he makes are true gourmet delicacies. It even has the effects of stimulating the true essence within our bodies. Truly amazing. Defender Duanmu was lost in his own thoughts. He did not even glance at Bhaskar and the other mercenaries. He only focused his senses in his danshan. What the hell? It actually improved my cultivation by quite a bit. Then if that's the case, I might even be promoted to the 8th rank divine if I continue visiting here in the future. The Emperor must know about this store. After Bhaskar and the other mercenaries left the store, only the fourth prince and Defender Duanmu remained. They still wanted to order, but Zhu Shen shook his head firmly. You are not allowed to order more dishes. The fourth prince frowned, but then he remembered the other party's strength, so he hid his displeasure in his heart. Defender Duanmu felt aggrieved and he could not help but ask. Wine Master Zhu, why are you not allowing us to order more? Are you still harboring resentment because of the earlier events? Zhu Shen nonchalantly glanced at Defender Duanmu, making the latter's heart skip a beat. Damn! I forgot that this man can kill us with a mere flick of his fingers. The wines and dishes sold in my store contain large amounts of true essence. You have already ordered a lot today, and the true essence inside the little kid's body is already full. If he consumes more... Zhu Shen did a motion with both his hands while mouthing the word, kaboom. Defender Duanmu stood up in alarm. He then hurriedly placed his hand on the fourth prince's back to check the true essence inside his body. And indeed, after checking it, he found a huge amount of true essence inside the fourth prince's body. If he consumes more, then he will surely explode from over-accumulation of true essence. A human's danshan can hold a certain amount of true essence depending on their cultivation strength or body strength. Although the fourth prince was a rare genius who was already at the peak of 4th rank Knight Crusader, his danshan still had a limit on how much true essence it can store. Defender Duanmu did not realize it since his danshan was still not full, and he was also preoccupied with the small leap in his strength. Wine Master Zhu, thank you very much. This old man is blind and did not realize the immensity of heaven and earth. Defender Duanmu thanked Zhu Shen gratefully. If he gave them another order, the fourth prince would have exploded from over-accumulation of true essence. He can't shoulder that kind of guilt in his life, so he was infinitely grateful towards Zhu Shen. The fourth prince never realized it himself and he only realized it after hearing Zhu Shen's words. His body turned cold and he hurriedly checked his own danshan. He was scared out of his wits after finally sensing his full danshan. Because the true essence from Zhu Shen's wines and dishes was calm and tranquil, he failed to sense that his danshan was already full. It was unlike the fierce and violent true essence from the pills made by the alchemists from the alchemy hall. Thank you for your reminder, Wine Master Zhu Shen. The fourth prince cupped his fists respectfully. He actually harbored displeasure to someone who only cared for his well-being. He was now angry at his own self. You may leave now. And don't worry, I have no plans on conquering this empire. If I had that in mind, then I would have done it already, considering my strength. Zhu Shen's words were somewhat arrogant, but the fourth prince and Defender Duanmu did not think so. The man in front of them really had the strength to conquer their empire, so he had the capital to be arrogant. The fourth prince and Defender Duanmu sighed in relief after hearing his words. They then left the store afterward. Of course, they will report to the emperor about the emergence of a strong expert inside their empire. He was like a bomb that could explode any minute from now. Zhu Shen did not know what was in their minds, even if he does, he did not care one bit. He closed the store after everyone left and asked the system to give him the store expansion package. Do you wish to use it now? Chapter 14, Great Changes. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly. Yes, do it. Ding. Commencing store expansion. After hearing the solemn voice of the system, Zhu Shen saw something that made him somewhat surprised. The store's interior was small before, as it can only fit 10 tables in total. But right in front of him, the internal space of his store enlarged by quite a lot. It was now more than 5 times larger than before. The wooden chairs and tables were also replaced by a sacred wood that Zhu Shen was very familiar with. His lips twitched after seeing the materials and he could not help but mutter to himself in regret. It's actually the sacred sanctum sapphire wood. Although it is not on the same level as the Ionic Rhagar wood tree, it is still a god-level treasure that is used to make god-rank weapons. To think that such a heavenly treasure was used to make chairs and tables. What a reckless waste of heavenly resources. System, how about you give me 10 kilograms of this wood? You must know that although this place is a low-level mortal world, I still can't be negligent on my safety, right? With 10 kilograms of sacred sanctum sapphire wood, I would be able to make a god-rank wooden sword out of it. That kind of weapon is enough to ensure my safety. What do you think? Zhu Shen asked with a shameless smile on his face. The calm and indifferent expert facade earlier was gone and was replaced by a crafty and cunning look. The system was silent for a moment, but then a brilliant ray of light emerged in front of him. Zhu Shen smiled and squinted his eyes. He saw an outline of a black heavy sword which was about 2 meters in length. Its sword body had multiple blood-red archaic carvings that emitted a holy aura that would make anyone prostrate in worship. The hilt of the sword had 2 red dragon carvings intertwining against each other. They looked lifelike and full of dreadful power. When the ray of light vanished, the 2-meter heavy sword's appearance changed. It now looked like an ordinary black sword. Its size also reduced by half and is now only a 1-meter sword. Although it was made from wood, it did not look like it was made from wood at all. Instead, it was as if the sword was made from black iron. Anyone who would see it would never believe that the ordinary-looking black sword was actually made from a god-rank heavenly treasure. Zhu Shen caressed the sword as if he was caressing the most fragile jade. He smiled from ear to ear after successfully scamming the system. He felt that the 1 month he spent from brewing wine was not wasted at all. As Zhu Shen was about to thank the system, he was stunned by the changes inside the store. Everything looked more noble and regal. There were also 4 small pots of plants in every corner of the store, giving it a more refreshing vibe. Zhu Shen disdainfully glanced at those plants and muttered in a condescending tone. "Tch, so it's only a 9th rank Earth origin dragon tree." If any of the top experts of Nuar heard his words, they would surely gang up to beat him senseless. The Earth origin dragon tree was, after all, a 9th rank spiritual plant. The fruit it bears can help a peak 8th rank divine expert in advancing towards the 9th rank saint. So it was definitely a rare treasure that was sought after by many experts. Zhu Shen shrugged his shoulders and went to check the kitchen. The moment he stepped inside the kitchen, he saw a galaxy-toppling beauty dressed in a translucent white dress looking at him with veneration. The faint outline of her sacred regions was somewhat visible. Any man would have a nosebleed after staring at her even for a brief moment. She bowed her head gently and said in a respectful voice, "Greetings, Master." Zhu Shen was stunned after seeing her sudden appearance. He then stared at the beauty from head to foot. Her long fiery red hair reached her waist, and her exquisite face was the epitome of perfection. Even those proud daughters of heaven from the primordial god realm would not dare say that they were more beautiful than the woman in front of him. Zhu Shen recollected himself and his eyes reverted back to its usual indifferent look. He calmly glanced at the beauty and asked, "Who are you?" The red-haired beauty smiled and said respectfully, "Your servant's name is Hestia. How did you go here?" Zhu Shen asked. Hestia blinked her beautiful pair of eyes in confusion. "Master, I only remember that I am your servant. Nothing else comes to my mind." "System, what is this? Who is she?" Zhu Shen knew that the system had something to do with her. Ding! "Host, please calm down. She is a being formed personally by the system to serve you. As the future wine god, why should you cook the dishes when you can simply have someone cook them for you?" Zhu Shen was speechless at the system's reply. He then scrutinized Hestia in great detail, making the latter blush. "Why is Master looking at me like that? Could it be, thinking up to that, she blushed even more?" Zhu Shen nodded his head inwardly after checking Hestia's constitution thoroughly. She was an 8th rank divine expert, which was already good enough considering Nuar's level of experts. "From now on your task is to cook the dishes ordered by our customers and also as the waitress of our store. As for where you will sleep, you can go sleep in my room for tonight temporarily." Hestia became even more flustered after hearing his words. "As you command, Master." Zhu Shen did not know what she was thinking, but if he knew, he might really consider doing it. Zhu Shen nodded his head and told her to rest for the moment. He then checked the wine storage area. He was surprised to see changes in the storage area. It actually enlarged by more than 5 times as well. Even the deep sea spring dew was already on display. Zhu Shen grabbed 1 bottle of the wine and put it back in its place. "I will give it a taste tomorrow morning." As he was about to go up, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar aura right outside his store. He solemnly glanced at the direction and spoke in a cold tone. "You're already here, so you don't need to hide. Show yourself." Chapter 15, Deep Sea Spring Dew. Zhu Shen glared at the entrance of his store. The door slowly opened, and a graceful and lithe silhouette stepped inside the store. She was wearing light body armor that covered her upper body. A short battle skirt covered a small portion of her lower body. Her long and seductive legs were also in full display. Zhu Shen was confused since he did not feel any hostility from the woman. Instead, she was looking at him with a face full of reverence. Her medium-length blonde hair that reached her shoulders cascaded down elegantly as she bowed her head respectfully towards Zhu Shen. "Greetings, Master." "What the hell? System, don't play with me. You did this on purpose, didn't you?" Zhu Shen spoke inside his head in an exasperated tone. "Ding! Host, as the future unrivaled wine god, you need a sharp blade to continue making the best wines in the multiverse peacefully. You mean my sharp blade is this little beauty who only has the strength of a 9th-rank saint expert?" Zhu Shen rolled his eyes inwardly, but he did not say it out loud or it may hurt the feelings of the woman. The system remained silent as if it was disinclined to explain things to Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen beckoned the beauty with his hand and gestured her to come close. "What's your name?" The blonde beauty bowed her head lightly and said. "Master, your servant's name is Thaya." 2 galaxy-toppling beauties appeared in a single night in my little store. Now, where can I sleep without affecting my heart realm? Zhu Shen sighed sorrowfully. The heart realm that he mentioned was the special realm of a cultivator's martial heart. It's not something literal, but something intangible. The greater your attainments in the heart realm, the faster your cultivation speed will be. There are 4 heart realms: the first realm, heart like mirror; the second realm, heart as gentle as water; the third realm, heart unmoved like mountain; the fourth realm, heartless void. Even in his past life when he was still a top expert in the primordial god realm, he only trained his heart realm until the third realm, heart unmoved like mountain. Since the creation of the universe, only 3 people managed to reach the 4th heart realm, heartless void. Those 3 experts were now the 3 celestial emperors of the vast multiverse. They governed the laws of the multiverse and maintain its peace and order for countless eons. Of course, one of them was the one who killed Zhu Shen. Back to the story. Thaya was still standing respectfully in front of Zhu Shen. She was looking at him as if he was God. "Come with me. You will sleep in my room with Hestia." Zhu Shen forced out a stiff smile on his face. Zhu Shen didn't know that the system already built 2 more rooms for Hestia and Thaya, so he thought that there was only 1 room in the 2nd floor. "As you say, Master." Thaya bowed her head reverently. Zhu Shen brought Thaya towards his room on the 2nd floor of his store. And just as he was about to go inside his room, he saw 2 more additional rooms. At least the system is considerate enough to make new rooms for these 2 beauties. He sighed in relief and randomly pointed a room for Thaya. "You will be staying in that room. Starting tomorrow, you will maintain the order and safety of our store. And you should rest for now." "Yes, Master." Thaya bowed her head gently. She only went inside her room after Zhu Shen left. The latter went inside his room and sighed in relief after not seeing Hestia. She might be in the other room. ******. The next day, Zhu Shen went down after taking a shower and wearing clothes. He was surprised to see that both the 2 beauties were already there waiting for him with smiles on their faces. Zhu Shen nodded his head at them calmly. He then went inside the wine storage area with an expectant look on his face. "I wonder how the deep sea spring dew would taste like." He grabbed 1 bottle of the new wine before he went out of the wine storage area. The moment he came out, 2 beautiful pairs of eyes glanced at him curiously. Zhu Shen smiled and sat on a chair after placing the wine on the table. "Come here you 2. You will also be my wine tasters from now on." He gestured the two ladies to sit beside him. They revealed happy smiles and the both of them eagerly went towards Zhu Shen. They sat on each of his side and looked at him with round eyes. Zhu Shen opened the wine bottle, causing a dense and fragrant aroma to invade their nostrils. They closed their eyes in satisfaction while inhaling the sweet scent of the wine. This wine smells so good. Master, did you make this wine? Hestia blinked her eyes curiously while looking at Zhu Shen. The latter nodded his head and said, "Yes, I was the one who made this wine. Now, let's all give it a taste." He then tilted the wine bottle and a golden liquid flowed gently down towards the three small cups. The golden liquid emitted a brilliant luster, surprising the three of them. A wine that shines like gold. Even that whatever phoenix blah blah wine of the emperor should not be this exaggerated, right? Zhu Shen thought silently to himself. He was quite pleased with himself since he was the one who made the wine with the system's help. He then distributed the 2 cups of wine to the beauties. They were already drooling at the sight of it. They held the cups gently as if it was a cup filled with natural treasures. They then gave their cups a light sip, and their eyes shone with a dazzling glow after the golden liquid touched their lips. Zhu Shen smiled after seeing the looks in their faces. He glanced at the golden liquid in his cup and drank a small mouthful of it. His mouth felt like it exploded after the wine touched his tongue. He closed his eyes and savored the sweet aftertaste of the deep-sea dew. The biting spiciness of the 6th-rank beast's blood can also be felt subtly. Oh! It's actually able to slightly stimulate the true essence of a 9th-rank saint like me? Those old experts would surely come after knowing the effects of this wine. Hee. Chapter 16, Mu Sheng. Zhu Shen watched the two ladies empty their cups, his lips curved up a bit. He then patted their heads and told them, "Don't forget about your jobs. Dia, if there is someone causing trouble, throw them out. As for Hestia, get Ice's milk in the kitchen and give him bowl full." "Yes, master." "Yes, master." The two beauties went to do their assigned tasks while Zhu Shen opened the door. The biting rays of light touched his expressionless face after opening the door. Dia stood beside the entrance while eyeing the incoming customer coldly. "Wine Master Zhu, good morning." Lu Ziyufeng greeted with sparkling eyes after seeing Zhu Shen opening the store. He was also surprised to see the interior of the store. How the hell did the store grow this big after only a night? Lu Ziyufeng's eyes widened while looking at the brand new furnishing of the store. "But I'm sure that it still looks small outside." This. Despite his curiosity, he still chose to remain silent. He knew that Wine Master Zhu was not a simple man. Especially after seeing how respectful the Empire's defender talked to him yesterday. They even chose to compromise with Wine Master Zhu and swallowed their pride. He then stepped inside the store and froze for a brief moment after noticing a cold glare coming from the side. He stiffly turned his head and saw a blonde beauty who was looking at him coldly. He hurriedly avoided her gaze and hastily followed behind Zhu Shen. "Wine Master Zhu, who is that icy beauty beside the door?" Lu Ziyufeng whispered silently while poking Zhu Shen's shoulder with his index finger. Zhu Shen did not spare a glance at him and just replied perfunctorily, "Don't mind her. As for who she is, you will know soon." Many thoughts flashed inside Lu Ziyufeng's head after hearing the vague answer of Zhu Shen. She isn't Wine Master Zhu's little lover, right? And why can't I feel the strength of that little girlie? Could it be? Hestia came out with a bowl of milk. Behind her was the fat cat Ice. It was meowing at Hestia adorably as it chased her, or perhaps, it was chasing the bowl of milk in her hands. "Little Ice, here's your milk." Hestia put down the bowl of milk and rubbed Ice's thick white fur. Ice swatted her hand before it continued to lick its milk. Hestia giggled after seeing the fat cat's rebellious nature. She then stood up and glanced at Lu Ziyufeng with a radiant smile on her face. "What is your order, mister?" Lu Ziyufeng was stunned after seeing her smile. And he felt like the whole world was frozen. This is how a lady should act, gentle and sweet. How lucky Wine Master Zhu is, Lu Ziyufeng thought to himself with admiration. Mister? Can I have your order? Hestia smiled while calling for Lu Ziyufeng's attention. Right. Give me 2 bottles of Abel's Blanc please. Lu Ziyufeng said his order with an embarrassed smile. Okay, mister. Give me 1 moment. Hestia turned around and gracefully walked towards the wine storage area. Lu Ziyufeng watched her departing back figure, or to be exact, he watched her swaying bottom as she walked towards the wine storage area. Wow! 100 points! He unconsciously spoke. Zhu Shen, who was sitting opposite of him, cast a sidelong glance at him. What? Lu Ziyufeng covered his mouth and shook his head. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as he thought. I should avoid looking at her like that, or I might offend Wine Master Zhu. A few moments later, Bhaskar arrived with his mercenary brothers. He even brought a few more people than yesterday. After stepping inside the store, they were surprised to see its massive changes overnight. They also saw the cold Thaya standing stoically at the entrance. Some of the mercenaries even glanced lecherously at her seductive legs. Thaya frowned after seeing their disrespectful behavior. Hey, little beauty! Do you want to drink with this big brother? Don't worry, the bill is on me. A muscular mercenary said while looking at Thaya's youthful body openly. Another mercenary laughed while looking at her with a knowing smile. That's right, little beauty. Us brothers will treat you with wine as long as you accompany us later. More mercenaries laughed as they surrounded Thaya, leaving no rooms for her to escape. Bhaskar frowned after seeing their actions. He brought them here to let them have a taste of Wine Master Zhu's wine. He even warned them to avoid causing trouble inside the store. Brother Mu Sheng, don't cause trouble here. The owner of the store isn't someone you wish to provoke. Bhaskar held the muscular man's shoulder with a grave look. The muscular man named Mu Sheng glanced at Bhaskar with a bit of annoyance. Scar, who do you think you are to stop me, Mu Sheng, from doing what I want? Bhaskar's face turned cold after hearing Mu Sheng's words, but he still held himself back from attacking the other party. Although he was not any weaker than Mu Sheng, he was still afraid of the person that the latter serves. Don't blame me for not warning you. Bhaskar said coldly before he led his brothers towards where Lu Ziyufeng was sitting. Mu Sheng glanced disdainfully at Bhaskar's back and muttered. Coward! Bhaskar saw Zhu Shen sitting on a chair with his eyes shut tight. He wanted to order but he was afraid of disturbing him, so waited patiently. Don't worry, Bhaskar. Someone else will take your orders. As for those foolish mobs, just wait and see. That blonde beauty is someone from this store, and I don't believe that she is just an ordinary girl. Even Wine Master Zhu is not making a move. That means, that lady isn't as simple as she seemed to be. Lu Ziyufeng patted Bhaskar's shoulder as he spoke. Although he looked uncouth and boorish, he was still more intelligent than these simple-minded mercenaries. What? That young lady is someone from this store. Bhaskar exclaimed while looking at Thaya, who was surrounded by more than 10 mercenaries. Lu Ziyufeng nodded his head with a cold smile while looking at Mu Sheng and his cronies as if they were a bunch of monkeys in a circus. Bhaskar glanced curiously at Thaya after seeing Lu Ziyufeng's affirmation. Since she is someone from this store, she should be able to hold herself against Mu Sheng and his men. If she couldn't, then Wine Master Zhu will surely make a move to help her. Thinking up to that, Bhaskar's eyes lit up. Chapter 17, Incinerate. Inside the imperial palace of the Silver Wing Empire, the fourth prince and defender Duanmia were kneeling respectfully in front of a middle-aged man who was sitting on the throne. Although he looked middle-aged in appearance, he can already be considered as one of the oldest experts. He had a heroic aura and the regal air of an emperor. The man seated on the throne was Silver Wing Empire's current emperor, Elixilveria II. He was a man of great strength and charisma. He was also the strongest expert of the empire, a mid-stage 8th rank divine cultivator. What is your purpose in requesting an audience with this emperor? Make sure that this is something of utmost importance, or both of you will receive punishment no matter what your relationship with me is." The emperor's voice was calm and unhurried, as if he had experienced countless vicissitudes in life. He glanced at the two people kneeling in front of him with a bright glow. The fourth prince was someone he treasures heavily because of his talent. It was even on par with him during his youth. If not for his young age, he would have crowned him as the first in line for the throne. As for Defender Duanmu, he was one of the top experts of the empire and was also his friend. Aside from that, he was infinitely close in breaking through towards the 8th rank divine. The emperor was looking forward to the growth of both men. That was also why he was strict on them. He did not want them to be complacent just because of their connection with him. "Your Majesty, I was with the fourth prince yesterday as per usual. We went inside a small store in one of the less populated areas of the capital city." Defender Duanmu narrated their experience in Zhu Shen's store. He also told the emperor about Zhu Shen's unfathomable power and cultivation. Most importantly, the wines and dishes sold in this store are capable of stimulating the true essence of someone like me. Defender Duanmu had a look of excitement when he said that. The emperor's eyes flashed for a brief moment when he heard Defender Duanmu's last sentence. His lips curved up and formed a faint smile. He tapped his fingers on the armrest of the throne and he looked to be in a state of deep pondering. "You mentioned that this Zhu Shen person does not want to conquer our empire. How truthful do you think his words were?" the emperor asked in a grave tone. After learning that there was an expert who might be stronger than him staying in their empire, he was a bit worried. The minds of the top experts were hard to fathom. He did not know the goal of the other person, and he did not believe that he was only there to sell wines and dishes. Defender Duanmu frowned and shook his head lightly. "I cannot understand the heart of this person at all, Your Majesty. He appears to be unrivaled in cultivation, but then he only wants to sell wine. But of course, I'm not yet certain about everything. The best course of action is to keep an eye on this store and avoid clashing with them." The emperor nodded his head calmly. "Your suggestion is indeed our best option. As of the moment, maintain a friendly relationship with the store. Most importantly, make sure to not allow anyone from the imperial palace to provoke that wine master. We cannot afford to provoke such an expert, especially during this time." Defender Duanmu and the fourth prince's faces looked grave after hearing the emperor's words. They knew that he was talking about the suspicious movements of the nearby empires. "Yes, Your Majesty." Defender Duanmu replied solemnly. "The both of you may leave. And when the right time comes, I will personally visit that store." The emperor waved his hands and gestured for the both of them to go. ******. Inside Zhu Shen's store, Mu Sheng and his cronies were still surrounding Thea. They smiled lecherously while looking at her shapely body. But they failed to notice the rising killing intent of Thea. Low-level cultivators like them could not sense the killing intent of a top expert like Thea. "Little lady, you might not know this, but brother Mu Sheng is closely connected to the Lu family. If you follow him, you will only gain countless benefits." A mercenary persuaded with a nasty smile. Mu Sheng nodded his head with a pleased smile. "That's right. If you follow this lord, no one in the empire will dare to provoke you carelessly." After saying that, Mu Sheng stepped forward and went closer to Thea. "Thea, you don't need to kill these small fries. You can do anything to them, but don't kill them." Zhu Shen with his eyes still closed said in a calm voice. Everyone inside the store paused their movements after hearing him. Bhaskar and his friends were not that surprised, but Mu Sheng and his subordinates laughed loudly in contempt. Mu Sheng, in particular, glanced at Zhu Shen as if he was looking at a stupid person. "Are you that whatever wine master, the owner of this store? I heard some rumors that you are a top expert." "Haha. A kid like you claims to be a top expert. Do you think your grandpa Mu Sheng is stupid?" "Haha." Mu Sheng and his subordinates laughed loudly in succession. Bhaskar and his friends facepalmed themselves after hearing their jeers. They were looking at Mu Sheng and his subordinates as if they were dead people. You were given an opportunity to live, but you chose to court death instead. I feel ashamed of having the same level of cultivation as him. Bhaskar shook his head with a soft sigh while Lu Ziyufeng and the others nodded their heads in agreement. Thaya, I change my mind. Do anything you want with them. But make sure to not dirty the store with their filthy blood. Zhu Shen spoke in the same calm and placid voice. Yes, master, Thaya answered softly, but her eyes were as cold as ice. Mu Sheng and his subordinates did not have the time to laugh before their bodies were thrown out of the store by an invisible power. Incinerate! Thaya calmly stated while raising her dainty right hand. Following her voice, a huge column of flame enveloped Mu Sheng and his subordinates. Screams of anguish and pain can be heard for 3 seconds before it died out. When the flame receded in 10 seconds, the bodies of Mu Sheng and his subordinates can no longer be seen. Only a charred ground was left behind with a few handfuls of ashes scattering along with the wind. Bhaskar's heart almost leaped out of his chest after seeing the scene. The same thing can be said for Lu Ziyufeng and the others. Chapter 18, Random Bonsai. Several medium-level experts died just like that. Even Mu Sheng, who was a peak 5th rank spirit expert, died without being able to fight back. Bhaskar muttered with a blank look on his face. As for Lu Ziyufeng and the other mercenaries, they were staring fearfully at the heroic-looking Thaya. Mister, here is your order of 2 Abels Blanc. Enjoy. Hestia gently smiled as she carefully placed the 2 wine bottles in front of Lu Ziyufeng. She then glanced at the absent-minded Scar and the others and asked with a sweet smile. Hello, misters. What would you like to order? Bhaskar and the others' fear subsided a little after seeing Hestia's radiant smile. But they did not dare have any indecent thoughts at her. Who knew if she was also a top expert in disguise? If that is so, then they might really die without a burial ground. 1 order of deep-fried shrimp tempura dipped in viper magma chili and also 2 orders of Abel's Blanc. Bhaskar stiffly said with an unnatural smile on his face. The scenes earlier were still fresh in his mind, and it might take long before he forgets those scenes. The rest of the mercenaries also ordered their dishes with a wooden look. They did not even dare gaze at the most sensitive parts of Hestia, lest they will be the next ones to be burned to death. Recalling the dreadful deaths of Mu Sheng and his subordinates, they all shuddered inwardly. Mu Sheng and his subordinates might be licentious and perverted, but those people were still one of the most elite mercenary groups. To see them die just like that was just too surreal. Is there anything else, misters? Hestia asked with a bright smile. Bhaskar and the others shook their heads. After getting their answers, Hestia went to get their orders. Hestia, you go cook the dish. I will go get their wines. Zhu Shen stood up from his seat and calmly spoke. Yes, master. Hestia bowed her head and went towards the kitchen to prepare the dish while Zhu Shen went inside the wine storage area. A few moments later, Zhu Shen came out of the wine storage area with more than a dozen wines floating around him. He then skillfully directed the wines on Bhaskar's table. Here are your orders. After seeing their wines, their eyes immediately brightened. They had even forgotten the events earlier as if it was merely an unimportant memory. All sorts of wine aromas spread inside the store as the mercenaries opened their wine bottles impatiently. Wine Master Zhu's wine is still the best. Yet, this Abel's Blanc helped me broke through a minor realm yesterday. It was truly a great feeling. If a wine that costs 5 true crystals already had that kind of effect, how much more the wine that costs 120 true crystals? You mean the new wine? What was it called again? I remember it's called Deep Sea Spring Dew. The mercenaries discussed animatedly while gulping down their wines in a practiced manner. Zhu Shen's lips curved a bit after hearing their discussion. He then closed his eyes and meditated. His strength had regressed a lot after he reincarnated. During his heyday, he was a top heavenly god expert with a strength that was only below the 3 celestial emperors. But now, he was only a mere mortal at the initial stage 9th rank saint. He still had a long way to go before recovers his past strength. As for how long? It might be 100 years, or 10,000 years, or even 1,000,000 years. No one knows. Ding! Host, as the future unrivaled wine god, you must not be distracted by your past grievances. Only by having a calm martial heart would your cultivation be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Zhu Shen attentively listened to the system's solemn voice. Although it had forced him to brew wine during the past few weeks, it had also given him a precious divine weapon. So although he held a bit of displeasure towards the system, he was still infinitely grateful towards it. An hour later, the fourth prince and defender Duanmyo came inside the store with stunned faces. They were surprised about the store's massive changes overnight. This. How come the space here is 5 times larger than outside? Could it be that Wine Master Zhu is also capable of controlling the mysterious space arts? Defender Duanmyo muttered with an incredulous look on his aged face. The fourth prince was similarly stunned, but he hurriedly calmed himself down. He told himself to never again make a fool inside this store. They then felt a sharp gaze after they entered the store. The two men frowned and glanced at the side only to see a blonde beauty with a cold disposition staring at them icily. "Hello, young miss. My name is Dante, how should I address you?" The fourth prince's name was Dante Silveria. He did not want to tell her his surname or she might think that he was using the name of the imperial family to force her into submission. Thea coldly glanced at the fourth prince, but she did not see any hint of malice from his gaze. Her gaze softened a bit and she indifferently replied. "Thea. Oh, so it's young Miss Thea. It's a pleasure meeting you today." The fourth prince smiled and cupped his fists while Thea merely nodded her head in response. After realizing that she was not interested in talking to him, he flashed an abashed smile before he was dragged by Defender Duanmyo. "Your Highness, that woman is not simple. I can't read her cultivation level at all, but she produces a kind of overpowering air. Her strength should be on par with His Majesty or even stronger." Defender Duanmyo whispered silently. Defender Duanmyo frowned after seeing that the fourth prince was still absent-minded. He glanced at the prince and saw that he was looking in a certain direction. He followed his gaze and his old face also froze. The two men, young and old, looked like wooden statues with wide eyes and gaping mouths. "That plant? It is similar to the ones I've read from an ancient book." "This?" the fourth prince muttered with a slightly shaking voice. That is indeed a 9th rank Earth origin dragon tree. How could such a precious plant be here in this store? There are even 4 of them here. To think that such a rare heavenly treasure was only treated as a random bonsai by Wine Master Zhu. I don't know what to say anymore. Defender Duanmyo didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Chapter 19, Spiritual Flower. The fourth prince and Defender Duanmyo looked like they had swallowed a fly. They felt like crying, but no tears came out of their eyes. Even His Majesty would be moved if he sees this spiritual plant. Is Wine Master Zhu unafraid of the top exert's covetous eyes? No matter how strong he is, he could not defend this little store once they are besieged by countless top experts. Defender Duanmyo frowned after a moment of deep thinking. Even he himself was moved after seeing the Earth origin dragon tree. Only a fool could stay calm after seeing such a treasure. And if not for the store's strength, he would have long since stolen the spiritual plant. Defender Duanmyo, don't even think about it. It may be a rare treasure, but it's not worth making an enemy out of Wine Master Zhu. You have seen his strength for yourself, and I doubt if even Imperial Father is his match. The fourth prince stated solemnly after seeing the glistening eyes of the old defender. Defender Duanmyo's heart jolted after hearing the fourth prince's words. But he was still very reluctant on giving up the Earth origin dragon tree. Just the Earth origin dragon fruit that it bears is already equivalent to several decades of cultivation. It can even help an expert who was at the peak of the 8th rank divine to immediately break through to the next realm. Defender Duanmu firmed his heart and stood up from his seat. Although he can't forcefully steal the spiritual plant, he can still do a trade with Wine Master Ju. Or so he thought. The fourth prince shook his head after seeing Defender Duanmu stood up from his seat. But he knew that he can't change the old man's mind. With Ju Shen's present cultivation, it was no problem for him to hear the silent interaction between the two men, but he did not really care even a tiny bit. After all, they were just small little ants in his eyes. Even with his eyes closed, he can sense that Defender Duanmu was walking towards him. His old face was full of seriousness as if he was about to deliver a piece of grim news. He opened his mouth, but before he could even speak, Ju Shen raised his right hand and spoke in a calm tone. "Save your breath, old man. That spiritual plant isn't for sale and I have no plans on trading it with something else." Defender Duanmu's words were stuck in his throat and he didn't even have the chance to speak before he was turned down by Ju Shen. Just how did he know my intentions? Don't tell me he can still hear our conversation even after I had blocked the 2-meter radius between me and the fourth prince. Old man, if you want to order something, order now. If not, then please take your leave. My store does not allow people to loiter around freely. Ju Shen waved his hands impatiently with his eyes still shut tight. Defender Duanmu was about to speak, but a hand grabbed his shoulder firmly. When he turned around, he saw the fourth prince shaking his head after a soft sigh. "We apologize for disturbing you, Wine Master Ju. And also, I would like to order the new wine for today. It was still unavailable yesterday so we were not able to have a taste. I wonder if you have one now, Wine Master Ju." Ju Shen finally opened his eyes. He then glanced at the fourth prince with a poker face and nodded his head slowly. "Indeed, you can order that wine now, but I have to warn you. The old man would be fine even if he drinks the whole bottle of wine, but as for you, you can only drink 1 glass for now. Any more than that is..." Ju Shen did not continue his words, but he flashed a strange smile at the fourth prince for a second. The fourth prince thought that he was hallucinating, but he definitely saw Ju Shen smile. He felt all the hairs on his body stood on end as he muttered Ju Shen's words in his heart. "Just 1 glass. Just 1 glass. Just 1 glass." Of course, he knew what he meant. He had experienced the same thing yesterday when his danchan was full of true essence after eating his fill without restraint. If not for Ju Shen's timely warning, the fourth prince shuddered in fear, but he still put on a composed look. "Okay, Wine Master Ju. Just give us 1 order of that wine," the fourth prince said with an unnatural smile. Ju Shen nodded his head calmly and went towards the wine storage area to grab the wine that he ordered. He was also eager to see their reactions once they tasted the wine. Ju Shen smirked and beckoned with his right hand. A bottle of wine flew out of the shelf and hovered beside him docilely. He then stepped out of the wine storage area. "Here is your order." Ju Shen gently placed the bottle of wine on their table before he went back on his seat. He then closed his eyes, but he was still secretly observing them through his spiritual power. Aside from cultivating the true essence, a cultivator can also choose to cultivate his/her spiritual power. But of course, cultivating one's spiritual power is way harder than cultivating someone's true essence. True essence can simply be obtained through refining resources like spiritual plants, cultivation pills, and etc. But training the spiritual power involves a cultivator's spirit. It needs a cultivator to create a link between the spiritual nodes in his body. And the process of doing that was so painful that if one experienced it, then they would have gladly chosen death than to experience that kind of pain. In other words, training the spiritual power needs high willpower and pain tolerance. Only a few people dared to train their spiritual power. But once they have successfully trained it to a higher level, then no matter where they go, they will be respected by many. Spiritual power was also indispensable for the masters of alchemy, beast taming, weapon refining, array making, and etc. Since these professions involve the usage of spiritual power. Thus, the masters of the aforementioned professions were highly sought after by all major powers. Now back to the story. Zhu Shen calmly waited for the two men to taste the deep sea spring dew. He was looking at the fourth prince in particular. If nothing goes wrong, the kid will break through to the 5th rank spirit realm. Chapter 20, Lu Ziyu Feng's News. Zhu Shen used his spiritual power to view the expressions of the fourth prince and defender Duanmu while they were tasting the deep sea spring dew. He might be closing his eyes, but he can see every minuscule change on the two men's reactions. The old man is also at the peak of 7th rank emperor, but he won't break through with just one wine. He needs a much stronger catalyst if he wants his strength to be promoted to the next realm. But the kid has a higher chance of breaking through. Of course, it is still just a chance. Defender Duanmu slowly opened the wine bottle. A rich wine aroma burst forth from the mouth of the wine bottle, giving off the fragrant smell of a deep sea dew. Both men's eyes lit up as they greedily inhaled the wine's sweet smell. After filling their cups with wine, Defender Duanmu impatiently brought it towards his lips and took a light sip. As for the fourth prince, he was muttering something under his breath as if he was chanting some kind of incomprehensible mantra. Just one glass. Just one glass. Just one glass. With his eyes half closed, the fourth prince also took a sip. The fourth prince jolted in shock like someone who was electrocuted. His eyes widened in surprise while looking at the cup of wine in his hand. When the golden liquid touched his tongue, he felt a cooling sensation enveloping his mouth. But then, just a second later, a fiery feeling assaulted his throat. The two contradicting sensations created a sort of seamless harmony, yet they retained their own uniqueness, making him drunk in the indulgence. I got that kind of feeling after just one sip. I can tell that there was a deep sea dew added on the brewing process which enhanced the wine's fragrance, but what are those two distinct sensations that I felt? The fourth prince was a well-read person since he was young. He had also tasted different kinds of gourmet dishes in the imperial palace. That was why he was able to instantly recognize the deep sea dew's unique aroma. Defender Duanmu did not have a similar thought process. He was still drinking his cup of wine with a foolish smile on his aged face. Although he was also familiar with the deep sea dew, he did not think too much about it. He focused his attention and simply checked the minute changes in his dantian as he continued to drink the wine. Unbelievable! Although it was not enough to promote me to the next realm, it was still able to consolidate my foundation, making it much easier for me if I want to break through. What a treasure! Even His Majesty's Phoenix Godly Flames wine did not have such an effect. Defender Duanmu thought to himself with intense excitement in his heart. The fourth prince hesitated no more. He gulped the remaining golden liquid in his cup with an absent-minded look. He shivered the moment the wine liquid reached his throat, since he felt the same fiery and cool feeling. It was as if the two opposing aftertastes were wrestling against each other in his throat. Ah! Good wine! The fourth prince felt full after drinking one glass of the wine. He realized that Zhu Shen was not deliberately messing with him at all. One glass was indeed the maximum he can consume with his current cultivation. He then glanced at the bottle of deep sea spring dew with a regretful look, but he reined in his desire and checked his dantian. He felt that his dantian was full of unrefined true essence, but the true essence of the wine was not violent at all, which will make it much easier for him to refine. He even felt that he had a chance to achieve a breakthrough, making him very excited. Zhu Shen withdrew his spiritual force after he had seen the effects of the wine. He was fairly satisfied with it, but it was not enough to move him. He had tasted countless immortal wines in his past life which were much better than the deep sea spring dew. But of course, the ingredients used were much rarer and more precious. On a different table were Bhaskar and the others were seated. They were drinking and talking happily among each other, and it seemed like they had forgotten that a medium-level expert had died in the morning. Lu Ziyufeng knitted his brows and solemnly said, I heard some rumors from my friends in the Lu family that one of the aristocratic families of our empire was suspected to be selling weapons to the neighboring empires. The atmosphere suddenly turned serious after Lu Ziyufeng dropped a serious topic. Bhaskar furrowed his brows, and he could not help but ask. Which aristocratic family are you talking about? Zhu Shen's ears perked up. He was also curious about their conversation, so he listened attentively to them. In another's point of view, he was meditating diligently. But in actual fact, Zhu Shen was secretly eavesdropping on their conversation. Ho ho! Looks like something fun will happen in the Empire sometime in the near future. Of course, I have to be there to spectate the scene. It would not be fun if I will only stay here during such a lively event. Lu Ziyufeng glanced towards his left and right before he gestured for everyone to come closer to him. He then spoke in a whispering voice. It's an aristocratic family that is not any lesser than the Lu family in terms of strength and authority, the Baiming family. After hearing the words Baiming family, everyone's faces immediately turned somewhat peculiar. Nonsense! The Baiming family is loyal to the imperial family since the founding of the empire. A mercenary blurted out in a slightly louder voice. Lu Ziyufeng hurriedly covered his mouth to prevent him from speaking any further. Bhaskar also glared at the mercenary icily. They then realized that Defender Duanmu was looking at them with a smile that was not a smile. They forced a chuckle and left the store in a hurry after paying their bills. They did not want to stay inside the store anymore in fear that Defender Duanmu would capture them for spreading baseless rumors. Even the Lu family have discovered the Baiming family's suspicious transactions. If that is the case, then His Majesty's assumption was indeed right. This is bad, I must report this to His Majesty in order for us to prepare for any possible outcome. Defender Duanmu's heart was in turmoil as he thought of countless possibilities that may happen. Chapter 21, Young Patriarch Apter of the Lu family. Defender Duanmu finished the rest of the wine, but his expression was that of extreme solemnity the entire time. After all, the Baiming family's actions were against the Silver Wing Empire's laws. And it could also be taken as collusion with the neighboring empires. But because of their family's power and reputation, the imperial palace could not rashly accuse them without any concrete evidence. After finishing their wine, Defender Duanmu placed several true crystals on their table and left with the fourth prince with an urgent expression. He already planned to discuss what he had discovered with the emperor. Zhu Shen reached out his hands and the true crystals hovered towards him. But before he could even touch them, they vanished without a trace. He pursed his lips but did not say anything. Zhu Shen closed his eyes to begin his meditation, but he sensed several familiar auras sprinting towards the direction of his store. He frowned and released his spiritual force to check the commotion outside. To his surprise, he discovered that they were Bhaskar and the other mercenaries. They were running with their top speed as if they were escaping with their lives on the line. The moment they stepped inside the store, they sighed in relief. Bhaskar glanced around the store and when he saw Zhu Shen calmly sitting on a chair, he hurriedly walked towards him. With a face full of sweat, Bhaskar cleared his throat and spoke with a slightly shaking voice. "Wine Master Zhu, I seem to have brought disaster to your store. I will accept your punishment regardless of the outcome." Zhu Shen opened his eyes lazily and glanced at the sweating Bhaskar. "What do you mean?" Bhaskar sighed with a heavy look and said. "I was the one who brought Mu Sheng and his subordinates here. I only wanted him to have a taste of your wines, but who knew that he wouldn't even give me face and still act impudently in your store?" Zhu Shen thought he must be talking about the man that Thea killed earlier, but he did not take it to heart. An ant's life can never enter his eyes, no matter how profound his background was. Bhaskar realized that Zhu Shen did not care at all. There was not even a change in his expression, so he could not help but remind him. "Wine Master Zhu, Mu Sheng is just an ordinary guy in your eyes, but he is working for the Lu family. He was a subordinate of Lu Mendi, the son of Lu family's patriarch. Once the Lu family hears that one of their subordinates died in your store, they would surely rush here to create trouble." Zhu Shen's expression was as calm as still lake water. Even after hearing the name of the Lu family, there was no visible change in his expression. It was because he did not really care for a puny mortal family. He then glanced at Bhaskar and shook his head. Your worries are unnecessary. They can't do anything to me, but they will be able to trace that his disappearance was related to you. Bhaskar's heart turned cold after hearing his words. Right. Wine Master Ju has nothing to worry about because he has the strength to protect himself from the Lu family, but I and my brothers don't have a solid backing that will protect us from them. Ju Shen's sleepy eyes suddenly lit up. He then smiled faintly as he glanced in a certain direction. Oh, it looks like they had already discovered that something was amiss. The information network of this Lu family is indeed slightly commendable. Bhaskar's entire body shuddered after hearing his words. He felt like his body was drenched by a bucket of cold water. His subordinates were similarly worried, but they did not run away despite their fear. They had experienced countless life and death situations with Bhaskar, and their group had developed a sense of brotherhood. They did not want to leave a brother behind even if it means death. Bhaskar's eyes moistened, but he still put on a ferocious expression on his face. You fools, leave now. I will face this matter alone. Lu Ziyufeng was similarly someone from the Lu family, but he did not have a favorable impression towards them. That was also the reason why he left the Lu family to become a mercenary. He glanced at Bhaskar with a resolute expression and said, Boss, us brothers will face anything. You know that you can't make us leave. The other mercenaries also nodded their heads with firm expressions. Bhaskar glanced at the boorish men with gratification. He then said with a regretful and guilty expression on his face. Brothers, I have implicated you all unnecessarily. Lu Ziyufeng shook his head. Boss, you only meant well. But who knew that Mu Sheng was such an ungrateful man? Ju Shen was still expressionless, but he admired these mortals' martial hearts and sense of camaraderie. Just then, a loud marching sound can be heard right outside the store. When Bhaskar and the others glanced at the situation outside, their knees went weak in trepidation. Outside the store was an army of more than several dozen men dressed in red and black armor. Leading them was a handsome man in his 20s with long black hair. A short sword was strapped behind his back. With an arrogant expression, he glanced at Lu Ziyufeng who was inside the store and smirked derisively. Brother Ziyufeng, you've seen me, but you didn't even greet me, the young patriarch of the Lu family. Following his words, the army behind him glared maliciously at Bhaskar and the others who were inside the store. Get out of there right now and greet the young patriarch if you still value your lives. A soldier shouted with an angry expression. Ju Shen, who was looking at the scene, was still nonchalantly sitting on his chair. He calmly watched the farce with an amused expression on his face. That Lu Mendi kid is already at the peak stage of 4th rank Knight Crusader realm, but he is intentionally hiding his strength. He is only revealing the cultivation level of a 3rd rank Crusader. Why is he doing this? Chapter 22, Deja Vu. Ju Shen's eyes sparkled after looking at the army right outside his store. Hey, the Lu family is rich, right? Ju Shen grabbed Lu Ziyufeng's clothes and asked with shining eyes. Lu Ziyufeng was confused, but he still replied with a serious expression. Wine Master Ju, the Lu family's power is second only to the Silveria imperial family. As for their wealth, they had accumulated countless resources through the years and they can be considered as one of the wealthiest families inside the empire. Ju Shen remained expressionless, but his eyes were glittering as if he had seen a mountain of true crystals. Lu Ziyufeng, will you come out or do you want us to go there? A soldier snorted angrily. Inside the store, Bhaskar was tightly holding Lu Ziyufeng's shoulder, not allowing him to take a single step outside. It looks like Brother Ziyufeng wants us to go inside. Since that's the case. The young patriarch, Lu Mendi, spoke gently and walked towards Ju Shen's store with a smiling expression. More than 30 soldiers followed behind him neatly while eyeing everyone inside the store with a cold look. We're finished. We're dead. Lu Ziyufeng muttered with a forced chuckle. Lu Mendi and his soldiers stepped inside the store. They were somewhat surprised that the space inside was actually much bigger than what can be seen outside. Despite his surprise, Lu Mendi focused his gaze on the boorish-looking Lu Ziyufeng with a cold smile. "We meet again, brother Ziyufeng. And it looks like your cultivation did not advance that much after you left the Lu family. What a pity." The soldiers behind Lu Mendi were also looking at Lu Ziyufeng with cold smiles. "Don't block the entrance of my store. And I don't allow anyone to loiter around without buying anything." A calm voice traveled everyone's ears and destroyed the tense atmosphere. They turned their heads sideways and glanced at the handsome young man with long silver hair tied in a ponytail. It was none other than Zhu Shen, who still had an indifferent look. Lu Mendi's lips twitched as he looked at Zhu Shen. He felt no fluctuation of true essence from the silver-haired young man, which made him think that he was merely a dreg. "Brother Ziyufeng, I didn't know that you hired a clown to welcome my arrival," Lu Mendi said after chuckling softly. Bhaskar and the others' faces turned somewhat peculiar after hearing his words. "Say that again if you dare." An icy voice suddenly echoed inside the store. Lu Mendi searched for the source of the voice and saw a blonde beauty who was looking at him icily standing beside the door. He was stunned after seeing her delicate face, and his eyes involuntarily lit up. "Oh, so we also have a little beauty here? Brother Ziyufeng, you really to continue to surprise me," Lu Mendi said while looking at Thea from head to foot. "This woman is even more beautiful than those aristocratic young ladies. My time here isn't wasted at all." "Hee hee." Bhaskar opened his mouth, but when he was about to speak, he felt a familiar cold stare that made him fearful. He sighed and chose to stay silent. "Thea, they are customers, so don't kill them," Zhu Shen calmly spoke. Thea bowed her head gently before she walked towards Zhu Shen and stood behind his back. Lu Mendi glanced at the clown with a wide smile. He then looked at Lu Ziyufeng and spoke in a mocking voice. "Brother Ziyufeng, stop buying time. I'm still waiting for you to greet me. Will you do it or not?" Before Lu Ziyufeng can even speak, Bhaskar stepped forward and said in a firm tone. "Young Master Mendi, Lu Ziyufeng is no longer part of the Lu family. He is not obliged to greet you." A soldier pointed his finger at Bhaskar and shouted angrily. "You commoner! Don't involve yourself in the affairs of the Lu family. Are you guys ignoring me? Or do I have to make a move?" Zhu Shen calmly stated, but Bhaskar and the others who were a bit familiar with his personality knew that Wine Master Zhu was definitely angry. Bhaskar sensibly shut his mouth and dragged Lu Ziyufeng and his subordinates on a nearby table. They sat down on their chairs like obedient little kids scolded by their father. After seeing them sit down, Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly. He then stared at the refined-looking Lu Mendi with a frown. "Are you deaf? Or do you want me to tell you once more?" A soldier walked towards Zhu Shen with heavy strides. He gave Zhu Shen a cold look as he said. The young patriarch might be magnanimous, but before he can continue his words, the soldier was thrown outside the store. Swoosh! Thump! Lu Mendi and his subordinates turned serious after seeing the scene. They did not even see how the other party moved when the soldier was thrown away. "Who are you, sire?" Lu Mendi asked with a solemn expression. "I don't allow violence here inside my store. As for you, are you guys going to order or not?" Zhu Shen asked with a poker face. Lu Mendi's face turned dark, but he did not want to rashly move. He then gave a look at one of his soldiers. The soldier instantly realized the young patriarch's thoughts, so he mobilized his true essence and dashed towards Zhu Shen. But before he can even step forward, he was already thrown out of the store. Swoosh! Thump! The soldier fainted right away after being thrown out. Zhu Shen shook his head and sighed softly. He stared at Lu Mendi and did a snapping motion with his finger. Following his actions, Lu Mendi and his subordinates dropped on the ground in a kneeling position. Bang! More than 30 men were forced to kneel in less than a second. They did not even have the strength to fight back. Arg! Lu Mendi's handsome face was full of sweat and fear while glancing at Zhu Shen. He finally realized that the silver-haired man was a top expert that was at least on par with their grand elder in terms of strength. Their faces were full of agony as if they were lifting a heavy boulder. Lu Mendi gritted his teeth and spoke with difficulty. "Si sire, I didn't recognize your esteemed self right away. Forgive us for being disrespectful." Zhu Shen did not recall his spiritual power, but he put on a thoughtful look. "Okay, but you have to buy one order of each of all the things sold in my store for all of your soldiers." Bhaskar and the others who heard his words felt a sense of déjà vu. Chapter 23, Because You Told Me to. Lu Mendi sighed in relief after hearing his words. What could a store like this sell? Zhu Shen pointed at the blackboard with a calm expression and said. You might want to take a look at the prices. Lu Mendi shook his head, but he still took a look at the blackboard. When he saw the absurd prices, he knew that he was being conned. A fucking wine sold for 120 true crystals and a dish for 100 true crystals. This guy is definitely robbing us in broad daylight. Damn. But he knew that they won't be able to come out of the store if they don't agree with his terms, so he didn't have a choice. Zhu Shen can already guess what he was thinking, but he did not care about their opinions. He was confident that they would be satisfied with his goods after giving it a taste. With a forced smile on his face, Lu Mendi said with a bleeding heart. Si sire, I agree with your conditions, but can you please release us already? Zhu Shen nodded his head and recalled the spiritual force he released. Lu Mendi and his subordinates felt that the heavy feeling was finally removed. They sprawled on the floor while panting for breath. They did not even dare glance at Zhu Shen, afraid that they might inadvertently incur his wrath. Thaya, don't let them leave while I get their wines. Zhu Shen said as he went towards the wine storage area. That young patriarch kid is still at the 4th rank Knight Crusader and his subordinates are also around the same level as him. So they can only drink 1 cup of the deep sea spring dew, so that means I can only give them 5 bottles. And if they eat the dish, then their bodies would surely explode from over-accumulation of true essence. Damn! Why are the mortals in this world so weak? Zhu Shen thought to himself regretfully. He grabbed 5 deep sea spring dew with a sour expression before he went out of the wine storage area. He then placed the 5 bottles of wine on a table before glancing at Lu Mendi and his soldiers who were still lying on the floor. After sensing his unkind gaze, Lu Mendi and his soldiers immediately stood up. Their tired looks were instantly removed as they glanced fearfully at Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen was still in a sour mood because he can only sell 5 wines to them. He then said in a cold tone. You guys can only drink 1 cup of wine. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Like chickens pecking on rice, Lu Mendi and his soldiers nodded their heads before surrounding the table where Zhu Shen placed the wine. This wine is called Deep Sea Spring Dew, enjoy. Zhu Shen said before he sat down on a chair. Lu Mendi sighed in relief after only seeing 5 wines on the table. At least this guy is sensible. He then told one of his subordinates to open a bottle for him. The moment the soldier opened the wine bottle, the wine's aroma pervaded in the air around them. Their faces became fascinating to look at after smelling the wine's fragrant aroma. This wine! This smell! This is the deep sea dew of the heavenly wind sea. How is this possible? The place where it can be extracted is below the surface of the ocean where high-level aquatic savage beasts reside. Lu Mendi was familiar with the smell of the deep sea dew since it was one of the closely guarded treasures of his father. It was very expensive for a food ingredient and was sold for more than a dozen true crystals per gram. It has the effect of stimulating the true essence and calming one's nerves. It was a very rare ingredient that was sought by many. After hearing his words, the soldier who was holding the wine bottle was stunned. His hands were shaking as he carefully held the wine bottle as if it was a fragile jade. Lu Mendi grabbed the bottle of wine from the soldier's hands and filled his cup with its glittering golden liquid. Lu Mendi glanced at a soldier beside him and said, "A wine that shines like gold. Is there really such a thing? Or am I dreaming right now? Hey you, punch me." The soldier was stunned, but after seeing the young patriarch's serious expression, he was in a dilemma. "Young patriarch, I don't dare injure you." Lu Mendi ignored him and just glanced at the shining golden liquid in his cup. The fragrance it emitted dispelled his exhaustion and fear. He then gulped the contents of his cup with his eyes closed. When the golden liquid touched his tongue, he felt like he was placed in a freezingly cold frozen end glacier, and when the liquid reached his throat, he felt a scorching feeling as if his body was enveloped by flames. The sweet aftertaste of the deep sea dew blended together with the two distinct tastes, making him produce a moan of delight. Ah! After seeing his expression, the soldiers can no longer hold themselves back. They opened the other 4 wine bottles and poured wine in their cups. The soldiers drank 1 cup each with faces filled with pleasure. "This wine is much better than the one sold in the Crouching Dragon Pavilion. Their wines taste like water if compared to this wine. There is such a big difference in taste. Ha ha ha! I broke through! I broke through!" A soldier laughed loudly, causing everyone to glance at him in surprise. "Haha, I also broke through! Me too! Me 3! After drinking 1 cup of the wine, some of the soldiers broke through a minor realm. Even Lu Mendi was surprised at the scene. If it was a cultivation pill, then he wouldn't be that surprised, but they just drank a cup of wine, so his shock was understandable. Lu Mendi grabbed a soldier and pointed a finger at his face before he said, "This? What the hell? I must be dreaming. This must be an illusion. Hey you, punch me." The soldier, who was feeling drunk, smiled foolishly and punched Lu Mendi's face. Pack! The soldier's fist hit Lu Mendi's nose, causing the latter to grimace in pain. "Ouch! Why did you punch me?" "Because you told me to," the drunk soldier innocently replied while shrugging his shoulders. Chapter 24, Frozen Origin Winemaking Method. Lu Mendi clutched his face with a contorted expression. He gritted his teeth in pain, but he was inwardly shocked. So this is real. A wine that has the same effects as top elixirs? Amazing! Just who is this wine master? Aside from his unquestionable strength, he is also capable of making such wondrous wines. The Lu family must not provoke such a man, or it might bring us unnecessary troubles. Lu Mendi thought to himself. He then grabbed a healing pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The pain in his nose was truly terrible, but he can't blame his subordinate since it was he who ordered to do it. Lu Mendi then glanced at Lu Ziyufeng with a solemn expression. "Brother Ziyufeng, have you seen Mu Sheng? I was informed by the mercenary guild that he was last seen together with your group just this morning. He was supposed to return to the main base, but up until now, there is no news of him. Can you tell me if you know anything about this?" Lu Ziyufeng and his friends glanced at each other with peculiar gazes before looking at Lu Mendi. As Lu Ziyufeng was about to speak, a cold voice cut him off. "I was the one who killed him." Lu Mendi frowned and stared at Thia's delicate face. He realized that he can't even sense the beauty's true essence. There are only 2 possibilities for why he can't sense the other party's true essence. First, she may have a rare treasure that can conceal her aura and true essence. The second possibility, her strength was several times greater than his strength. Lu Mendi's frown became deeper as he thought of what might have been the truth. He wanted to believe that she has a rare treasure in her person, but after the events earlier, the possibility of her being a top expert was definitely high. He was also looking at the reaction of Lu Ziyufeng and his buddies, but there was only a peculiar look on their faces. Lu Mendi was not a dumb person, he was even gifted with high comprehension ability and high intelligence. He was only putting up an arrogant facade to fool his uncles, who were also eyeing the patriarch position of the Lu family. He did that in order to make them think that he was just a waste that they can control. Little did they know that he was putting up a show since he was a little kid. As for that Mu Sheng, he might have been blinded by that woman's beauty. Considering his personality, he should have tried to do something to her, but he was killed by her because of his actions. So what she said earlier might have been true. Lu Mendi analyzed the possible situation with the minuscule detail he had gathered. He was already able to picture out the scene in his mind after a moment of deep thinking. Such high analytical ability and wisdom were truly astounding. Lu Mendi glanced one last time at Thea and the mysterious owner of the store before he left with his subordinates. As for Lu Ziyufeng, he did not really care about his existence. He was only a runaway with mediocre talent, nothing worth his attention. This store. I should come here more often. After seeing them leave, Bhaskar and the others sighed in relief. They then glanced at Ju Shen and Thea with grateful looks. Although they didn't really do anything to help them, their actions indirectly allowed them to escape death. They bid farewell and left the store with urgent expressions. They have to be careful with the Lu family from now on. It was unknown if they would continue to press the matter, but it was better safe than sorry. Ju Shen glanced at his empty store and decided to close it now. He still has to check the new winemaking method that was rewarded to him together with the store expansion package. After closing the store, Ju Shen told the system to assimilate the new winemaking method in his mind. System, do it. Ding. Assimilating frozen origin winemaking method. Host, please wait for a moment. Ju Shen felt a prickling feeling in his head for a brief second. A new set of memories flooded his brain after the pain subsided. Frozen origin uses the yeast of a rare plant called violent rosefinch, which is a 4th-rank Night Crusader spiritual plant. The high-quality yeast from the plant is then fermented for a little more than a month before it fully converts glucose into alcohol and carbon dioxide. Then, it is thawed after the yeast becomes silver in color. 15 kilograms of said yeast, 12 liters of origin spring water, and a block of frozen cloud glacier are mixed together. Then distilled 4 times a day for 1 whole week. Lastly, the wine liquid will be aged for 2.5 years. System, how much is a bottle of this wine? Ju Shen asked. Ding. Calculating the price of frozen origin. 55 true crystals. Ju Shen nodded his head after hearing the system's reply. The price given by the system was almost the same as what he has in mind. The ingredients used in making frozen origin were a grade lower than his current best wine, the Deep Sea Spring Dew, so the price was understandable. System, are you still providing the ingredients for this? Or is it in the spirit world? Ding. Host, the ingredients used for this wine are easy to find. The system recommends to search for the ingredients yourself. As the future unrivaled wine god, the host must learn to find the ingredients himself. Work hard. Hearing the system's solemn but earnest voice, Ju Shen sighed. It looks like my cultivation time will again be reduced, but this is also good. Who knows? I might even find a rare treasure in this wasteland. But then again, the possibility of that happening is close to impossible. System, can you give me the coordinates of where I can find these ingredients? Ding. Scanning Noir. Host, please wait for a moment. Violent rosefinch can be found in the periphery of the Endless Forest. Origin spring water can be found in the heart of Green Mountain Lake. Frozen cloud glacier can be found in Ice Cloud Sword Sect. Ju Shen frowned after seeing the last location. If it inside a sect's territory, then it should be one of their closely guarded treasures. Looks like it might be quite troublesome to get the last item. Ju Shen muttered to himself. Chapter 25, Sword Contract. Where should I go first? Ju Shen pondered deeply and decided to first go to the Endless Forest. The Endless Forest is self-explanatory. It is a huge forest that ranges through thousands of miles. Countless ferocious beasts and carnivorous plants can be seen in the forest. Few dared to venture deeper inside the Endless Forest due to the dangers within, but there were also a lot of heavenly resources that can be found. Thus, despite the danger, a few brave souls will occasionally travel inside the deeper regions of the forest to try their luck. It's not that they are crazy, because once they found a rare herb or a peak heavenly treasure, their fates would surely take a drastic change. They might even become full-fledged top experts that would rule a holy land. Of course, only a few people were able to come out of the endless forest alive. But almost all of them were able to bring a treasure that was enough to make them live a luxurious life. But Zhu Shen did not care one bit about these rumors. He was confident that he can protect himself from any danger that may come before him. If he can't even survive to a puny mortal wasteland forest, then he might as well find a piece of tofu and commit suicide with it. Tonight, I will visit this endless forest. The best things can only be found at night. Zhu Shen muttered to himself with an indifferent look. If somebody heard his words, they would surely think that he was someone who had gone crazy. Who the hell would go to the endless forest during the night? It's like stepping on a landmine despite knowing that it will explode. It was common knowledge that most ferocious beasts were active during the night. So no one dared to go inside the endless forest at night since it was no different than seeking death. Zhu Shen went to his room and grabbed the sword gifted by the system. It still looked plain in appearance, but it was made from sacred sanctum sapphire wood. Thinking about how the system made use of the same material in making the store's chairs and tables, he felt a stab of pain in his heart. Zhu Shen caressed the plain-looking sword with a gentle expression on his face. I haven't given you a name yet, and a god-rank sword like you deserves an imposing name. Since you are made from sacred sanctum sapphire wood with archaic dragon arrays, and also as my first sword after transmigrating, I shall name you Baleful Dragon Sacred Sword. A resonant cry of a dragon echoed inside his head, but Zhu Shen remained calm. It was a sign that the sword acknowledged the name he gave. The plain-looking sword emitted a baleful light as it slowly morphed into its original form. A 2-meter black heavy sword with red archaic patterns and 2 red dragon carvings intertwining against each other on its hilt. Zhu Shen smiled and bit the tip of his index finger. A drop of his blood dropped on the sword's body, making it produce a reddish glow. He then felt a connection with the sword. What Zhu Shen did was called the sword contract. Only high-level swords were able to form a sword contract with their owners. And when the process is done, they will be tied by the contract for eternity. No one else will be able to wield Zhu Shen's baleful dragon sacred sword aside from him. After doing all that, he recalled the sword and it became wisp that planted itself in his right arm like a dragon tattoo. The tattoo was lifelike as if it was a real dragon that may come out anytime. With a satisfied grin, Zhu Shen went downstairs and talked with Thea and Hestia. The both of you will remain here to continue running the store during my absence. It might take me a few days or even a week before I come back. Make sure that no one dies inside the store or it may ruin our reputation. Hestia, you will get the customers' orders and feed ice with milk. Thea, you will maintain the safety of the store as per usual. But refrain from killing anyone needlessly. Zhu Shen solemnly said. The two ladies bowed their heads respectfully and answered in unison. Yes, Master. Zhu Shen nodded his head and left the store. The two ladies glanced at his broad back with unconcealed veneration in their peerlessly delicate faces. Outside the store, Zhu Shen stood rooted on the ground with an awkward expression on his face. System, where is the location of this endless forest? I don't know anything about this world yet. Zhu Shen muttered with a hint of embarrassment. After spending all his time and energy inside the store, he didn't have the time to tour around the world of Nuar. He might even get lost inside the vast Silver Wing Empire if he was placed in a random location. Ding! A world map will be given to the host in a brief second. Host, please wait for a moment. Zhu Shen felt a stinging sensation inside his head. And moments after, he felt like he had been traveling around Nuar for countless centuries. He even knew where the peak treasures of the world can be found, making him a bit excited. Although these heavenly treasures were trash in his eyes, it was still valuable to the current him and it may even help him advance to the next realm. So this is Nuar. What an interesting planet. There are actually some spiritual plants that can only be found in the primordial god realm. But it's not yet time to pluck them. I should finish my current goal first. Zhu Shen shook his head and flew towards the direction of the endless forest. Flight is a skill that can be learned when one breaks through the 8th rank divine. They were able to manipulate the true essence in the surroundings and make themselves fly. Of course, such a skill requires high control of true essence, and it also expends a lot of energy. The flight speed and flight control depend on how skillful someone is in controlling true essence. With Zhu Shen's experience and control, it was no problem for him to fly all day without rest. Good thing the violent rosefinch can be found in the periphery of the endless forest. It will be much easier for me to gather 10 years' worth of violent rosefinch for the frozen origin. Zhu Shen muttered to himself. Chapter 26, Plucking Spiritual Plants. At the periphery of the endless forest, a man with long silver hair slowly descended from above the sky. There should be some violent rosefinch here, but there is none left. It should have been eaten by a ferocious beast. Zhu Shen muttered to himself after a small sigh. He then tapped his foot and flew towards the direction of another violent rosefinch. As he was flying, he suddenly heard the sound of fighting ahead of him. He furrowed his brows as he increased his flight speed and went towards the direction of the fight. Down below, he saw a small group of humans encircled by a pack of wolves. There were 3 humans in total, all were middle-aged men with cultivation levels at the 4th rank Knight Crusader. The 3 of them had various wounds all over their bodies. Given their current situation, they would surely succumb under the pack of wolves. Third brother, you go and escape. Your second brother and I will hold them back for a bit. The oldest among the 3 middle-aged men spoke in a solemn tone. The second brother nodded his head with a resolute face while the third brother was shaking his head. No. I won't leave the 2 of you behind. Even if it's death, then us brothers will face it together. The third brother shook his head firmly. Awoo! The alpha wolf issued an order to its subordinates. After hearing its call, the wolves dashed towards the 3 men with savage eyes. It's over. The second brother said with a remorseful look. The 3 men thought that they were going to die, but then... Swoosh! 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 Ice spears materialized out of thin air and impaled all the wolves, including the alpha wolf. The wolves whimpered softly, but they died moments after. Leave this place now before the other beasts will take notice. A calm voice echoed beside their ears, but when they turned around, no one was there. The 3 of them were speechless for a brief moment before the eldest brother dragged his 2 brothers out of the forest. Zhu Shen, who was still hovering in midair, shook his head calmly. This place is infested with countless ferocious beasts. As for spiritual plants, there are some, but low-level cultivators won't be able to get them since these spiritual plants are closely guarded by beasts. He muttered as he continued his flight. 20 minutes later, he arrived in the next location where there was a lot of violent rosefinch. There are indeed a lot here, but not enough for 10 years. This amount should be enough for a year and a half, not bad. But I have to kill the little worm guarding this place first. Zhu Shen smiled and snapped his fingers. A huge ice spear materialized in midair, producing a chilling sensation in its surroundings. The ice spear then stabbed the empty ground at breakneck speed. Roar! A pained roar resounded as the spear stabbed the ground. The earth trembled and a huge python's head with green scales came out of the debris. Its huge head had an ice spear stuck firmly on it, causing buckets of blood to flow freely from the wound. Zhu Shen frowned when he saw the python thrash its huge body around. Hey little worm, don't destroy my violent rosefinch. Zhu Shen did a cutting motion with his right hand and the head of the python was instantly separated out of its body. Crash! Its huge headless body dropped on the ground. Zhu Shen sighed in relief after seeing that the violent rosefinch was unscathed. I have to be careful next time or there will be no violent rosefinch for me to pluck. He then glanced at the spiritual plants with the size of a wash basin with shining eyes. The violent rosefinch was purple in color with sharp thorns attached to its stem. When Zhu Shen came near the spiritual plants, the violent rosefinch fired their sharp thorns at him. If a 4th rank Knight Crusader was hit by its thorns, they would suffer severe injuries. Even a 5th-rank spirit cultivator would be injured if he was careless. With an indifferent expression, Zhu Shen calmly walked towards the spiritual plants amidst the sea of thorns. If one would look closely, they would be able to see that the thorns were not even able to reach the 3-meter radius around Zhu Shen. He then plucked the plants one by one, but then he stopped in his tracks. "System, do you want me to bring these ugly flowers by hand?" he asked with displeasure. Ding! Creating spatial artifact. "Host, please wait for a moment." Zhu Shen smirked after hearing the system's solemn voice. He then saw a small earring hovering in front of him. It was silver in color with dark blue highlights. An earring? And it's not even a pair. Oh well. Zhu Shen put the earring on his left ear. After putting it on, he looked even more demonically handsome. He checked the space inside the earring by injecting his true essence in it. The dissatisfaction in his heart vanished after seeing the huge space inside. Hee hee. With a grin on his face, Zhu Shen plucked the violent rosefinch and placed them inside his earring. After plucking everything, he nodded his head with a satisfied expression. "I'm done here." Zhu Shen toured around the periphery of the endless forest as if it was his backyard. As for the beasts guarding the violent rosefinch, he killed them all in one strike to prevent them from destroying the spiritual plants. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After 3 days of flying around, he finally collected 10 years' worth of violent rosefinch. He was not really required to pluck 10 years' worth of the plant, but he didn't want to go out from time to time. So to avoid going out of the store needlessly, he plucked 10 years' worth of violent rosefinch. "I can finally go back to my store to have a rest. I will sit all day while drinking a bottle of deep-sea spring dew." Chapter 27, Fatty Chouette. As Zhu Shen was about to fly out of the endless forest, he turned around to glance at a certain direction. He felt a strong fluctuation of true essence in the central part of the endless forest. He furrowed his eyebrows and muttered in surprise. "It's actually trying to break through to the 10th rank God realm. With the strength of this dragon aura, it should have a high chance of breaking through. Het! I'm looking forward to your growth, little lizard. Although your dragon bloodline is faint, you are still a dragon descendant. When I have free time, I will visit your lair in the future." After that, he turned into a streak of light and flew back to his store. He didn't even have the chance to use his baleful dragon sacred sword. Although he felt a bit of regret, he did not think too much about it. The beings he encountered were just too weak and were not qualified to die under his sword. It was already on the morning of the 3rd day when he arrived in his store. He saw that it was densely packed with people and there were even some who were standing outside. Zhu Shen frowned after looking at the scene. What the hell is going on? He discreetly descended on the ground and grabbed a man who was standing outside the store. "Hey, what's happening here?" Zhu Shen asked with a curious look. The man he pulled was taken aback. He was a 5th-rank spirit realm cultivator, but he was easily pulled by the man in front of him. This guy is an expert. The man thought to himself as he glanced at Zhu Shen. "Sire, haven't you heard? There are 2 peerless beauties working in this store. It was said that their beauty is on par with the Silver Wing Empire's 4 beauties. Aside from that, this store also sells wines with effects similar to a precious elixir." The man replied with a respectful tone. Zhu Shen's lips twitched after hearing the man's reply. Who the hell had a lot of free time to spread this news? Suddenly, he remembered a familiar handsome face with an arrogant look. Could it be that little patriarch kid? Damn it! How can I have a rest now with all these ants making loud noises here? How can I peacefully drink my deep-sea spring dew? Zhu Shen sighed. Seeing Zhu Shen's silence, the man did not bother with him anymore. He joined the crowd in search for the 2 beauties inside the store. Swoosh! Zhu Shen vanished from his spot and teleported inside the store. There was no one causing trouble inside the store. In fact, everyone was well behaved and quiet as they drank their wines and ate their dishes. Occasionally, they would either glance at Thea or Hestia, but they did not dare look at them lecherously. Some of them had seen how Thea beat up someone for looking at her with indecent eyes. Such a strong female expert was almost without equal in the Silver Wing Empire. Perhaps only those elders would be able to contend with her. Of course, that was what they thought. After seeing that Zhu Shen was already back, Thea and Hestia excitedly came forward and bowed their heads in veneration. "Welcome back, Master." The surrounding people were surprised to see the respectful attitudes of the two peerless beauties. "Hey, is he the owner of this store?" "He should be. It's the first time I saw young Miss Hestia and young Miss Thea act like this to someone else. I heard that the owner is a top expert, but after seeing his face, I doubt if the rumors were true." Zhu Shen ignored the crowd's whispers. He just stared at the two ladies with an indifferent look. "Good job. It looks like you two did well during my absence," he said calmly. The two ladies' eyes brightened after hearing his praise. They smiled sweetly as they stared at Zhu Shen's handsome face with admiration and respect. Seeing the two ladies' flawless smiles, Zhu Shen remained unperturbed. He had seen countless peerless beauties in his past life and it was difficult to find someone that could move his heart. He may have been surprised at their sudden appearance a few days ago, but that was it and nothing more. "Hello sire, are you the owner here?" A fat man with a round belly and beady eyes came forward and spoke with a warm smile. His face was full of oily sweat which made Zhu Shen a bit repulsed. Nonetheless, he nodded his head at the fatty. The fatty was not angered by his disinterested attitude. Instead, his smile became wider which made his beady eyes almost invisible. "I heard a lot about you, Wine Master Zhu. And after seeing you today, it seems like the rumors were not without basis." Zhu Shen ignored the fatty and found himself a chair to sit on. He then glanced at Hestia and said, "Hestia, get me a bottle of deep sea spring dew." Hestia bowed her head and replied, "Yes, Master." She then turned around and walked towards the wine storage area with her swaying hips. The fatty glanced at her seductive back figure but he suddenly felt all the hairs on his body stood on end. He hurriedly averted his gaze with a crestfallen look. Behind Zhu Shen, Thea was glaring at the fatty with a cold look making the latter feel as if he had fallen into the abyss. "Ahem. I apologize, Wine Master Zhu. My name is Xueke, but everyone calls me Fatty Xuet. I would like to propose something to Wine Master Zhu. Would you like to hear it?" Fatty Xue's beady eyes flashed with a cunning light as he stared at Zhu Shen with a bright smile. Zhu Shen did not even glance at him, lest he might see his disgusting appearance once again. If that is so, then he might not be able to control himself and accidentally kill the fatty. With an indifferent face, Zhu Shen replied, "Not interested." His rejection was within his expectations, so Fatty Xue was not disheartened. He chuckled and said, "Wine Master Zhu, to be honest, I am from the Xue family and my elders sent me here to talk about business with you." Zhu Shen did not reply and focused himself on meditating. Although he was good at controlling his true essence, flying for 3 days continuously still made him a bit tired. A trace of anger flashed in Fatty Xue's beady eyes, but he hurriedly concealed it. He smiled brightly and bowed his head. "Since Wine Master Zhu is not interested in talking business, I shall take my leave. Farewell." Fatty Xue turned around and walked out of the store. "You brat! I'll ask someone to smash this store of yours. As for your women, I'll hire someone to kidnap them for me and I will play with them on your behalf. To actually dare ignore someone from the Xue family, you've got the guts of steel. Damn it!" Fatty Xue was still displaying a brilliant smile, but he was cursing Zhu Shen's ancestors millions of times in his mind. Zhu Shen opened his eyes and glanced at the round and ball-like back figure of the departing fatty. He smirked and closed his eyes again. How could he not sense Fatty Xue's anger? Chapter 28, Elder Ming. The next day, inside Xue family's mansion. "What did he say?" An aged voice echoed within the room. "Elder Ming, that Jew fellow did not even glance at me when I mentioned our Shui family's name. He is clearly looking down on our Shui family. What a bastard! Fatty Shui said with an indignant look. Elder Ming looked calm on the surface, but he was fuming mad inwardly. Although he knew Fatty Shui's cunning nature, he wouldn't joke around with matters concerning the reputation of their Shui family. He glanced calmly at Fatty Shui, which sent chills down the latter's spine. To think that there is someone who does not place the Shui family in his eyes. It seems like our Shui family has been too quiet for the past few decades. Shui K, I will arrange Sword 4 and Sword 5 to be dispatched. The Shui family's reputation cannot be sullied by a random expert. Elder Ming stated in a chilling voice. Fatty Shui was surprised at first, but then he was elated. He knew who Sword 4 and Sword 5 were. They were Elder Ming's personal servants, with both their cultivation levels being at the peak of 6th rank king. They even had the strength to fight against an early stage 7th rank emperor if they attacked together. Fatty Shui concealed the excitement in his heart as he bowed at Elder Ming. He then said in a confident voice. Don't worry, Elder Ming, with Sword 4 and Sword 5 around, that little store would surely be turned upside down. Elder Ming nodded his head in agreement. He also believed what Fatty Shui said. You tell them what to do, but remember to do everything discreetly. The other aristocratic families must not know of this, and even more so the Silveria imperial family. Fatty Shui patted his chest, causing all the fats in his body to jiggle. Rest assured, Elder Ming, I will get this done today. Elder Ming waved his aged arms and gestured for Fatty Shui to leave. Go. Don't disappoint this old man. Fatty Shui bowed his head respectfully before he left the room. After stepping out of Elder Ming's room, Fatty Shui clenched his chubby fists tightly. You damn Jew person! Your shitty store will be burnt to ashes tonight, and I will fuck your women right in front of you. Fatty Shui's beady eyes flashed with a malicious glint as he walked away. Every step he took caused all the fats in his body to tremble. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Inside Zhu Shen's store, it was business as usual, but the owner himself was sitting on his chair lazily with a wine bottle in his right hand. With one leg on top of the other, Zhu Shen took a big gulp from his wine bottle and let out a satisfied sound. Ah! The fat white cat, eyes curled up in his lap while producing a big snot bubble every time it exhales. The customers' lips twitched when they saw the two's lazy appearance. Wine Master Zhu and his pet cat are truly alike. At least we have the graceful and kind-hearted young Miss Hestia providing us with a warm smile every day. Other than that, if young Miss Thea takes a glance at us even once, then we can already go home satisfied. They thought it in their hearts before focusing on the wines in their tables. Just then, a group of armored individuals came inside the store. Leading them was a handsome young man with an arrogant outer facade. He glanced at Thea and greeted her with a charming smile. It's nice to meet you once again, young Miss Thea. The latter did not even glance him and just snorted in disdain. After seeing her reaction, the young man chuckled before walking away from her sight. He was already used to her cold and icy temperament, so he was not bothered by it. He found himself a chair to sit on, and when he saw Hestia walking towards them, his eyes involuntarily lit up. Hello, young Miss Hestia. How are you today? Hestia smiled sweetly and responded in a cheerful voice. I'm happy today since the master is already back. Lu Mendi's smile froze after hearing her reply. He forced out a dry chuckle and said. Oh, so Wine Master Zhu is already back? That's good. Hestia smiled from ear to ear. She looked like a little girl who had finally reunited with her boyfriend after being away with him for many days. With a bright smile, she asked. What would you like to order today, young Master Lu? Just the same as usual, 5 deep sea spring dew for me and my subordinates. Lu Mendi replied with a gentle smile. Okay, just give me a moment, young Master Lu. Hestia smiled sweetly before she walked away. Her womanly scent lingered in the air, causing Lu Mendi to sigh in regret. Young Miss Hestia is such a kind-hearted lady. Perhaps, only an expert like Wine Master Ju is qualified to keep her heart. During the past few days, Lu Mendi visited the store daily just to see Hestia's smile and also to see Thia's cold face. Of course, the main reason was still the ever so amazing deep sea spring dew. After he had tasted the wine a few days ago, he had grown infatuated with it. A few moments later, Hestia went out of the wine storage area with 5 wine bottles circling around her. Here is your order of 5 deep sea spring dew. Enjoy. Hestia smiled before she gracefully left their sights. Lu Mendi smiled and opened the wine bottle in a practiced manner. He then filled his cup with the golden liquid. He was still fascinated at the golden brilliance it emitted despite it not being his first time seeing it. This is truly such a wondrous wine. I wonder how Wine Master Ju brewed this wine. With a satisfied expression, Lu Mendi slowly savored his cup of wine. He only took sips in little amounts in order to fully enjoy his wine. With his present strength, young Miss Hestia told him that he was only allowed to drink a cup of wine. Recalling her stern look when she described what will happen if he exceeds a cup, he shuddered in fear. With a motivated look, he muttered to himself. I have to cultivate fast in order to reach the 5th rank spirit realm. By then, I will be able to drink 2 cups of deep sea spring dew. If his father, the current patriarch of the Lu family, heard his words, he would be unsure if he would laugh or cry. Who would motivate themselves like that? Wouldn't the favored sons of heavens usually say that they would cultivate hard in order to dominate the entire profound dragon continent? Who would cultivate just to get another cup of wine? Perhaps only Lu Mendi was such a person. Chapter 29, Sword 4 and Sword 5. A few moments later, a group of 3 middle-aged men came inside the store with curious looks. They have heard countless exaggerated tales about the store. And driven by their curiosity, the 3 brothers decided to visit the said store that sells wines with effects that are similar to precious elixirs. Ju Shen sensed their familiar auras, so he opened his eyes to take a look at them. After seeing their faces, he was a bit surprised. Aren't these the ants? I mean people that I randomly saved within the periphery of the endless forest? Why are they here? He remembered that they were the cultivators that he had randomly saved during his stroll in the endless forest. He was moved by their camaraderie, so he decided to save them. Who knew that the 3 of them would come and visit his store? Sometimes fate was truly good at playing games. He opened his spiritual power to eavesdrop at their conversation. After listening for a brief moment, he got the gist of their story. According to them, they have heard of countless rumors about a magical store that sells precious wines capable of stimulating the true essence inside a cultivator's body. Of course, they did not believe the rumor, especially after learning that it was from an unknown store. But due to their curiosity, they decided to visit his store and try his wines themselves. Ju Shen became disinterested all of a sudden. He drank the remaining contents of his wine bottle and closed his eyes to meditate. Later that night, outside of Ju Shen's store, 2 silhouettes draped in tight black-fitting clothes slowly crept towards the store. Is this the store that Elder Ming told us to destroy? One of them spoke in a silent and husky voice. According to Fatty Shuet, this is the place that Elder Ming wants to be destroyed. I wonder what did the people from this store did to anger Elder Ming like that? The other person replied in a slightly curious voice. Don't bother too much about that. Fatty Shuet told us that there are 2 peerless beauties here. Hee. The fatty wants us to kidnap them and bring them to him unharmed. Hee. I know what you're thinking, 4th brother. How could we give those beauties to that fatty without giving them a taste? Right. Let's do it fast. The other aristocratic families must not know that this was done by us. The 2 deftly climbed up to the 2nd floor of the store. Their actions were neat and skillful, as if they had done similar things before. In fact, they were assassins trained by Elder Ming to become the Shui family's swords in the dark. They had killed countless people that had provoked the Shui family. Even some of their enemies in business were not spared. Among the 5 of them, they were the weakest in terms of strength. But despite that, they had the ability to assassinate a 7th-rank emperor if careless. "Fifth brother, you go and open the window slowly," one of them whispered softly. The other person nodded his head and placed his hands on the window before giving it a light pull. He frowned after seeing that the window remained unmoved. He applied more strength on his grip only to realize that the window did not even move an inch. "What the hell is this window made of? It should have already disintegrated after I applied that much strength." Sword 4 furrowed his eyebrows in surprise after seeing that his 5th brother was unable to open the window. They were almost on par in terms of strength, so he was rather surprised by the scene. "Fifth brother, let me do it." Sword 5 nodded his head helplessly and took a step back. "Just what is wrong with this window? This isn't made from a heavenly metal, right?" Sword 5 thought to himself in disgruntlement. Actually, after Zhu Shen used the store expansion package, the whole part of the store was remodeled by the system. After the remodeling, everything from the roof to floor was now made from sacred sanctum sapphire wood. That was also the reason why Zhu Shen felt quite reluctant to step on the floor. Aside from that, the lights were also made from an undying luminous pearl. Just from its name alone, it is a pearl that emits light for all eternity. The light won't die out unless someone destroys the pearl. Sword 4's face contorted as he tried to pull open the window. "What the fuck? What the hell is this crap made of?" Zhu Shen, who was seated inside his room, had long since noticed the two ants who were trying to pull open the window of Thia's room. It's just that he was too lazy to bother with their charade. He opened a bottle of deep sea spring dew and calmly watched the entire show with his spiritual force. "I wonder why these ants are digging their own graves," he muttered to himself with a bemused expression on his face. After greedily inhaling the wine's aroma, he drank a few mouthfuls in one go. "Hee hee. Thia is growing impatient. Looks like those ants will die." Sword 4 grew impatient after not being able to open the window. He seemed to have forgotten Fatty Shue's warning of going discreet as he gathered the true essence in his body towards his right fist and punched the window with all his strength. Bang! Like an egg trying to break a stone, Sword 4's fist was torn into pieces. He grimaced in pain as he felt his body go numb from the pain. "Fourth brother, are you okay?" Sword 5 asked in a worried tone after seeing Sword 5's plight. His 4th brother was a bit stronger than him, but he was not even able to destroy the store's window. This was the first time they had experienced such a setback. They weren't even able to catch a glimpse of their target and they were already helpless. "Fifth brother, this place is not as simple as it seems. We have to leave now." Sword 4 gritted his teeth in pain and said with anxiousness. "Do you think that I would allow the both of you to leave after causing such a ruckus here?" An icy voice echoed behind them, causing them to almost jump in fright. When the two of them turned around, they saw a peerlessly beautiful young lady. She was wearing a translucent white nightgown that barely covered her erogenous regions. Her medium-length blonde hair fluttered along with the wind as she glared at the two men coldly. "She's flying. She's at least an 8th-rank divine. God damn it!" Both men exclaimed in unison. Chapter 30, Die with Dignity. With faces filled with fear, Sword 4 and Sword 5 stared at Thia. Their bodies were shaking uncontrollably and they could not even muster up the courage to escape. Escaping in front of someone who was possibly an 8th-rank divine expert? That was easier said than done. There was a very high possibility that they will die before even taking half a step forward. Thia was still hovering in midair like a celestial fairy in her translucent nightgown. Both Sword 4 and Sword 5 did not even dare to glance at her most sensitive parts. They can only stare at her otherworldly face with immense dread. "Yo young lady, please spare us. We were only following orders from someone." Sword 5 cried in a stuttering voice. Sword 4 glared at his brother, but he can't really blame him. The pressure that Thia emitted was many times scarier than what Elder Ming can produce. "Fifth brother, are you going to betray the hands that fed you?" All 5 of us had long since prepared ourselves for death. But we have to die with dignity. Sword 4 said through gritted teeth while clutching his right arm. Sword 5 sighed guiltily before his eyes flashed with a ferocious glint. You are right, 4th brother. Are you done talking? Thea gently landed on the roof, making her white nightgown flutter faintly. Sword 4 and Sword 5 were sweating heavily as they grabbed their swords. Since they were little kids, they were trained by Elder Ming with the way of the sword. All 5 of them were masters of the sword, and it was also the reason why Elder Ming provided them with such names. Sword 4 tried to remove the fear in his heart as he wielded his sword with his left hand. He turned and did a backhand slash while aiming for Thea's neck. Whoosh! Thea remained standing with a cold expression on her face as she indifferently caught the sword with 2 fingers. What? Sword 4's eyes contracted in surprise and fear after seeing how Thea easily caught his sneak attack. If one would look closely on Sword 4's sword, they would see that it was slowly melting under Thea's tight hold. Sword 4 released the hold on his sword after feeling a painful burning sensation. Clang! The unmelted half of his sword dropped on the roof with a dull clanging sound. 4th brother, you go escape to the before Sword 5 could even utter the remaining words, his head was already separated out of his body. He even caught a glimpse of his own headless body before his vision darkened for eternity. Thud! A dull thud echoed faintly as Sword 5's headless corpse dropped on the ground. Blood flowed from his neck ceaselessly, but strangely, the roof remained untainted. It seemed to have absorbed Sword 5's blood. As a sacred heavenly wood, the sacred sanctum Saphar wood was capable of vanquishing evil and impurity. A low-level mortal's blood isn't even qualified to taint its body. Only the blood of an evil god was able to blemish it, but of course, the sacred sanctum Saphar wood was also capable of cleansing it. Sword 4 froze in place after seeing the death of his brother. He was overcome by grief as he kneeled on the ground with a blank look. Kill me! He said with a faint smile on his face. Thea did a swiping motion with her right arm, causing an invisible wind blade to cut Sword 4's neck. A glob of tear dropped from his blank eyes as his decapitated head was thrown in midair. There was still a faint smile on his face even after he died. You have great potential, but you served the wrong master. Thea muttered to herself in a cold voice before producing 2 small sparks of flames. It then gently landed on the corpse as flames slowly spread all over their bodies. In less than 10 seconds, only a handful of ashes remained before it was scattered away by a cold night breeze. Thea glanced at their heads for a brief moment before she burnt it. She planned to bring them to Ju Shen but changed her mind as it may disgust him. She knew that her master did not care one bit about their deaths. No matter what their backgrounds were, her master would still remain unmoved. With a tap of her foot, she landed in front of Ju Shen's window and gently knocked. Knock! 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 The window opened slowly, revealing a cold but handsome face. With a long silver hair tied in a ponytail, Ju Shen glanced at Thea with an expressionless face. Come inside. Thea gracefully came inside his room with all sorts of thoughts inside her head. She tried to remain as calm as possible to avoid making her master in misunderstanding her. Master, do you want me to trace their origins? She asked after bowing her head respectfully. Her cleavage came into view, revealing a flawlessly white skin. Ju Shen glanced at her aloofly after he took a seat. If I'm not wrong, those people should be sent by that fatty earlier. He also mentioned something about the Shui family wanting to do business with me, but I declined their offer. You don't need to trouble yourself with this minor matter. Just go back to your room to have rest. As a heavenly god who had lived for countless eons, he already knew the minds and the hearts of humans. He had experienced countless similar things in his past life that it did not need much thinking from him to know who the true perpetrator was. Thea felt disappointed for some reason, but she still bowed her head respectfully. As you say, Master. Whoosh! She disappeared from Ju Shen's room in a blink of an eye. Even a mortal world has people who are full of schemes and cunningness. Perhaps it's just human nature. Zhu Shen muttered to himself while looking at the night sky with a nostalgic look. Chapter 31, Cultivation Realms. The next day, inside a big mansion, Fatty Shui was seated on a sofa and was being served by 4 beautiful ladies. He kept on touching them with his chubby hands, making the 4 ladies bite their lips in shame. They were newly bought slaves that Fatty Shui got from a friend. Fatty Shui ignored their pleading glances as he continued to touch their most sensitive parts. His beady eyes narrowed in excitement and the fats on his body trembled. After playing with them for a bit, he told them to leave the room. Weird. Sword 4 and Sword 5 should have already been here to report the success of their mission. Fatty Shui frowned deeply, causing his beady eyes to become almost non-existent. Could it be? Did the 2 of them capture the 2 ladies and decided to taste them first before they planned to go here? Damn those bastards! Fatty Shui's chubby face trembled as he cursed in anger. If you weren't Elder Ming's servants, I would have asked the family to punish you for disobeying a Shui family descendant. Damn it! Fatty Shui angrily slammed his chubby hands on the wooden table, causing it to break into half. Although he was merely a second-rank elite warrior, his strength was enough to shatter a wooden table. Even a first-rank warrior is capable of doing it. Let's discuss a bit of cultivation for a moment. There are 10 known realms in total. In the first-rank warrior realm, a cultivator's body will undergo a substantial change which will greatly enhance their physical strength and ability. In the second-rank elite warrior realm, a cultivator's skeletal system will be strengthened considerably. People who reached this realm will be able to easily shatter a wooden table with their fists. In the third-rank crusader realm, their digestive organs will be further enhanced. When one reached this realm, they would only need to eat food once every 3 days. Their internal injuries will also heal at a much faster time. The 4th-rank Knight Crusader will allow a cultivator to manipulate the true essence in their bodies adeptly. They can then use true essence to strengthen their attacks by more than several times. In the 5th-rank Spirit Realm, a cultivator mind will be enhanced further. This will make it easier for them to wield their true essence, and they could even possibly create a skill that could produce the elements of nature. Fire, water, earth, wind, etc. In the 6th-rank King Realm, a cultivator will be able to naturally wield the elements of nature with the use of their true essence. An expert of such caliber can create a fireball, wind blade, earth spike, etc. In the 7th-rank Emperor Realm, a cultivator can glide through the air for a brief moment, and they were also able to wield a much stronger force of element. In the 8th-rank Divine Realm, a cultivator can manipulate his true essence to enable himself to fly in the air. Their strength is also more destructive, and their lifespan will reach up to more than 300 years. In the 9th-rank Saint Realm, a cultivator will have no more need for food, water, and sleep. They can simply nourish their bodies with true essence. An expert of such caliber can shatter small mountains. In the 10th-rank God Realm, a cultivator can freely command the elements of nature. If they want it to rain, then rain it shall be. But the people Nuar barely knows anything about the legendary realm. During the Great Battle 50,000 years ago, there were some 10th-rank God Realm experts, but they disappeared after the Great Battle. As for where they went to, no one knows. Back to the story. Fatty Shui stood up from his seat while trembling in rage. He knew that he could not do anything against Sword 4 and Sword 5 with Elder Ming backing them. He can only swallow his anger and hope that the 2 men will not be overboard and will return with the 2 ladies in hand. Damn bastards! I'll ask Elder Ming to punish those 2. That old man will give me some face on account for my father. He didn't even know that both Sword 4 and Sword 5 were already burnt to ashes. Even if someone told him that both men failed their mission, he would not believe them. Who were Sword 4 and Sword 5? They were Elder Ming's swords, the assassins he trained that can kill anyone regardless of their strength and identity. Whatever. I will go and visit that damn store to check if they really did their mission well. Fatty Shui sighed and went out of his mansion. He rode a luxurious carriage with an expectant look on his fat face. Let's go to that damn store, I mean the famous wine store of the capital. Fatty Shwe told the coachman with a sour look. Yes, master. The coachman responded as he urged the horses to move forward. Fatty Shwe forced himself to calm down while thinking of the beautiful faces of Thea and Hestia. He chuckled with his eyes closed, his thoughts unknown. Nay! The carriage suddenly stopped, causing Fatty Shwe's thoughts to be interrupted halfway. What the hell are you doing? He shouted in anger and opened his carriage to check what was happening. Master, there are a lot of people blocking the road. Something might have happened to that store for a commotion this big to happen. The coachman replied innocently. Fatty Shwe glared at the coachman and glanced at the huge crowd with narrowed eyes. He then smirked while following the crowd. The store should already be in ruins right now. It's understandable for a lot of people to go there and check its plight since the store has gained quite a reputation these past few days after young Master Lu Mendy's advertising. Hee. I will go check it myself. Fatty Shwe hummed a beautiful melody while walking along with the crowd. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. After sensing that the crowd stopped walking, he opened his beady eyes and eagerly glanced at the direction that the crowd was looking at. His small eyes then went wide like saucers at what he saw. What the fuck? In front of him was the same little store with a flashy name printed in bold capital letters, the Immortal's wine. What turned upside down? What burnt to ashes? What destroyed into pieces? It's still fucking standing before my eyes with no damn hints of damage. Due to Fatty Shwe's anger, he vomited blood and lost consciousness. Chapter 32, Famous Fat Cat, Ice. Zhu Shen's store was densely packed with people due to its rising fame. He merely wanted to live a quiet life in the wine store and drink wine to relieve his boredom. Who knew that a certain young patriarch had spread exaggerated stories about his wine store, making many people infinitely curious about the authenticity of the rumors. Who wouldn't be curious about the wines that were capable of making someone break through realms and a dish that had a similar effect to a cultivation pill? Other than that, the said wine store also had two peerless beauties working as a waitress and a guard. Most importantly, the owner had a cute and adorable chubby white cat that loves to drink milk. After hearing the rumors about Ice, the eyes of the young ladies in Beltran City brightened with expectations. They already imagined Ice's cute appearance as they held it in their embrace. Thinking up to that, they left their homes and excitedly headed towards Zhu Shen's wine store. That was also the reason why his store was packed with people. As for Fatty Shwe, who had lost consciousness a few moments ago, he was still lying on the ground with blood trickling down his lips. Everyone made room for him in fear that somebody might accuse them for what had happened to the fatty. Isn't this Fatty Shwe from the Shwe family? How did he lose consciousness? Did someone sneak attack him because of his wealth? Someone from the crowd was able to recognize the appearance of Fatty Shwe. The crowd revealed looks of dread after hearing that he was someone from the Shwe family. What? This piggy heir, I mean handsome lord, is actually Fatty Shwe. Quick, let's bring him to the Shwe family. A few people among the crowd carried his body away from the scene. They will bring him to the Shwe family. Who knows? They might even receive a reward from the Shwe family for saving one of their descendants. The crowd parted to give them enough space to leave the scene. They did not even dare covet Fatty Shwe's treasure. ******. Meanwhile, inside Zhu Shen's store, a group of young ladies was seated on a table with bright smiles on their faces. One of them held a chubby cat in her embrace. The fat cat flashed its adorable big eyes at them, causing the young ladies' hearts to melt. Ice is so cute that I want to hug him forever. The young lady holding Ice giggled while tenderly rubbing Ice's white fur. The other ladies nodded their heads in agreement while looking at the fat cat with shining eyes. What an adorable cat! If only I can bring him home. Me too, I want to bring Ice home. After seeing the looks in their eyes, the chubby white cat revealed a look of horror. Humans, don't! If I leave the store, I won't be able to drink the milk that Zhu Shen gives me daily. Ice glanced at Zhu Shen with a pleading gaze only to see him indifferently looking at it. Zhu Shen ignored the chubby cat's glances and closed his eyes to meditate. After having been ignored by Zhu Shen, Ice showed a look of despair as it tried to escape from the young ladies. It did not dare use its strength for fear that it might accidentally kill them. If that happens, Zhu Shen would surely not feed it with milk anymore. After seeing that it wanted to escape, the young ladies giggled and allowed it to jump out of their embrace. They did not really plan to bring Ice in their homes. They merely said that because Ice was just too cute. Ice heaved a sigh of relief after escaping from the ladies. Its plan was to act cute in front of the ladies to make them willingly give their food to it. Who knew that its genius plan would backfire and almost caused it to leave the store? It then glared at Zhu Shen before it went to hide behind Hestia with a sad look on its face. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Outside the store, 3 silhouettes wearing robes glanced at the store's entrance. Fourth brother, is this the store that you mentioned? It doesn't look outstanding in the slightest, said one of them with a sweet but disdainful voice. After seeing the store's name, the young lady laughed coldly in her heart. What Immortal's wine? Why don't you call yourself as a god instead? The owner of this store should be an uncouth old man with bad taste. Such shameless boasting. Humph! Little fifth sister, don't look down on this store. Although its name is somewhat high profile, it's not that exaggerated at all. Once you taste the wines sold inside, you will know. Especially their deep sea spring dew, I can still vividly remember its 2 distinct aftertastes that caused me a few sleepless nights. One of them replied in an infatuated voice. Your Highness, the 4th prince is not exaggerating at all. The wines here are indeed treasures, said an old man in a gentle voice. The lady draped in robes snorted in disdain. She did not believe their claims at all. The reason why she went here was because of Ice. She wanted to see if it is as cute as the rumors say it is. Humph! The both of you are just drunkards who love to drink wine. You've said the same thing to most of the wines you tasted before. It's nothing new at all. The 4th prince and defender Duanmia were stumped at the 5th princess' words, but the 4th prince still replied. 5th sister, the wines here are different than the ones we've tasted before. Even the best wine here is many times greater than Imperial Father's Phoenix's Godly Flames wine. The young lady remained silent as they stepped inside the store. She was stunned the moment she came inside. How did the space here suddenly become bigger? She suspiciously glanced around the store only to see a spotlessly clean surroundings with a calm and tranquil atmosphere. Everyone was strangely behaved inside the store. She even saw a group of mercenaries behaving like cultured scholars. Is this place really as magical as the rumors say? She thought to herself. Chapter 33, The 5th Princess. The young lady was the 5th child of Emperor Elixilveria II, and was known by everyone as the 5th princess. She had an unruly and arrogant disposition befitting of her noble identity. Even her imperial brothers did not dare anger the little dragoness. She might be the youngest among the 5 children of the emperor, but she was a very talented young lady. At the age of 5, she broke through the first-rank warrior realm. She later broke through the second-rank elite warrior when she turned 9 years old. And now, at the age of 13, she was already at the 3rd-rank crusader realm. Even her 4th brother, who was known as someone who had the same talent as the current emperor, was not as talented as his 5th sister. He was already more than 20 years in age, but he was only 1 realm higher than his sister. Aside from that, all her imperial brothers doted on her so much that no noble's sons dared to casually flirt with her. The 5th princess looked around the store with narrowed eyes. From the floor to the tables and chairs, and even the lights seemed to be the top in quality. The atmosphere inside the store was also peaceful and tranquil, which was a stark contrast to the noisy streets of Beltran City. Her dissatisfied heart calmed down unknowingly, and the words she had practiced along the way dissipated like a puff of smoke. Where is the owner? I want to speak to him. She tried to sound arrogant, but her voice was strangely mild and there was even a hint of expectation to it. In her mind, the owner should be a dishonest old man with crafty facial features. Who else would price their wines so absurdly high? A bottle of wine for 120 true crystals? Did he really think that his wine was a precious pill? She tried to search around the store, but she saw no one that fits what she had in mind. The fourth prince took a step back and pointed at Ju Shen, who had his eyes shut tight. "Little sister, that man is the owner of this store. Don't be fooled by his seemingly gigolo-like appearance. He is a top expert who is even stronger than Defender Duanmu. Aside from that, he might also be an 8th-rank Divine Realm expert, similar to our father," the fourth prince said with admiration. The fifth princess only heard the first sentence of her brother's introduction. When her fourth brother took a step back, she saw the most handsome man she had ever seen in all her 13 years of life. He had a long silver hair tied in a ponytail. His facial features can be said to be demonically handsome. Even those so-called refined noblemen would look like excrement if placed beside him. He had a small sword earring on his left ear which strangely enhanced his charm. His milky white skin would make the fair maidens sigh in jealousy. The fifth princess was spellbound by the man she saw that she even forgot to blink her eyes. Her breathing increased in intensity, and she felt her heart becoming jittery all of a sudden. She watched him as he slowly opened his eyes, causing his long silver eyelashes to flutter gently. When their gazes met, she felt time seemed to stop all of a sudden. The arrogant look in her face was then replaced by a gentle and tender expression of a young lady. With an indifferent face, Ju Shen spoke. "What do you need me for, young lady?" His voice caused her to jump in surprise that she even stuttered. Ah. The fourth prince glanced at his little sister in bewilderment. He was already expecting her to throw curses at Ju Shen for pricing his wines high. He had even prepared a speech to explain himself to Ju Shen in order to avoid getting his displeasure. The fifth princess blushed in shame. It was the first time she experienced something like this. She felt like banging her head in a wall because of embarrassment. "I want to order a bottle of wine," she said with a crimson-red face. Ju Shen nodded his head calmly and replied. "Since you are still a third-rank crusader, I can serve you a bottle of Abel's Blanc. Are you fine with this?" The fourth prince smirked. He was already snickering in his heart. "Wine Master Ju, you did wrong this time. My sister does not want anybody to tell her what she has to do." Even Imperial Father was berated by her for doing so. But before the fourth prince could laugh, he heard the most unexpected answer coming from his sister's mouth. "Ah, really? Okay, I'll get one Abel's Blanc then." The fifth princess replied with a bright smile which would cause the flowers to fully bloom. "Okay, give me one moment." Ju Shen stood up and went towards the wine storage area to grab her order. The fourth prince and even Defender Duanmu were stunned speechless. Hey! Where was the cold and temperamental fifth princess? Where was the unyielding little dragoness that struck fear in the hearts of the imperial princes? Didn't you say that you would scold the owner for being a dishonest merchant? Then what is this? What's with that infatuated smile? Black lines appeared on the foreheads of both men as they glanced suspiciously at the fifth princess. The fifth princess felt two pairs of eyes staring at her. She glared at the two men in disgust and put on a haughty air. "What are the both of you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful young lady before?" Humph! When the fourth prince and Defender Duanmu heard her familiar arrogant tone, they heaved a sigh of relief. "We thought you became a different person. Fifth sister is the most beautiful and elegant young lady of the whole Silver Wing Empire." The fourth prince flattered her with an unnatural smile on his face while Defender Duanmu chose to remain silent. The latter was afraid to say anything as he might incur the little dragoness' rage, so he refused to speak. "Good that you know." Humph! Smelly brother, you will pay for everything I will order today. The fifth princess held her head high haughtily as she spoke. "What? But my allowance this month? You won't pay? I will tell father then. The fifth princess threatened with a cold sneer on her beautiful face. Who said I won't pay? It's just a few coins, nothing worthy at all. The fourth prince hurriedly said with a bleeding heart. The fifth princess disdainfully glanced at her brother after hearing his reply. Here's your order of 1 Abel's Blanc. Zhu Shen came back with a wine bottle hovering beside him. He then placed it on the fifth princess table with a calm look. The fifth princess' expression softened as she stared at Zhu Shen's face. Thank you, sir. Could I have the pleasure of knowing your name, sir? She gently said with a bright smile. Zhu Shen glanced at her and replied indifferently. Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen. The fifth princess muttered to herself as she saved his name in her heart. The fourth prince and defender Duanmu were both stunned at the sight in front of them. The little dragoness just smiled. She even asked a man's name. What the hell? Did the world just turn upside down? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Meanwhile, inside the Shui family's mansion, a group of people was carrying an unconscious body with thick beads of sweat on their faces. Fuck! This fatty is so much heavier than a flame boar. They thought to themselves as they slowly placed his body on the floor. Elder Ming came out with a small bag filled with glittering gold coins. He tossed it towards the men who brought fatty Shui. The men's eyes brightened as they thanked Elder Ming passionately before going out of the Shui family's mansion. Elder Ming frowned as he looked at the unconscious fatty Shui. He then infused his true essence on his foot before he gently kicked the latter's round belly. As if electrocuted, fatty Shui stood up with an alarmed look causing all his fats to jiggle. Who dares sneak attack this Lord Fatty? He snarled with his half-awoken beady eyes. When his vision returned to normal, he saw Elder Ming standing sternly in front of him. Ah, Elder Ming, so it was you who woke me up. What happened? Fatty Shui scratched the back of his head with a forced smile. Elder Ming was still looking at him calmly. He then opened his mouth and spoke in a cold voice. A few men brought you here when you were unconscious. Now tell me what happened, my dear nephew. Fatty Shui was at first stunned, before becoming bewildered, then his face became solemn. Elder Ming, Sword 4, and Sword 5 aren't back yet. And when I went to check that damn store, it was still intact. It was even more bustling than before. Elder Ming frowned when he heard his words. Did Sword 4 and Sword 5 fail to accomplish the mission? Then, where are they? Could it be, they were killed? Impossible. The both of them are peak 6th rank King Realm assassins. Even if they failed their mission, they could still escape with their lives. Just what could have happened? Seeing Elder Ming's silence, Fatty Shui swallowed the words he was about to say. Don't do anything as of the moment. This matter is too suspicious. We need to investigate things first before we do our next move. Go home and don't do anything to that store before we get the bottom of things. It may not be as simple as what it seemed to be. Elder Ming solemnly said before he left the stunned fatty standing rooted on his spot. Maybe the rumors about Wine Master Zhu being a top expert was true. If that is so, then both Sword 4 and Sword 5 are. Thinking up to that, Fatty Shui felt his heart turn cold. Chapter 34, Ice Cloud Sword Sect. With a face full of smiles, the fifth princess drank her wine while looking at Zhu Shen. She would even giggle from time to time as if she was possessed. As for her fourth brother and defender Duanmu, they were sitting beside her with solemn expressions on their faces. It was the first time they saw the fifth princess behaving like that. And they didn't even need to think too deeply to know what she was feeling. The little dragoness was in love. On top of that, she fell for someone who their empire was wary of. They tried to investigate his identity in secret, but everything led them to a dead end. It was as if Zhu Shen appeared inside Beltran City out of thin air. There were no records of him from any part of their empire, and such a thing was impossible unless if he came from another empire or sect. But he also didn't look like a spy or an enemy. Zhu Shen was a man of mystery, and even the two girls with him didn't look normal either. As for the fifth princess falling for him, they don't know if it was a blessing or a disaster. After drinking their wines, Defender Duanmu and the fourth prince dragged the fifth princess out of the store. She was very reluctant to leave, but she still had things to do in the imperial palace as the princess of the Silver Wing Empire. Wine Master Ju, my name is Sylvia. Call me Sylvia the next time I come here. The fifth princess shouted with a blushing face. She also felt a bit annoyed at Ju Shen since he did not even bother to ask her name. Regardless of that, she was certain that it won't be the last time she will visit his store. When Ju Shen heard the fifth princess shout, he opened his eyes and glanced at her. He then nodded his head as if he understood her. After seeing Ju Shen's answer, the fifth princess smiled from ear to ear and left with her brother and Defender Duanmu. She did not even bother talking with the two men as she was completely immersed in her own thoughts. Ju Shen. Ju Shen. As for Ju Shen, he shook his head while looking at the three people's departing silhouettes. I still have to go to that whatever cloud sword sect to get the frozen cloud glacier. How bothersome. After that, I will go to the Green Mountain Lake to find the origin spring water. His lips twitched at the thought of his current tasks. Although the system did not release a mission for finding the ingredients, he still has to find them. After all, he was a bit curious about the new wine, frozen origin. Looks like I won't have time to cultivate. Besides, even after cultivating, there are no signs of improvements in my cultivation. Although my strength increased a bit, my cultivation remained the same. System, do you know what's happening here? Ju Shen asked. Ding! Host, you just need to finish your current tasks. You may even receive a boost in cultivation as a reward. As for why your body can't cultivate normally, it's because the host's body is a seamless deity physique made by the system to house the host's soul. Hearing the system's solemn reply, Ju Shen's eyebrows knitted in surprise. Seamless deity physique, what is that? I have heard of countless saintly and immortal physiques, but I haven't heard of any deity physique. Ju Shen muttered to himself while the system remained silent. Oh well, Hestia and Thea should be able to run things smoothly here. And the news about the 4-Earth origin dragon tree inside my store hasn't spread yet. It shouldn't be a problem to leave the store for another few days or so. Ju Shen sighed as he relayed some orders to Hestia and Thea. After that, he left his store and went to the direction of Ice Cloud Sword Sect. The Ice Cloud Sword Sect was located outside of Beltran City, but it was still within the territory of the Silver Wing Empire. It was a sect that only accepted female disciples in their ranks. It was not that they were biased, but their secret technique can only be cultivated by women. The Ice Cloud Sword Sect only had a few thousand disciples, but all of them were the cream of the crop. According to what everyone knows, the sect's strength was also on par with the aristocratic families like the Liu family, Shui family, and etc. With their background, no one dared to antagonize them. The sect was not strict with their disciples when it comes to their relationship with the opposite gender. But of course, none of them were allowed to spread their secret techniques to any outsiders. After a few hours of flying, Ju Shen saw a floating ice castle above the sky. It looked sacred and untainted from the mundane world as the ice castle majestically hovered in the sky. So this is the ice something cloud ice cloud blah blah, never mind, I'll just ask the people inside. Ju Shen slowly descended towards the entrance of the ice castle. His sudden arrival alerted the beautiful disciples guarding the entrance. Who are you? State your name and purpose for coming to our Ice Cloud Sword Sect. One of the disciples said in an icy voice as she glared at Ju Shen. They didn't see how Ju Shen arrived in their ice castle. If they saw him flying earlier, they wouldn't have acted domineeringly. But they couldn't be blamed either since most of their guests used flying treasures or beast mounts to visit their ice castle. Call your sect leader, I have something to discuss with her. Ju Shen answered calmly. Who the hell do you think you are to speak with our sect leader? She doesn't have time to talk with any random people. Tell me the purpose of your visit or you can just scram. The female disciple said aggressively. The other disciples remained silent, but they were glaring at Zhu Shen with hostility. For the past few decades, no guests dared to call their sect leader at all. It was the first time they encountered someone who asked for an audience with their sect leader the moment he arrived. When Zhu Shen heard how arrogant she spoke, he involuntarily released a bit of his aura, causing all the female disciples to kneel down on the ground with boundless terror in their eyes. Even the arrogant disciple was looking at Zhu Shen with dread as her body was shaking in fear. Zhu Shen shook his head after seeing their fearful expressions. This is your punishment for acting arrogantly in my presence. If this was before, your souls would have been vanquished and never reincarnate again. Zhu Shen said calmly, causing a wave of coldness to invade the hearts of the young ladies. Sire, please be lenient on my disciples. A fairly like woman dressed in a long white dress calmly descended in front of Zhu Shen. She waved her right hand and removed the pressure of Zhu Shen's aura. Zhu Shen did not look surprised. He only released a bit of his aura to punish the young disciples. But he had to admit that he was somewhat surprised at the woman's strength. She was the first 8th rank Divine Realm expert that he had seen in Nuar ever since he had transmigrated. An 8th rank Divine Realm expert, you must be the sect leader. Zhu Shen said indifferently. Everyone in the Silver Wing Empire thought that their strength was only on par with the peak aristocratic families. Who knew that their sect leader was actually an 8th rank Divine Realm expert? The woman felt a slight tremor in her heart after seeing how casual Zhu Shen stated her cultivation realm. It was as if he did not care about it at all. Chapter 35, Verdant Flame's Saintly Vermilion Body. After looking at the woman for a few seconds, Zhu Shen's heart jolted in surprise. This woman's body. This is a saint physique. The Verdant Flame's saintly vermilion body. A mortal world actually gave birth to such a body? But the fool cultivated a pure ice secret technique. Zhu Shen's lips twitched. A person with Verdant Flame's saintly vermilion body was innately gifted in manipulating flames. She would be also able to practice any flame techniques with half the effort and get twice the rewards. Furthermore, such a physique was rare even in the primordial god realm. That was why Zhu Shen was surprised to see someone with that kind of physique in a mortal world. The woman's name was Lu Sulan. She frowned after sensing Zhu Shen's deep gaze. She felt like she was being stripped naked with all her secrets laid bare before the man's eyes. Sire, if you're only here to cause trouble, then please leave our Ice Cloud Sword sect. Lu Sulan said in neither humble nor arrogant tone of voice. She was also somewhat wary of the other party's strength since she could not feel anything from him at all. It was like he was a mortal that hasn't practiced cultivation for all his life. Zhu Shen remained calm and unperturbed under all the ladies' gazes. I would like to speak with you alone, he said in a serious tone as he looked at her with an expressionless face. Lu Sulan could not see through the thoughts of Zhu Shen. His silver eyes were like two deep pools of tranquil water. No one could see any ripples of emotion nor see the depths of his gaze. Despite her wariness towards Zhu Shen, she was also curious about what he wanted to discuss with her. She stared at Zhu Shen's silver eyes, but she hurriedly looked away. She felt a sense of inferiority as if she was like a firefly looking at the moon. Since sire wanted to discuss something with me, please follow me, Lu Sulan said. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly and followed behind her. As for the disciples, they heaved a sigh of relief after seeing that Zhu Shen was already gone. They believed that nothing would happen to the sect with their sect leader keeping an eye on him. Who is that man? He is so scary. He must be a sect leader from a hidden sect or a recluse expert. The disciples discussed among themselves while glancing at Zhu Shen's departing back figure. Meanwhile, Lu Sulan brought Zhu Shen to the topmost floor of their sect's library. She had reasons for bringing him here. First, there was a protective array carved inside this floor which she can use against Zhu Shen if he makes any suspicious move. And lastly, she did not want to bring any man to her room. Please take a seat, sire. Lu Sulan gestured for him to sit down as she grabbed a pot of tea. She then filled a cup for Zhu Shen and herself before she sat down. Zhu Shen eyed her practiced movements when she filled their cups with tea. He then grabbed the cup and inhaled the scent of the tea before putting it back on the table. Lu Sulan saw his actions and felt a bit annoyed. "Sire, are you looking down on our sex frozen miscanthus tea?" she asked in a cold voice. Zhu Shen glanced at her and shook his head calmly. "Have you been drinking this tea the moment you started cultivating?" Instead of replying to her question, he asked his own. Lu Sulan was surprised because he was indeed correct. She had been drinking the frozen miscanthus tea since she started cultivating. It was something that the previous sect leader told her to do in order to hasten her cultivation speed. And after drinking it, she would experience a small amount of increase in her practice speed. "How did you know?" she asked with a frown. Zhu Shen stared at her peerlessly beautiful face with a placid expression. "Did you experience a sense of discomfort after breaking through the 7th rank Emperor? And the moment you broke through to the 8th rank Divine Realm, the discomfort became more intense," he said nonchalantly. As for Lu Sulan, she was looking at Zhu Shen while feeling increasingly horrified in her heart because everything he said indeed happened to her. You. Zhu Shen waved his right hand prompting her to remain silent. "I came here to ask for 10 years worth of frozen cloud glacier," Zhu Shen stated while ignoring her peculiar gaze. "What? You're asking for 10 years worth of frozen cloud glacier?" "No, that's not possible, sire." Lu Sulan frowned while shaking her head. Zhu Shen's lips involuntarily curled up making her feel as if Zhu Shen was holding her by the neck. "I can help you remove your illness in exchange for the frozen cloud glacier. What do you think?" Lu Sulan did not really have an illness. Her condition was simply the after effects of practicing a secret technique that contradicted with her verdant flame's saintly vermilion body. Lu Sulan's heartbeat quickened but she did not show it outwardly. "I don't have any illness, sire. Please state a different condition." Zhu Shen maintained his poker face while looking at her. "Let me be honest with you, young lady. 8th rank Divine Realm is the most you can reach with your current condition. And your lifespan will continue to decrease at a very fast rate of time. You know what I mean." He then pointed at her hair. Lu Sulan had an icy blue hair, but there were graying spots signaling her decreasing lifespan. After hearing his last sentence, Lu Sulan's body trembled. With a quivering voice, she said, "May I ask for your esteemed name, sire?" "Call me Zhu Shen." "Lord Zhu Shen, can you really cure me?" Lu Sulan had an expectant gaze as she looked at Zhu Shen. "I can indeed help you cure your illness. In fact, I have 2 ways to cure your illness," Zhu Shen stated with a calm look. Chapter 36, Alchemy Saint? In actual fact, Zhu Shen had countless ways to help her resolve her issue. But he only stated that he had 2 ways in order to make him seem more believable. "Lord Zhu Shen, my name is Lu Sulan. If you can indeed help me resolve my illness, then taking 10 years worth of frozen cloud glacier is not an issue," Lu Sulan said expectantly. She was getting very restless and afraid of her present condition. If she was not the sect leader of the Ice Cloud Sword sect, she didn't have problems with dying, but she was the strongest person in their sect. And if she died, the sect would lose a backbone and they would then face countless hungry eyes who had been eyeing their secret technique for many years. It's good that sect leader Lu is a very straightforward person. Since that's the case, I will tell you the 2 things that will help you resolve your issue." Hearing his words, Lu Sulan's eyes brightened in excitement. She perked up her ears and listened attentively to what he was about to say. "The first one is a bit hard since it needs you to consume a 9th grade pill, the Crimson Astral Blaze pill. And no one in the Silver Wing Empire is capable of concocting such a pill. Even if someone is capable of making such a pill, the materials needed are very rare," Zhu Shen stated while tapping his fingers on the table. The second option is for me to apply acupuncture on your body. With your current realm, we need to do acupuncture once a week for 3 months. And each treatment will last for 1 to 2 hours. Sect leader Lu, which one would you choose? Zhu Shen asked calmly. When Lu Sulan heard the first option, she frowned and she appeared to be in deep thought. She didn't know anything about alchemy, but the Crimson Astral Blaze pill that Zhu Shi mentioned should be real. But the difficulty of concocting such a pill was very high, and even the old masters from the alchemy hall would not be able to concoct it. And when she heard the second option proposed by Zhu Shen, she involuntarily blushed. She then concealed her crimson-red face by making her heart calm down. Lord Zhu Shen, the first option is doable, but we have to find someone who is capable of concocting that pill. As for the second option, we can do it if we don't have any other choice. Zhu Shen turned a blind eye to her ever-changing expressions. His heart was as calm as a mirror. Why are the mortals so indecisive regarding these kinds of matters? You don't have to find someone else. I can concoct this pill for you. But we have to gather all the ingredients first because I don't have the necessary ingredients on hand. Zhu Shen said. Yeah, I know it's hard to find someone who can. What? What did you say? Did you just say that you can concoct a 9th grade pill? Lu Sulan could no longer maintain her calm. Someone who could refine a 9th grade pill was at least a 9th rank alchemy saint. Meaning to say, their soul force had reached the 9th rank, which is equivalent to a 9th rank saint realm cultivator in terms of power. Of course, an alchemy saint's physical body was way weaker than a 9th rank saint realm cultivator in terms of martial power. But an alchemy saint can attack using their soul force. So when Zhu Shen said that he can refine a 9th grade pill, she was scared senseless. As for the authenticity of his words, she didn't doubt it in the slightest. How else did he know her conditions in one glance if he was not a 9th rank alchemy saint? Alchemists are also classified into 9 realms: Alchemy Disciple, Alchemy Adept, Alchemy Master, Alchemy Grandmaster, Alchemy Ancestor, Alchemy King, Alchemy Emperor, Alchemy Sovereign, and Alchemy Saint. For one to train in becoming an alchemist, they have to connect their spiritual nodes. But the process of doing so requires high willpower and pain tolerance, since connecting spiritual nodes was very painful. As for Zhu Shen being a 9th rank alchemy saint, it was indeed true. In fact, he was not just an alchemy saint, but he didn't boast his alchemy skills too much. His attainments in alchemy can only be considered as superficial in the primordial god realm, trash to be exact. But in Nuar, he was more than qualified to call himself an alchemy saint. I can concoct this pill, but I don't have the ingredients. Perhaps the alchemy hall had some of the ingredients in their storage. Zhu Shen muttered after recalling the map that the system integrated into his brain. There was a branch of the alchemy hall in the Silver Wing Empire, and as a holy land for alchemists, they should have some of the ingredients needed for refining the Crimson Astral Blaze pill. Lu Sulan's doubtful look was then replaced by a much more gentle gaze. This Zhu Shen might really be able to help her get rid of her illness. Lord Zhu Shen, let's dally no longer. Let's go to the alchemy hall to check if they have the ingredients that you'll need for refining the pill. As for your request about the frozen cloud glacier, give me one moment. Excuse me, Lord Zhu Shen. Like an excited little girl, Lu Sulan left the room in a hurry. When she came back, she was already holding a space ring. She then took out a huge block of an icy blue glacier which froze the air around them, making the room's temperature drop by several degrees. Lord Zhu Shen, this is more than 10 years worth of frozen cloud glacier. Zhu Shen calmly grabbed the block of frozen cloud glacier before putting it inside his space earring. Good. Do you mind if I stay here in your sect for the night? We can leave by tomorrow. For the first time today, Lu Sulan smiled at Zhu Shen. Of course, it's not a problem, Lord Zhu Shen. I will arrange everything for you, please follow me. Zhu Shen nodded his head expressionlessly. Chapter 37, Crappy sword techniques. Lu Sulan arranged Zhu Shen to stay inside one of their sect's most luxurious guest rooms. It was even comparable to their elders' quarters. Towards this arrangement, Zhu Shen remained calm. The word luxurious is too much for such a shabby room. Even the servants that I had before were living in a much better place than this. He thought to himself. I hope you like this room, Lord Zhu Shen. This is the best guest room in our Ice Cloud Sword sect. Lu Sulan said gently. Zhu Shen looked unperturbed, but he was internally speechless at this best guest room. Oh well, it's only for the night anyway. I still prefer the room in my store though. I will take my leave for now, Lord Zhu Shen. I still have to instruct the sect's disciples about swordplay. Lu Sulan nodded her head elegantly at him. She did not mind being respectful at him, especially after learning that he was an alchemy saint. Although it was still uncertain whether his claim was genuine, his unfathomable power alone was enough for her to respect him. Instructing swordplay. Hui! Zhu Shen muttered to himself in nostalgia. In the primordial god realm, Zhu Shen was one of the top sword immortals. In fact, only one of the three celestial emperors, sword god Jianwang, was stronger than him in sword techniques. There were also countless supreme beings and supreme immortals that wished to take him as their master, but he refused all of them. But even after his refusal, some still chose to follow him. Sometimes, he would discuss his insights on swordsmanship with them, which greatly helped them in their path towards swordsmanship. Zhu Shen sighed at his own thoughts and turned to look at Lu Sulan, who was looking at him in bewilderment. Sect leader Lu, I would like to watch how you train the young elites of your sect. I know that this sounds absurd, but I hope you don't mind. Zhu Shen said calmly. Lu Sulan was surprised at his request, but she did not decline. She will only be teaching the disciples about the fundamentals of swordsmanship. It was not the secret technique of their sect, so she did not really mind. Not a problem at all, Lord Zhu Shen. Since that's the case, follow me towards the training grounds. Lu Sulan glanced at Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen followed behind her with distant thoughts. If I had a sect of my own during my past life, that old fogey Lao Go wouldn't have been able to trap me so easily inside his god-sealing tower. Maybe I should establish my own sect in this mortal world and foster my own army of elites. Celestial Emperor Lao Go was the one who sealed Zhu Shen inside the god-sealing tower. Celestial Emperor Lao Go found out that his second wife would secretly go out of her living quarters to join the other supreme beings every time Zhu Shen would discuss his insights in swordsmanship. Later on, he even heard his second wife was slowly falling for Zhu Shen. And as a celestial emperor, how could he allow his wife to blindly listen to Zhu Shen's insight in swordsmanship? Wouldn't others say that his sword techniques were way weaker than Zhu Shen's? Aside from that, she had also taken a liking to Zhu Shen when she was already his woman. So due to his anger, Celestial Emperor Lao Go ordered the sect he nurtured, the Celestial Paragon Tower, to capture Zhu Shen using the God-Sealing Tower. Zhu Shen fought against more than several dozen thousands of supreme beings and was able to escape despite his severe injuries. Left with no choice, Celestial Emperor Lao Go personally took action and fought with Zhu Shen for more than 7 days. He then sealed him inside his God-Sealing Tower. Back to the story. Not long after, they arrived inside the Ice Cloud Sword Sect's training grounds. Zhu Shen heard multiple sweet grunts and lovely shouts as several young ladies executed their flashy sword techniques. One young lady slashed her sword, causing a burning sword radiance to materialize. Another young lady struck her sword on the ground, which then produced earthen sword spikes around her. Zhu Shen glanced at their display of sword techniques with an expressionless face while he internally shook his head in disdain. What kind of crappy sword techniques are these? They're full of flaws and openings. Lu Sulan glanced at Zhu Shen to check his reaction at the wonderful display of her disciples. But when she saw his unchanging expression, she felt a bit annoyed. Lord Zhu Shen, what do you think about my disciples' skills? Lu Sulan asked tentatively. Zhu Shen, who was unconsciously revising their sword techniques, was awoken by her sudden question. They can be considered as dregs heir. I mean they are good and can be further polished. Your disciples only needed to train the basics in detail so that they will be able to execute your sect's sword techniques with much greater strength. Furthermore, the sword techniques that you guys taught them were somewhat flawed. It lacks substance and focused much on appearance. It can still be revised though. Zhu Shen realized that he spoke too much, so he chose to remain silent. As for Lu Sulan, she was surprised by his words. She was indeed going to teach her disciples with the basics of swordsmanship in order to strengthen their foundations. She was able to realize their shortcomings after watching them for several months, but Zhu Shen saw through them in one look. Was he able to see their flaws after just one glance? Or was it just a coincidence? As for his remarks about their sword techniques being flawed, she ignored it and took it as him spouting bullshit. How could their sect's sword techniques be flawed? It was, after all, the byproduct of their former sect mistress's efforts. All of them were awe-inspiring figures that brought fear and worship towards the Silver Wing Empire's citizens. And the sword techniques that they made were powerful and profound. Lord Zhu Shen, our sword techniques are made by the previous sect mistresses of our Ice Cloud Sword sect. A few of them were even 9th rank Saint Realm experts. So how could their techniques be flawed? Lu Sulan replied in a slightly dissatisfied tone of voice. Hearing her words, Zhu Shen shook his head calmly and remained silent. Chapter 38, Zhu Shen demonstrates his skill. After seeing him remain silent, Lu Sulan spoke no more. She then walked towards her disciples and displayed a milder gaze. When the disciples saw Lu Sulan walking towards them, they bowed their heads respectfully and greeted her. Greetings, Sect Mistress Lu. Lu Sulan nodded her head with a gentle look. She then glanced at Zhu Shen with a cheeky smile and replied. Before we start with our practice, let me introduce this man first. He is Lord Zhu Shen and he will be checking all of your flaws, so make sure to do good when you execute your sword techniques. When Zhu Shen heard her words, he remained serene and tranquil with no hints of ripples in his emotions. He had expected this kind of development after speaking too much about their sword techniques. In his uncountable eons of life, he had already grasped the human's heart. After speaking with Lu Sulan, he was able to tell that she was a headstrong woman that would not allow anyone to mock their teachings. She had an unyielding nature who would not easily back down. Even after knowing that he was an alchemy saint, she still risked offending him just because he said that their sword techniques were flawed. After listening to their sect mistress words, the disciples glanced at the man standing behind their sect mistress. His long silver hair was tied in a ponytail. With skin as fair as white jade and a face that could make a woman breathless. They were surprised to see such a handsome man and they all thought that he might be one of their sect mistress pursuers. Okay, let's start everyone. Xiao Hua, you'll go first. Lu Sulan called out for someone with a kind smile. A young lady with beautiful facial features stepped forward. She appeared to be slightly shy as she walked towards Lu Sulan. Greetings, Sect Mistress Lu. Xiao Hua bowed her head slightly as she greeted Lu Sulan. Little Hua, let me see if there is an improvement in your radiant sword slash. Lu Sulan stroked her hair with a doting look. Yes, Sect Mistress. Xiao Hua answered shyly, her face blushing. She took in a deep breath and calmed herself down before performing her radiant sword slash. Zhu Shen calmly observed Xiao Hua as she executed her sword technique. Manipulation of true essence, subpar. Conversion of true essence, average. Execution of attack, trash. Damage produced, average. Overall rating, below average. All the disciples exclaimed after seeing the brilliant radiance produced by Xiao Hua's sword slash. They also felt that it was strong enough to kill a mid-stage 4th rank Knight Crusader realm expert. It was already good for Xiao Hua, who was only an initial stage 4th rank Knight Crusader, to be capable of producing an attack that was one minor realm higher than her cultivation. Even Lu Sulan was happy with her progress. She smiled and patted Xiao Hua's little head, causing the latter to blush in embarrassment. Good job, little Hua. But you still have to sharpen your skills. If you weren't nervous, you could have executed a much stronger attack. I will work hard, sect mistress. Xiao Hua replied respectfully. Lu Sulan then glanced at Zhu Shen with a smile. Do you want to say something, Lord Zhu Shen? Zhu Shen wanted to maintain a low profile, but he did not want to see Lu Sulan's annoying smile. How could he allow a little girl to act so willfully in his presence? He stared at Lu Sulan deeply, causing the latter to look away. His gaze was so penetrating that it made her feel a hint of fear. Zhu Shen then turned to look towards Xiao Hua, who was looking at him expectantly. You have great potential, but the way you manipulated your true essence was mediocre at best. The way you executed your technique looked flashy, but it's full of holes and openings. There was also an unnecessary pause of half a second midway through your execution, and this might have been related to your anxious state of heart. Furthermore, because your manipulation of true essence was subpar, the damage of your attack was significantly reduced. Zhu Shen's words were harsh, but everything was on point. He was able to see the flaws of Xiao Hua's sword technique with one glance. He was even able to tell them the reason for such flaws. His words were like sharp arrows that pierced Xiao Hua's little heart. Her body faintly trembled and her eyes also watered, but she suppressed her urge to cry. Everything he said was right, but she didn't know how to improve her control in manipulating her true essence. Even their sect mistress could only correct them slowly. Looking at her distressed look, Zhu Shen remained unperturbed. If he had complimented her, she would grow complacent and her sword techniques would never progress. It was better to tell her about her mistakes so that she can slowly correct them herself. Seeing Xiao Hua's sad look, Lu Sulan was about to berate Zhu Shen, but before she could speak. Your name is Xiao Hua, right? Zhu Shen asked. Xiao Hua nodded her head slowly while biting her lips. Observe this carefully, Xiao Hua. I will execute the same sword technique, and I will also suppress my realm to the initial stage 4th rank Knight Crusader. Can I borrow your sword? Since he had already told Xiao Hua about her flaws, then he might as well help her improve her shortcomings. Xiao Hua was surprised, but she obediently handed her sword to Zhu Shen. Everyone, including Lu Sulan, observed Zhu Shen's every move. They wanted to see what he would do. Zhu Shen suppressed his realm, making everyone sense the aura of an initial stage 4th rank Knight Crusader on him. Without making any superfluous movements, Zhu Shen nonchalantly brandished the sword in his hand, causing a raging sword wind to materialize in midair. It then hit a nearby boulder, making it explode into countless pieces. His attack caused all the disciples to widen their eyes in surprise. It was actually 20 times stronger than Xiao Hua's attack. And the way he executed the sword strike was more natural, as if he merely executed a random slash. As for Lu Sulan, she was covering her mouth with an expression of utter disbelief. That's... How did he execute our sect's radiant sword slash? The attack he made can also threaten a 5th rank spirit realm expert. I must be dreaming. She muttered to herself while feeling shocked in her heart. Because of the silence, everyone heard Zhu Shen as he muttered. This sword technique is truly lousy. Even after revising it, I can only increase its power by a bit. After hearing his words, everyone was speechless. Chapter 39, Gaining Respect. Lord Zhu Shen, you. How come you can perform our sect's radiant sword slash? Lu Sulan asked with a bewildered look. What's so surprising about that? Isn't that your sect's most lousy sword technique? Zhu Shen replied indifferently. Upon hearing his words, Lu Sulan had the urge to beat him up. What lousiest sword technique? It's one of the strongest sword techniques in our Ice Cloud Sword sect. Lu Sulan tactfully chose to remain silent. She then called another disciple's name. The disciple she called was nervous, especially after seeing how easily Zhu Shen was able to discern the flaws in their techniques. After executing her sword technique, Zhu Shen told her about her flaws and he also displayed how it should be done. The scene happened to all of the disciples that Lu Sulan called, making her heart turn numbed. With a horrified look, she glanced at Zhu Shen. She finally realized that this man was not just an alchemy saint. He might even be a 9th-rank Saint Realm expert. She felt goosebumps all over her body when she recalled how she had deliberately opposed him earlier. Zhu Shen returned the sword that he had borrowed from Xiaohua before he glanced at Lu Sulan, who was trying to conceal the dread in her heart. He then walked towards her at a normal pace, but to Lu Sulan, it felt as if it was an eternity. Zhu Shen then gently patted Lu Sulan's shoulder, causing the latter to almost jump in fright. "You have great disciples, Sect Mistress Lu. Just train them according to what I have said earlier. Anyway, I shall not take much of your time. Farewell." Zhu Shen left after saying those words. Lu Sulan glanced at his broad back with a complicated gaze. Would his arrival change her fate? After seeing his abilities, she was now more certain that Zhu Shen indeed has the capability of concocting the Crimson Astral Blaze pill. She was looking forward to the day when she would no longer feel a sense of discomfort and pain every time she cultivates. Xiaohua and the other disciples stared at Zhu Shen's disappearing back figure and bowed their heads respectfully. Although he was harsh on his choice of words, they were able to realize their mistakes easily. He had even demonstrated to them how their techniques should be executed. With his teachings, they were confident in improving their sword techniques. Lu Sulan did not stop the actions of her disciples. After all, Zhu Shen helped them in recognizing the flaws in their sword techniques. With his intervention, it would save a great deal of time for them. For young cultivators, time was precious. They would never forget Zhu Shen's help. Meanwhile, inside his luxurious guest room, Zhu Shen sat cross-legged while cultivating. Although he could not break through using normal means, he could still strengthen himself through cultivation. The true essence inside the guest room was thick, but to Zhu Shen, it means nothing. Zhu Shen gathered the true essence in his surroundings and refined them inside his danshan. His danshan was like a bottomless abyss that could not be filled even after cultivating for many years. This might be related to my new body being a seamless deity physique. It looks like I have to rely on the system if I want to break through realms. Zhu Shen muttered to himself, but he continued to patiently cultivate. Host, a seamless deity physique can't be cultivated like this. Only with the system's help can you increase your strength. Host, work hard on completing your tasks. The system's solemn voice echoed inside his head like a bucket of cold water. He sighed and stopped cultivating his true essence. Since I can't cultivate my true essence nor cultivate my soul force, then I might as well perceive the mysterious fourth realm of the heart realm, the heartless void. System, this is possible, right? Zhu Shen did not hear any reply from the system, but he did not feel discouraged. That night, he tried perceiving the heartless void. ******. The glaring sun shone like a celestial fireball in the sky. Its scorching beams splashed onto the world, basking everyone with its warm glow. Zhu Shen opened his eyes with a regretful look in his face. The heartless void is too profound. I might have been able to faintly recognize its intricacies when I had my previous cultivation, but with my current realm in this life, achieving a breakthrough in the heart realm is impossible. He muttered and released a soft sigh. Today, I will go with Lu Sulan to the alchemy hall to check for the ingredients of the Crimson Astral Blaze pill. Considering their background, they should have one set of the auxiliary ingredients I needed for the pill. As for the main ingredient, I wonder if they have one piece of Earth origin dragon fruit. Zhu Shen thought about the 4 bonsai 4 spiritual plants inside his store. All 4 of it were 9th rank spiritual plants, the Earth origin dragon tree, but they haven't borne a single fruit yet. With the system's show-off nature, it should have added a heavenly soil on the pots. But even if that's the case, it would still take 2 to 3 weeks before it can bear Earth origin dragon fruits. If the alchemy hall does not have one piece of the fruit, then all we can do is wait for the spiritual plants in my store to bear fruits. But I need a ripe one, so in total, we need to wait for 1 whole month. In that case, do I really have to use my acupuncture on her to suppress the discomfort she feels? The question is, would that little girl even allow me to do my acupuncture on her? Zhu Shen felt slightly annoyed in his heart, but he still looked serenely calm on the surface. Knock. 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 Zhu Shen glanced at the door and felt the familiar aura of Lu Sulan. Come inside, Sect Mistress Lu. Lu Sulan came inside with dark circles under her eyes. Although it was faint and was covered by makeup, Zhu Shen could still perceive it with his acute eyesight. With a tired and weary gaze, Lu Sulan spoke in a mild tone. Lord Zhu Shen, it's time for us to go. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly and jumped out of his bed with a whooshing sound. Chapter 40, Master Fengzi. Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan stepped out of the Ice Cloud Sword Sect's ice castle amidst the inquiring gazes of the disciples guarding the entrance. Lu Sulan gracefully tapped her foot and hovered in midair like a celestial fairy. She still looked beautiful despite having a sleepless night yesterday due to her excitement. She had been looking for countless ways to remove the pain she was feeling. She had even eaten a few high-level spiritual herbs with the thought that maybe it could help in her predicament. Who knew that even after eating all of them, nothing changed? In fact, her situation grew worse by the day. And now, Zhu Shen's sudden arrival caused her to regain her hope. Maybe this man could help me resolve my situation, she thought to herself. And because of her intense excitement and eagerness, she was unable to properly meditate last night, causing her to feel a bit weak and tired. Zhu Shen took out a bottle of deep-sea spring dew from his storage earring and he handed it to Lu Sulan. Sect Mistress Lu, this wine is called the deep-sea spring dew. It could help you lower the pain you're feeling and it can also help you hasten your cultivation speed. Zhu Shen said. The deep-sea spring dew contained the essence of yin and yang. And it was what Lu Sulan needed the most in her current situation. Her innate physique was that of the verdant flame's saintly vermilion body. It was a true yang physique, and this kind of innate body needed a technique that was of true yang to further nurture it. But Lu Sulan cultivated the Ice Cloud Sword Sect's secret technique which was of true yin in nature. This caused her verdant flame's saintly vermilion body to slowly grow weaker through time. But since it was a saintly body, it was not that easy to suppress it. The verdant flame's saintly vermilion body consumed itself in order to remain active in Lu Sulan's body. This was also the root cause of the discomfort and pain that she felt every time she cultivated. Lu Sulan didn't stand on ceremony either. After hearing that it could help her alleviate a bit of pain, she carefully received the bottle of wine. Thank you, Lord Zhu Shen, she said with a grateful look. Zhu Shen nodded his head and flew beside her. The alchemy hall was located inside Beltran City, so it was not that far from the Ice Cloud Sword Sect's ice castle. With their speed, they arrived in less than an hour's time. In front of them was a tall tower with a scholarly aura and atmosphere. They landed on the ground causing shock exclamations from the surrounding crowd of cultivators and mortals. The cultivators knew that only 8th-ranked Divine Realm experts were capable of flight. So when they saw that the two of them flew from above, their gazes were painted with excitement, curiosity, respect, jealousy, and other kinds of emotions. Look, those two seniors descended from the sky. Does that mean that they are 8th-ranked Divine Realm experts? As for the mortals, it was as if they had seen a god and a goddess, especially with Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan's otherworldly facial features. They are a match made in heaven. An immortal couple. Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan ignored the crowd as they walked inside the alchemy hall. When the guards at the entrance saw Lu Sulan, they were surprised. It was not the first time they saw her. In fact, they have seen her a few times before, and every time she went out of the alchemy hall, she would always be accompanied by the branch head. And they had also seen her fly in midair. With all those facts added together, they knew that she was someone of important status. With a face full of flattery, they opened the door for the both of them and was able to go inside without a problem. One guard led them towards the branch head's office. Knock. 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 Who the hell is outside that damned door? I'm in the middle of concocting a high-level pill here. Scram! An angry shout reverberated inside the branch head's room. The guard turned pale and he hurriedly glanced at the two people behind him. He sighed in relief after seeing that both of them still looked calm. He was about to say something when... Master Fengzi, it's me. I apologize for visiting you with no prior appointment. Lu Sulan said in a gentle voice. Oh, so it's Sect Mistress Lu? Wait, give me one moment here. The aged voice of an old man resounded once again inside the branch head's room, but this time, it sounded gentle and benign. The door opened slowly and revealed the face of an old man with disheveled hair. When he saw Lu Sulan's face, he smiled brilliantly and opened the door wide. Haha! You're back, Sect Mistress Lu. Come inside. Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan came inside the old man's room. They saw a charred cauldron at the center of the room and they could also smell the pungent scent of burnt herbs. Sorry for disturbing you during your time of pill concoction, Master Fengzi. Lu Sulan said apologetically. Not a problem at all, Sect Mistress Lu. It's not even a high-level pill anyway. Master Fengzi said with a chuckle while waving his aged hands as if it was nothing of great importance. So he was indeed not lying when he said that he was concocting a pill. Zhu Shen observed the old man calmly before observing the cauldron. He sniffed the pungent scent of the burnt herbs and nodded his head internally. You don't have to apologize to him. He was not concocting a pill when we arrived. The concoction was done last night, and based on the smell of these burnt herbs, the pill he was trying to concoct was an 8th grade pill, the Invigorating Meridians pill. This is a high-level pill, and not just some random low-level pill. An awkward silence followed after Zhu Shen spoke those words. Master Fengzi stood with a look of disbelief, while Lu Sulan was wearing a forced smile. Chapter 41, Getting Ingredients, 1. You. How did you know I mean, you're spouting nonsense, kid. I have been concocting pills since you were still in your mother's womb. Stop speaking a load of bull crap. Master Fengzi pointed his finger at Zhu Shen and snarled angrily, causing his long grey beard to tremble. Hearing his words, Zhu Shen chuckled in his heart. This little brat is so funny. I don't even know how old I am anymore. In fact, I had even seen the birth of countless worlds. The Invigorating Meridians pill has the effect of enhancing one's potential in breaking through the 9th rank Saint realm. Furthermore, this pill can also add an additional 100 years of lifespan to whoever consumes it. Considering your cultivation, which is still at the mid-stage 8th rank Divine Realm, this pill should be a preparatory pill for when you reach the peak stage 8th rank Divine Realm. Little brat, you're still wet behind the ears to fool me. Zhu Shen calmly stated as if he knew what was happening with Master Fengzi's life like the back of his hand. Master Fengzi was listening to Zhu Shen's words with a horrified expression on his aged face. The hand that he used to point at Zhu Shen was trembling uncontrollably. After Zhu Shen spoke, Master Fengzi's gaze towards Zhu Shen turned into that of profound dread. What the hell? Did this snotty kid just call me a little brat? And how the fuck did he know everything about the pill I was concocting after giving it one sniff? Is this kid a descendant of a dragon dog? As for Lu Sulan, she felt a sense of déjà vu while listening to their conversation. It looks like even Master Fengzi is powerless against Lord Zhu Shen. She muttered in her heart. At the same time, she was now completely certain that Zhu Shen was an alchemy saint. What rubbish! You might have read the description of the Invigorating Meridians pill somewhere before. And you dare flaunt your paltry knowledge to an alchemy sovereign. Master Fengzi shouted angrily despite his rising dread. The atmosphere that Zhu Shen was giving off was something that he was very familiar with. He felt the same sensation when he had faced the alchemy hall's supreme elder, who was a full-fledged alchemy saint. Zhu Shen did not bother to give a reply at Master Feng's remarks. He merely looked at him like how he would glance at a foolish mortal. Facing his cold and indifferent gaze, Master Feng's hairs involuntarily stood on end. If you have these ingredients, I will help you in concocting one set of invigorating meridians pill. Zhu Shen handed him a piece of paper that he had written last night. It contained the auxiliary ingredients needed to concoct the Crimson Astral Blaze pill. Of course, he added some miscellaneous ingredients in order to confuse whoever would read the contents of the paper. Master Fengzi absent-mindedly grabbed the piece of paper and took a look at it. When he saw that most of them were rare and precious ingredients, his pair of murky eyes widened with an appalled look. "You snotty kid! Why don't you rob our alchemy hall instead? All of the ingredients written here are at least 8th grade ingredients. Damn bastard! The Crimson Astral Blaze pill was a 9th grade pill, so all of the ingredients needed to concoct it were all high-grade ingredients. Master Fengzi, I will pay for all the ingredients written on that paper. No matter how much it is, I will pay." Lu Sulan spoke with a determined look on her face. She was gambling everything on Zhu Shen. After all, he was the only hope she had after all these years of finding the thing that could help her resolve her issue. "This. Sect Mistress Lu, are you sure about this? All the ingredients he needed would amount to more than 100,000 true crystals." Master Fengzi said with a wry smile. Lu Sulan shuddered after hearing the price, but she can still stomach it. That amount was equivalent to 30% of their sect's annual income. With their sect's deep pocket, which was accumulated after several decades, it was a big amount, but not that much either. She can just accumulate that kind of wealth in less than half a year. Thinking up to that, Lu Sulan clenched her fists tightly and said through gritted teeth, "I'm willing to pay for it, Master Fengzi." Master Fengzi was surprised at her determination. He wondered what kind of pill they would concoct using those precious ingredients. How did this snotty kid manage to fool Sect Mistress Lu's naive heart? Sigh. Since Sect Mistress Lu have spoken. Fine, I agree. But you should know that these ingredients are hard to come by, so you better not waste all of it, you darned kid. Master Fengzi coldly glared at Zhu Shen. You may take your seat, Sect Mistress Lu. Don't worry, this old man will be back in a jiffy. He then smiled kindly at Lu Sulan before he walked out of the room to get the ingredients. The ingredients that Zhu Shen wrote were all precious and high grade, so he had to personally get them. Those ingredients might be rare, but as the holy land of alchemists, the alchemy hall had a few of them in stock. Inside the branch head's room, Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan stood in front of each other. When Master Fengzi left the room, an awkward silence followed. Lu Sulan glanced at Zhu Shen with a curious look. She stared at him carefully to check if she might be able to uncover something about him. He was a man with a mysterious background, and his appearance in her Ice Cloud Sword sect was too sudden. "Just who are you, Lord Zhu Shen?" After feeling her deep gaze, Zhu Shen stared back at her, causing Lu Sulan to blush in embarrassment. He then grabbed a seat for himself and sat lazily on it. "Why do I have to meet a lot of troublesome little brats? Sigh. This life is tough." Chapter 42, Getting Ingredients, 2. Master Fengzi went towards their alchemy hall's storage area to pick up the medicinal herbs and fruits written on the piece of paper given by Zhu Shen. He was perplexed since all the ingredients written were high-level materials. And the resulting pill of such ingredients should at least be a peak 8th grade pill. What the hell is that little kid trying to play with? But he's got some skill to know what kind of pill I concocted yesterday. Furthermore, I can't sense his cultivation level at all, so he must have some kind of treasure on him that prevented others from seeing his actual cultivation level. Master Fengzi recalled how Zhu Shen easily stated what kind of pill he concocted after giving one sniff at his room. Even he himself wasn't capable of doing it. One sniff and he can guess what kind of pill he concocted. If he told an alchemist about it, they would surely treat him as a crazy old man. That bastard! Damn it! Master Fengzi gnashed his teeth in exasperation, causing his long grey beard to faintly tremble. He then went inside their alchemy hall's storage area under the respectful gazes of all the other alchemists. Greetings, Master Fengzi. Master Fengzi, where are you going? Hearing the sudden question, Master Fengzi's eyes suddenly flashed with a cunning light similar to an old fox. This old man will prove someone that pill concoction requires experience and knowledge. If one only knows how to read the recipe, how can they successfully concoct a pill with that? The alchemists were surprised at his reply, and based on his tone, someone must have incurred his displeasure. Master Fengzi, who is this blind fool that dared to flaunt his minuscule knowledge inside our alchemy hall? Yet, he must be taught a lesson from trying to compare himself to us experienced old alchemists. Master Fengzi, tell me who that bastard is. The alchemists were looking at him with faces full of displeasure. Of course, this displeasure was aimed towards the person who had provoked Master Fengzi. Master Fengzi evilly smiled internally, but he still maintained an amicable outer facade. He looked like a righteous old man who was defamed by a random nobody. Coupled with his great name and skills in alchemy, everyone believed that he was speaking the truth. These old fools are easily swayed. But the good thing about them is their loyalty towards our alchemy hall. Master Fengzi flashed a benign smile at everyone and said, "There's no hurry, everyone. I will go grab something first and then we will go together to meet this person. In that case, we will wait for you here, Master Fengzi. Take your time, Master Fengzi. Don't worry, we will help you teach this bastard a lesson." Master Fengzi nodded his head slowly, acting like a well-learned sage. He then went inside the storage area. After less than 30 minutes, he came out and said with a bright smile, "Let's go, my fellow alchemists. I will bring you all to that person." The high-level alchemists followed after Master Fengzi with resolute faces. As for the young alchemists, they decided to join the fun. Meanwhile, inside Master Fengzi's room, Zhu Shen was still sitting lazily on a chair. His expression was relaxed and unbothered, as if no storm could move his heart. On the other hand, Lu Sulan was feeling nervous and expectant at the same time. Sometimes, she would sneak a glance at Zhu Shen only to see his unchanging facial expression. Creak! The door sprung open and Master Fengzi came inside the room with several old men and women standing behind him with angry faces. And right outside the room were a few young alchemists. They looked around the room to search for the person that Master Fengzi was talking about. They saw Lu Sulan's beautiful and harmless figure and unconsciously thought that she wasn't the one that they were looking for. When they saw the ever-so-calm Zhu Shen, all of them nodded their heads internally. They knew it was this guy. "Sect Mistress Lu, here are the ingredients you needed." Master Fengzi warmly smiled as he handed a space ring to Lu Sulan. Lu Sulan smiled and did not bother checking the space ring. She knew that Master Fengzi would not scam her, so she also handed a space ring to Master Fengzi. "And this is the payment for all these items. You may check it, Master Fengzi, and do inform me if it's insufficient." Master Fengzi nodded his head with a benign smile before keeping the space ring given by Lu Sulan. He then glanced at Zhu Shen with a mocking smile on his aged face. "Young man, I have given the ingredients to Sect Mistress Lu. I wonder if you can do your end of the bargain." Zhu Shen glanced at Master Fengzi with an uninterested expression before he turned to look at the old men and women standing behind him. Looking at their angry faces full of indignation, he had a rough guess of what had happened. They must have been instigated by Master Fengzi. Zhu Shen knew what Master Fengzi was talking about. He wanted him to concoct the invigorating Meridian's pill, since he told the latter that he would help him concoct it if Master Fengzi could provide the ingredients they sought. "I am true to my words. Just provide the necessary ingredients so that I can start my concoction," Zhu Shen nonchalantly replied. The old men and women behind Master Fengzi furrowed their eyebrows after seeing Zhu Shen's attitude. He wasn't respecting Master Fengzi at all. Who the hell do you think you are to order Master Fengzi like that? Kid, this is the alchemy hall. This is not a place for any random alchemist wannabe to swagger around. Zhu Shen remained calm under their barrage of words, while Lu Sulan didn't know what to do. She didn't want to provoke any of the opposing parties, so she remained silent and could only helplessly look at the scene. Master Fengzi's old lips twitched after hearing Zhu Shen's words. He indeed had one last set of ingredients necessary in concocting the invigorating meridians pill, but after it was consumed, he would have none left for his usage. He gritted his teeth and took out a bunch of medicinal herbs and fruits from his space ring before giving it to Zhu Shen with his shaking hands. He then forced out a smile and said coldly, "Those are ingredients, young man. Now, let us old alchemists see how it is concocted." Chapter 43, Pill Aurora. Zhu Shen checked the ingredients and furrowed his eyebrows in discontent. What kind of trashy ingredients are these? I can barely concoct a perfect state invigorating meridians pill with this. He muttered with a frown. A pill is subdivided into 6 states depending on their efficacy: low state, medium state, high state, peak state, perfect state, and profound state. Master Fengzi and the other alchemists were speechless after hearing Zhu Shen's words. All the ingredients they had were all nurtured with great care, so how could it become a low-level ingredient? Kid, stop your shameless boasting and just admit that you are a clown. Don't fool around here in our alchemy hall and go back to the circus where you're supposed to belong. One old man snarled while pointing at Zhu Shen. What was a perfect state pill? Even concocting a perfect state first-grade pill was already as hard as ascending the heavens for someone like them. Even Master Fengzi could only sometimes concoct a pill of such level. Master Fengzi coldly smiled as he glanced at Zhu Shen. This kid truly knows how to boast. Concocting a perfect state 8th grade invigorating meridians pill? Funny. Zhu Shen swept his glance at the old man who shouted at him. His deep and unfathomable eyes flashed with a profound glint, causing the old alchemist to feel a bone-chilling coldness that made him tremble in fear. Ding! Special mission activated. Host, as the future wine god, how could you allow these mortals to mock your divine presence? Show them how a wine god concocts his own pill. A reward will be given for accomplishing this special mission. Zhu Shen suddenly heard the system's solemn and robotic voice ringing inside his head. Furthermore, he felt that there was a hint of anger in that solemnity. With an aloof facial expression, he elegantly waved his right hand, causing the sleeve of his robes to flutter gently. His actions caused everyone inside the room to be surprised, but then they saw the charred cauldron at the center of the room hovering towards Zhu Shen as if it had heard his calling. Master Fengzi's eyes widened in shock. It was his own cauldron, so how could it be used by somebody else? He had even dripped his own blood on it to mark himself as its owner. Zhu Shen ignored their stunned gazes and softly slapped the charred cauldron, causing its blackened surface to regain its former mighty appearance. The cauldron trembled and swayed in midair as if it was expressing its happiness. The scene caused everyone to gape in amazement. Cleaning a cauldron could actually be done this way? It both looked cool and magnificent, making everyone a bit speechless. Zhu Shen snapped his finger and produced a small wisp of black flames that caused the room's temperature to rise by many folds. In fact, it caused everyone to feel a primal kind of fear. Zhu Shen flicked his fingers, causing the small wisp of black flame to travel below the cauldron. His silk ponytail holder untied itself as his long silver hair fluttered gently. His calm expression and his peerless facial features caused everyone to feel a hint of veneration to surface deeply in their hearts. Even Master Fengzi was not spared, he also felt a sense of inferiority compared to Zhu Shen's otherworldly visage. Under the complicated gazes of everyone, the cauldron that Zhu Shen lit up suddenly broke into pieces, causing everyone to be dazed. What a lousy cauldron! I only used a bit of my soul flames and it already broke into pieces. What a trash! Zhu Shen muttered silently. Master Fengzi was stunned when he saw the scene of his own treasured cauldron breaking into pieces. His heart bled so much that he felt his old body went limp. My treasured cauldron, it's an 8th grade cauldron. How can a small wisp of soul flames cause it to break? Master Fengzi, was that your cauldron? And are you sure that it was an 8th grade cauldron? An old alchemist asked with a bewildered look. How could a high-level cauldron break so easily as if it was a fragile glass? Master Fengzi forced out a smile and shook his head. Of course not. How could such a cauldron be an 8th grade cauldron? It's only my spare one, so no need to bother with it too much. His heart felt like it was pierced by a spear as he spoke those words. He even felt his internal organs contorting in pain. With a cold look, he was about to berate Zhu Shen, but then he saw something that caused his pair of murky eyes to widen in shock as if he had seen Buddha. In fact, it was not just him. All the alchemists inside the room were looking at Zhu Shen with shocked faces. Even Lu Solan was looking at Zhu Shen in amazement. Under everyone's gaze, Zhu Shen performed multiple hand gestures while muttering an incomprehensible mantra. His true essence and soul force were displayed in full, making everyone sense his true strength. His martial cultivation was at the 9th rank saint while his soul cultivation had also reached the 9th rank, showing that he was an alchemy saint. With all these revelations, everyone's gaze towards Zhu Shen turned into that of worship. What was an alchemy saint? People at that level were considered as the peak of alchemy in the world of Nuar. Furthermore, he was also a martial cultivator at the 9th rank saint. He was a dual martial and soul cultivator. With another wave of his hands, multiple golden archaic patterns hovered in front of Zhu Shen like docile butterflies. Looking at the archaic patterns, everyone felt a sense of blankness as if they were staring at the void. They couldn't understand what they were at all. The archaic patterns slowly merged and formed a small and transparent cauldron that hovered regally in front of Zhu Shen. With a flick of his fingers, another wisp of black flames was thrown below the transparent cauldron. His actions unhurried and well practiced as if he had done it thousands of times before. He then casually threw all the medicinal herbs and fruits inside the transparent cauldron one by one. Everyone saw how the ingredients' impurities were removed by the golden archaic patterns. Zhu Shen snapped his fingers, causing the black flames to burn intensely as it became bigger. With the black flames covering the transparent cauldron, everyone could not see what was happening inside, but they saw that Zhu Shen was still performing multiple hand gestures. His expression was unchanging and detached as if he was doing something simple. Moments after, he dropped the last ingredient inside the transparent cauldron. Condense. Zhu Shen muttered calmly. This pill could barely become a perfect state. I have to add something that could make its efficacy even stronger. Zhu Shen thought to himself as he grabbed a bottle of wine from his storage earring. He gave it a sip before he poured half of the wine's contents inside the cauldron. Why is this lord adding wine into his concoction? Shut up! What do you know? We can only guess what this honorable alchemy saint will do about this wine. Maybe it's an important recipe that could further enhance the pill's efficacy. Master Fengzi said while looking at Zhu Shen in admiration. His earlier discontent towards Zhu Shen was gone like a puff of smoke. He even called him Honorable Alchemy Saint to express his admiration. Form. Zhu Shen muttered aloofly. Following his words, the black flames receded and its disappearance produced a cloud of white smoke. When the smoke was gone, a rainbow radiance flashed for a brief moment before 10 glittering pills were produced. Pill Aurora. That's the legendary Pill Aurora. How is this possible? Master Fengzi said with a horrified look after seeing the momentary flash of rainbow-colored radiance. Chapter 44, I Sell Wine. Master Fengzi, what did you say? Pill Aurora? What does it mean? An alchemist asked with a bewildered look while all the other alchemists were looking at him curiously. What could this Pill Aurora be to invoke that kind of reaction from Master Fengzi, who was an alchemy sovereign? Master Fengzi glanced at Zhu Shen, who was shrouded by a golden glow. He looked at him as if he was gazing at a deity. With a fascinated expression, he replied. We all know that pills are subdivided into 5 levels according to their efficacy. The low state, medium state, high state, peak state, and perfect state. But the Supreme Elder of our alchemy hall allowed me to read a relic from the ancient times. On that relic, written after the perfect state is the profound state. And once a pill reaches the profound state, it will produce a flash of rainbow radiance that is called the pill aurora. That was what we saw earlier. Hearing what Master Fengzi said, the alchemists gasped in shock. There was actually a profound state after the perfect state? And does that mean the silver-haired man in front of them was able to concoct a pill of such a level? Ding! Special mission accomplished. Loading rewards. You received X1 Heaven Trampling Cauldron. Zhu Shen ignored the system's solemn voice and focused himself on his new discovery. So a yin and yang attributed item can actually enhance an invigorating meridian's pill's efficacy. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't plan to become an alchemy god anyway, Zhu Shen thought to himself as he casually grabbed the 10 invigorating meridians pill. He then swept his glance at Master Fengzi and said, "Here are your invigorating meridians pill. I have done my end of the bargain, so it's time for us to leave." Zhu Shen handed the 10 pills to Master Fengzi, who accepted the pills with his shaking hands. After hearing that Zhu Shen would now leave, the alchemists felt a sense of loss, but they didn't have the courage to hold him down. Heck! The man was a dual martial and soul cultivator. Even their supreme elder might not be able to defeat him. Honorable alchemy saint, could this lowly alchemist ask for your esteemed name? Master Fengzi said with an expectant look. Zhu Shen ignored the change in his attitude. He was already used to such developments that he had even grown tired of counting how many times it had happened in his past life. With an indifferent look, Zhu Shen replied. Zhu Shen. Oh, so it's alchemy saint Zhu Shen. Is it possible that you are a reclusive alchemy saint, Lord Zhu Shen? Master Fengzi inquired with a curious look. Master Fengzi was an old veteran in the profound dragon continent, but he had never heard of Zhu Shen's name in all his life. Unless if Zhu Shen was a hermit who focused his life in solitary cultivation. Zhu Shen ignored Master Fengzi and walked towards Lu Solan, who was still looking at him with a dazed face. Sect Mistress Lu, let's go. Lu Solan shook her head and said in a curious tone. Lord Zhu Shen, I'm also curious as to who you are. I know it's presumptuous, but could you at least tell us something about you? Zhu Shen sighed internally, but he maintained an indifferent facade. Humans, they are really curious creatures. I am no alchemy saint nor a 9th rank saint realm expert. I am just a simple man who sells wine in the capital city of the Silver Wing Empire. Zhu Shen answered indifferently. Everyone was somewhat speechless at his reply. He actually dared to call himself a simple man? Then what could they be considered as? Dregs? Lord Zhu Shen. Are you really just selling wine? Lu Solan asked tentatively as she recalled the wine that Zhu Shen gave her before they went inside the alchemy hall. Could it be that he really sells wine? Isn't it a bit too absurd? A dual martial and soul cultivator at the 9th rank was actually selling wine? Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly and said in a nonchalant voice. Indeed. You can also visit my store anytime if you want to have a taste of my wines. Just don't forget to bring a few true crystals with you. The room lapsed into an awkward silence after Zhu Shen spoke. Lord Zhu Shen, this type of low-key advertising, isn't it a bit too shameless? In that case, this old man will come and find Lord Zhu Shen's store to taste his wines. Master Fengzi heartily said. He wanted to become acquainted with Zhu Shen since it can only bring him unlimited benefits to become close with someone at his level. Count me in, Master Fengzi. I will join you in searching for Lord Zhu Shen's wine store. Yeah, me too. Me 3. All the alchemists expressed their desire to build a relationship with him. No matter how superficial their relationship would be, as long as they can get acquainted with him, they can boast to their descendants that they were friends with a mighty dual martial and soul cultivator. Zhu Shen ignored them and pulled Lu Sulan's arms. Under the young and old alchemist's gazes full of veneration, Zhu Shen and Lu Sulan stepped out of the alchemy hall. Lu Sulan blushed in embarrassment after feeling Zhu Shen's warm hands. In all her life, it was the first time that a man held her so intimately. While looking at his broad back, Lu Sulan felt a sense of warmth enveloping her maiden heart like a scorching sun. Lu Sulan inhaled the scent of his long silver hair which was now left untied. It had the fragrant smell of a newly bloomed jasmine, and the natural scent of a man. Her face then turned crimson red after realizing her shameful actions. She forced herself to look calm, but the hand that was holding her made Lu Sulan feel a sense of security, as if everything would be fine as long as she was behind this man's broad back. An alien feeling kept on rocking her heart as if it was trying to thaw the remaining coldness within. Sect Mistress Lu, let's go back to the Ice Cloud Sword Sect. Zhu Shen released her arm, which made her feel a sense of loss. Ah yes. Let's go back, Lord Zhu Shen. Lu Sulan replied absent-mindedly. With a tap of their feet, the two figures flew above the skies like an immortal couple. Chapter 45, Heart Unmoved Like Mountain. Lu Sulan's thoughts were like a jumbled mess as she kept on looking at Zhu Shen's back. His long silver hair was fluttering along with the wind as they flew back towards the Ice Cloud Sword Sect. His every action left a deep impression in her heart. The man that suddenly came to give her hope was actually a top expert who can be considered as the most pinnacle cultivator in the whole profound dragon continent. Furthermore, he was also an alchemy saint. Zhu Shen, just who are you? Lu Sulan thought to herself as they descended towards the Ice Cloud Sword Sect's ice castle. When the disciples saw who had arrived, they immediately opened the gates and allowed them to go inside. The arrogant female disciple that blocked Zhu Shen's entry more than a day ago was now looking at him respectfully. And behind that respectful look was a feeling of fear. She heard of some rumors about the man. He was able to see the flaws of her junior sisters and senior sisters' sword techniques in just one glance. Not just that, they also said that even their sect mistress was very respectful towards him. Adding to the event where he had displayed his aura against them, she felt really scared that he would make things difficult for her. Zhu Shen did not even bother glancing at the beautiful female disciples and just treated them like random pebbles in the roadside. In fact, he did not really care about them, for he had seen countless beauties in his past life. Furthermore, their beauties exceeded that of Lu Sulan, since they had a much higher cultivation level and they had also eaten countless immortal treasures to enhance their beauty. The female disciple felt like she had been given a new lease in life after seeing Zhu Shen's indifferent attitude. What kind of man did I even provoke? Her junior and senior sisters, on the other hand, were looking at Zhu Shen in an uncovered adoration and admiration. Who could blame them? Zhu Shen's devilishly handsome face and aloof look were the weaknesses of these little maidens' hearts. It only took them a glance to fall for his otherworldly face. Meanwhile, Zhu Shen was still following behind Lu Sulan, his face detached and cold. Lu Sulan stopped in her tracks and glanced at Zhu Shen. She handed a ring to him and said in a gentle voice, "Lord Zhu Shen, inside this ring are the ingredients that you needed for your concoction. Please check it." Zhu Shen calmly checked the contents of the ring. It seems like the alchemy hall doesn't have one earth origin dragon fruit. Do we really have to wait for my spiritual plants to bear fruit? In that case, I still have to do my acupuncture on her while we wait for it. Seeing Zhu Shen's unchanging expression as he checked the ring's content, Lu Sulan tactfully remained silent. Sect Mistress Lu, this ring contains all the necessary auxiliary ingredients that I needed in order to concoct the Crimson Astral Blaze pill, but we still lack the main ingredient, which is one piece of earth origin dragon fruit. Zhu Shen said as he returned the ring to Lu Sulan. Lu Sulan was a bit disappointed after hearing his words. The last ingredient that he needed was a 9th rank spiritual plant. Such a treasure was a rarity in the whole profound dragon continent. In that case, what can we do for now, Lord Zhu Shen? She asked with an inquiring look. You don't need to worry about this remaining ingredient. I have some Earth origin dragon fruit tree in my store, but it will take a month before they can bear fruits. So, as we wait, I will do my acupuncture on you once every week for 1 month. This will suppress the sense of discomfort that you always feel every time you cultivate. Zhu Shen calmly said. When Lu Sulan heard that he had some Earth origin dragon fruit tree in his store, she was taken aback. He even said it so casually as if it was nothing in his eyes. When Lu Sulan heard that he would do his acupuncture on her, she felt embarrassed and expectant at the same time. She looked away from him to hide her embarrassment. Since that's the only choice left, I will concede and allow Lord Zhu Shen to do so. She forced herself to sound cold and distant, but Zhu Shen could see her fair earlobes producing a reddish hue. How could an archaic expert like him who had lived for countless eons not know what a little girl was thinking? It's just that he was too lazy to bother with her feelings. Or it could also be said that he was afraid that he would develop a seed of emotion within his ice-cold heart. In fact, Zhu Shen had a few lovers in his past life. But all of them drifted away from him due to the huge discrepancy in their strengths. They all died after the cruel and endless passing of time. He may be one of primordial god realm's top experts, but he was powerless to change their fates. Even if he gave them countless immortal pills and heavenly treasures, what could those things do? Those pills and treasures could only temporarily delay their impending doom, and they still could never escape the perpetual passing of time. Only someone at the level of the 3 celestial emperors could live an eternal life. As for the rest of the experts, they would still die after several eons of living their long lives. After living for countless eons, Zhu Shen had experienced many things in life. He had seen how his family, friends, and lovers died from old age, while he who was as a heavenly god remained young. The bone-chilling sensation that he felt as he watched how his loved ones died was kept in the deepest recesses of his mind. It was heart-crippling, even worse than facing countless heavenly tribulations. With all those memories still fresh in his mind, Zhu Shen would bury whatever sense of emotion that may develop in his stone-cold heart. This was also how he had comprehended the third heart realm, heart unmoved like mountain. Chapter 46, Brand New World. Lu Sulan did not know what Zhu Shen was thinking and she could not comprehend anything about him at all. His unchanging expression was still present in his handsome face, making Lu Sulan bewildered as to what he had in mind. Zhu Shen removed the distant thoughts in his mind before he turned to gaze at Lu Sulan's face. He then spoke in a calm voice. When do you want us to start, Sect Mistress Lu? Lu Sulan thought for a moment before she replied. I have taken much of your time, Lord Zhu Shen. Let's do it today so that you can go back to your place tomorrow. Although she felt reluctant to say those words, she didn't want to hold him down for so long as it might incur his displeasure. She did not want to carelessly provoke an expert like Zhu Shen just because of her complicated emotions towards him. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly after hearing her reply. In that case, please lead me to your room, Sect Mistress Lu. Of course, Lord Zhu Shen. Please follow me. Lu Sulan smiled gently as a feeling of expectation bloomed in her heart. Lu Sulan led Zhu Shen to her room while her body was feeling hotter and hotter as she walked. Sect Mistress Lu, remove the unhealthy thoughts in your mind. It's not good in your present condition. Zhu Shen said after he had felt the changes in her body. Ah yes, Lord Zhu Shen. His words was like a bucket of cold water that came pouring down on her face. She was also surprised by his sharp senses. He was actually able to sense the changes in her body. She felt like nothing could escape Zhu Shen's eyes. Lu Sulan concealed her surprise and went to open the door of her room. A burst of womanly fragrance assaulted Zhu Shen's nose gently. When saw the clean and neat room, he internally nodded his head. Lu Sulan felt shy because it was the first time she allowed someone to go inside her room. Furthermore, she could not believe that it was a man. She then sat down at one corner of the bed and patted the place beside her. Sit here, Lord Zhu Shen. Zhu Shen nodded his head at her before he sat down beside her. An awkward silence followed after the two people sat down. "Shall we begin, Lord Ju Shen?" Lu Sulan broke the silence, but the way she spoke sounded like a wife inviting her husband to bed, gentle and tender. "Please remove your upper clothes so that we can start, Sect Mistress Lu." Ju Shen said casually, causing Lu Sulan to purse her lips in a cute way. "Why is he still so cold and distant to me?" She felt her heart pumping wildly as all sorts of thoughts surfaced within her mind like a scene in a movie. Lu Sulan's figure trembled faintly. She bit her rosy lips and slowly untied the ribbons that held her clothes together. Ju Shen could only see her back, but if it was any other man, then they would have had a nosebleed at the beautiful sight in front of him. Her back was flawlessly white and smooth. It was like an immortal jade untainted with the mundane world's impurities. Ju Shen's gaze was devoid of any emotion. He only had one thought in mind: finish everything quickly, so that he can search for the last ingredient necessary for brewing the frozen origin. Ju Shen gently placed his left hand on her back, causing Lu Sulan's little heart to jump in surprise. "His hand is so warm and gentle." Ju Shen frowned after touching her back. It was much colder than he had expected. A person with verdant flame's saintly vermilion body should have a warm body, but Lu Sulan's body was so cold that it felt like Ju Shen was touching a corpse. "Sect Mistress Lu, listen carefully. I will tell you why you are experiencing pain every time you cultivate." Ju Shen calmly said while gently pouring pure Yang True Essence inside her body through his left hand. Lu Sulan felt her back itch when Ju Shen sent his pure Yang True Essence in her body. "Ah, what is it, Lord Ju Shen?" She was also curious about the root cause of her problem. In the primordial god realm, there are certain people who were blessed by the heavens. They received a heavenly baptism from birth which made them gain sacred bodies. These sacred bodies had three known levels: the heavenly physique, the saintly physique, and the immortal physique. People with sacred bodies were treated respectfully by everyone since such people were destined to soar to greater heights and achieved more than what normal cultivators couldn't achieve. "Sect Mistress Lu, what you have is the verdant flame's saintly vermilion body. It is a physique that is of pure fire in nature, but you had cultivated a technique with an icy nature which caused so much discomfort in your body. The Crimson Astral Blaze pill that I will concoct for you will help you suppress the cold true essence that had accumulated in your body. So you have two paths to choose from. Do you want to fully suppress the cold true essence within your body, or do you want to create a balance of ice and fire true essence in your body?" Ju Shen did not want to hide everything from her, so he told her the truth about her condition. As for Lu Sulan, she was at first stunned, then dumbfounded, and then horrified. She felt like she had done everything wrong in all of her life after listening to Ju Shen's words. And what was this primordial god realm? Sacred bodies? Lu Sulan felt like she was an ant trapped in a sandbox, unable to explore the garden outside. But she was not a dull woman. She knew that Ju Shen's background was not as simple as it seems after listening to his words. She felt like a brand new world was opened for her, and the bridge towards this new world was Ju Shen. With an expectant light in her eyes, Lu Sulan turned around and faced Ju Shen. "Lord Ju Shen, what do you think would be the best for me?" Ju Shen's left hand was still outstretched, so when Lu Sulan turned around, his hand was now on her chest area. Ju Shen hurriedly retracted his left hand and looked at her with a calm innocence. Chapter 47, What did you say? Lu Sulan's face turned red and she could still feel a warm sensation on her chest, making her bashfully look away from Ju Shen. She felt her heart jumping as she recalled how stupid her actions were. Did he just touch me there? No way. Ju Shen coughed dryly and said. I think we should begin with the acupuncture first, Sect Mistress Lu. Lu Sulan remained silent and just nodded her head shyly. If it was any other man, she would have already killed him for that, but she held inexplicable feelings towards Ju Shen. Furthermore, she was not even as strong as him. Sect Mistress Lu, if you choose the first option, which is to fully suppress the cold true essence within your body, you would be able to free yourself from the pain that you're experiencing every time you cultivate. Aside from that, your verdant flame's saintly vermilion body would also be awakened. This would make your cultivation increase by many times. The only downside is that your present cultivation would regress by 3 realms. Meaning to say, your cultivation will once again go back to the 5th rank spirit realm and you'll have to cultivate a pure fire attributed technique starting then. Whereas if you choose the second option, which is to maintain the balance of ice and fire true essence inside your body, your cultivation will still stay the same. But since the ice true essence is still there, you'll have to train a fire and ice technique simultaneously. And because you are cultivating 2 techniques with opposing elements, your cultivation road ahead would be much harder and arduous. The good thing about this is that your strength will be many times greater than someone at the same level as you. Zhu Shen patiently said as he conjured several small needles made using his true essence. Lu Sulan was like an apprentice listening to her master. She had a look of incredulity and fascination as she listened attentively to everything that Zhu Shen told her. Each of the choices he provided had their own pros and cons, but there was one problem. Their Ice Cloud Sword sect doesn't have a fire-attributed technique that was on the same level as the ice technique that she cultivates. There were a few ones that were only 1 grade lower, but she might not be able to maintain a balance in her body if she uses them. You don't have any matching fire techniques to go with your ice technique? Zhu Shen calmly asked as if he knew what she was thinking. Lu Sulan shook her head after releasing a soft sigh. No need to worry about that. I can make one for you. Zhu Shen said indifferently as if making a technique was as easy as eating rice. Lu Sulan was dumbstruck when she heard his words, but strangely, she did not think that he was lying at all. In fact, she believed that he was capable of doing it. Why? I only gave you a block of frozen cloud glacier. Lu Sulan felt her heart stir. Did he really have to go all the way to help her when she only gave him a block of frozen cloud glacier? Why not? The block of frozen cloud glacier means a lot to me, and I just want to help you in return. Zhu Shen replied with a detached look on his face. He might have sounded aloof and cold, but Lu Sulan felt that her heart was melting. She suppressed her emotions from bursting forth and just remained silent as Zhu Shen started his acupuncture. His hands moved like a blur as he gently placed the needles on her back. She did not even feel a hint of pain as he pricked her with his needles. In fact, she only felt a pleasant sensation enveloping her back. Zhu Shen's hands did not stop moving and he continued to place all of his needles on her back. He then simultaneously pulled them out of her back, which made her release a muffled moaning sound of ecstasy. Ah! Lines of black liquid that emitted an awful stench oozed out from her back. When Lu Sulan smelled the stench coming from her back, she uttered a yelp of disgust and shame. To think that such a foul stench came from her body. Cover your nose, Lord Zhu Shen. This. Zhu Shen shook his head with a deadpan expression. No need to worry about it. This stench is merely caused by the impurities inside your body. And also, can you get me a piece of paper and brush? I will write a suitable technique for you. Can I go clean myself first before I do that, Lord Zhu Shen? Lu Sulan asked gently as she slowly covered her body. Not a problem. You may go. Zhu Shen nodded his head at her. Lu Sulan gratefully bowed towards Zhu Shen after tying her upper clothes. She then gave him a tender glance before she left. Zhu Shen watched her leave the room with an unchanging expression. Maybe I should just take her in as my disciple. It won't be shameful since she has the verdant flame's saintly vermilion body. And with my help, she has the hope of upgrading her physique into a glacial immortal burning heaven body. That is if she chooses the second option. After who knows how long, Zhu Shen was still deliberating whether he would accept Lu Sulan as his disciple or not. Lu Sulan came back with a brand new white dress that matched her icy blue hair. She looked like an ice goddess that was just thawed from a huge glacier. Lu Sulan was a bit disappointed to see that Zhu Shen was not even moved by her appearance. She had even dressed prettily, hoping that he would compliment her with a few words. After seeing Lu Sulan in her new white dress, Zhu Shen looked at her deeply, causing the former to blush bashfully. Lord Zhu Shen. She bit her lips and silently waited for him to talk. Lu Sulan, are you willing to take me as your master? Zhu Shen changed his way of calling her as he asked. After thinking things through, Zhu Shen decided to start his plans on making his own sect. And to start doing that, he had to take in his own disciple, right? In his past life, he was just a wandering cultivator with no background. He chose to lead a life as a recluse and maintained a low profile. Who knew that he would one day incur the wrath of Celestial Emperor Lao Go when he had only taught a few people with his own sword comprehensions? To prevent that from happening once again, a different road must be taken. What? What did you say? Lu Sulan's face was difficult to comprehend after she heard his question. Chapter 48, Chaotic Ice Flame Formula. Lu Sulan was now looking at Zhu Shen with perplexity and incredulity. Did he just say that he wants me to take him as my master? With the same expressionless face, Zhu Shen glanced at Lu Sulan with a hint of expectation in his heart. After all, it was the first time he had asked someone to take him as their master. Lu Sulan thought deeply with a hesitating look on her face. Their sect only accepted female disciples since its creation, and all of the sect mistresses of their sect had never accepted an outsider as their master, but there were no rules that stated the prohibition of such a thing. Zhu Shen saw that Lu Sulan was still contemplating things, so he remained silent. He then grabbed a bottle of wine from his storage earring and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Lu Sulan knew that Zhu Shen had a mysteriously strong background, especially after she had seen all the things he can do. Furthermore, he revealed many things that an 8th-rank Divine Realm expert like her did not know about. He already did so much for me when I only gave him a block of frozen cloud glacier. He is even willing to impart a skill for me, so what's wrong in taking him as my master? She then looked at Zhu Shen's ever-so-calm countenance and saw no ripple in his emotions. She removed the hesitation in her heart and knelt down towards Zhu Shen. I'm willing to take you as my master. Master, please accept this disciple's kowtow. Lu Sulan kowtowed 3 times at Zhu Shen. The latter did not stop her from kowtowing, as it was already a tradition since time immemorial for disciples to kowtow to their master as a form of greeting and respect. Zhu Shen nodded his head calmly and gestured for her to stand up. Wise choice, my dear disciple. Since it was quite unexpected, your master wasn't able to prepare a suitable gift for you, but I'll get you one sometime in the future. And give me the paper and brush. Lu Sulan nodded her head absent-mindedly as she handed the piece of paper and brush to her newly accepted master. Zhu Shen held the brush with one hand as he controlled the paper to float in front of him. His expression calm as he moved his right hand to write a few words on the paper. His aura turned sharp like an unsheathed war blade when he began to write. Each of his strokes contained immense power and profundity that seemingly contained the true essence of martial arts. Lu Sulan was looking at her master with respect and shock as she watched him write a few strokes on the paper. Zhu Shen drew the final stroke with his eyes shut tight. His lips curved up a bit for a brief second before his face turned expressionless once again. He then handed the piece of paper to his dumbfounded disciple. The name of the technique is the Chaotic Ice Flame Formula. Lu Sulan glanced at the words written on the paper. The characters appeared to be ancient and alien, but strangely, she was able to understand it so easily. Ice within fire. Fire within ice. There were only a few words written on the paper, but she felt like she was staring at a world within. It was a strange sensation that shook Lu Sulan down to her core. The chaotic ice flame formula was something that Zhu Shen made at that moment. It was a technique that encompasses both ice and fire. Of course, he used all of his experience to write a suitable technique for his first disciple. If he could not even write one after all of his billions of years of living, then he might as well commit suicide by choking himself with 100 pieces of tofu. Cultivation techniques are divided into 6 levels according to their rarity and power: common, refined, rare, legendary, mythical, and supreme. The chaotic ice flame formula that Zhu Shen gave to Lu Sulan was at the mythical level. Don't look down on it as it had not reached the supreme level. Mythical level cultivation techniques were very rare even in the primordial god realm. In fact, only a few super sects and holy lands had access to such level of cultivation techniques. Master, the level of this cultivation technique. Is it? Lu Sulan glanced at Zhu Shen with immense shock in her face. Is this a rare level cultivation technique? Considering Master's background, he should be able to make one of such level. It is a mythical level cultivation technique. Although it hasn't reached the supreme level, you should have no problem in achieving the heavenly god realm with it. Zhu Shen muttered silently. What? What did you say? This is a mythical level technique. Lu Sulan's eyes widened and she felt her heart tightening. What was a mythical level technique? It was something that has never appeared in the history of Nuar. In fact, she wouldn't have known anything about it if she had not seen the ancient relic owned by the Alchemy Hall's Supreme Elder. It was such a pity that the relic was broken and a large part of it was lost and must have eroded along with the passing time. The best cultivation techniques that they had were at most at the rare level, so her shock was not an exaggeration at all. Yet, it should be more than enough for you at this moment. Don't worry, I will provide you with a much better one someday. For now, study it well and tell me all the things that you will comprehend after a few days. Master, you also said something about the heavenly god realm. What is it? Lu Sulan nodded her head and inquired curiously. Is it possible that the 10th rank god realm isn't the end of the cultivation road? Zhu Shen glanced at her blankly and said with a distant look. It's still too early for you to learn more about this. I will tell you everything about it once you reached the 9th rank saint realm. Lu Sulan nodded her head slightly while pouting her lips. Chapter 49, Green Mountain Lake, 1. Lu Sulan, my job here is done. The next acupuncture session will be done next week, so you have to go to my store by then. You can also try searching for one piece of Earth Origin dragon fruit, and once you get one, bring it with you in my store so that I can concoct the Crimson Astral Blaze pill for you. Zhu Shen said while looking at her calmly. Lu Sulan nodded her head obediently as she looked at her master with a dazed look on her face. I understand, Master. Everything that happened has been too surprising and she still could not believe that she had accepted the man in front of her as her master. She didn't know if it was a good idea, but it was what her heart told her to do. As to where you could find my store, it is just within the capital city. Just ask around and you will find out. Zhu Shen said with an expressionless look. Master, can I bring a few disciples with me when I will visit your store? Lu Sulan asked nervously with a pleading look in her face. Her innocently blinking eyes made Zhu Shen sigh in his heart. Now that she was his disciple, he could not make her disappointed, right? With a nod of his head, Zhu Shen replied. You can, but don't bring too many people with you. My store isn't as big as you imagine it to be. Lu Sulan's eyes brightened when she heard his agreement. She smiled at him brightly and unconsciously hugged him tightly. She had always been the strongest in the sect after she became the sect mistress, but it also made her feel lonely. She had no one to tell her grievances to, and she had no one to lean on when she felt sad. When she accepted Zhu Shen as her master, she felt as if a huge load has been lifted off her shoulders. She was excited about the fact that her Ice Cloud Sword sect finally had a 9th rank Saint Realm expert backing them. Furthermore, he was also an alchemy saint. With him around, the overall strength of their sect would surely rise by many times. When she realized that she hugged him out of impulse, Lu Sulan did not dare lift her head up. She leaned her head on his chest, making her feel secured and relaxed. So this is how it feels to have someone to rely on. Zhu Shen was also surprised, but he did not push her away. He gently rubbed the back of her head and said in a mild tone. I have to go now, Sulan. I still have to search for an origin spring water in the Green Mountain Lake. It's outside the capital city, but I won't take long to get it. Lusulin felt sad when she heard that her master would now leave. She dispelled her embarrassment and lifted her head to look at him. Master, what will you use the origin spring water for? It's for making wine. Zhu Shen replied calmly while looking at her adorable golden eyes that could make any other man's heart melt. Can I please go with you, master? Lusulin bit her lower lip and glanced at Zhu Shen while putting on a sad look on her face. No. You still have to study the chaotic ice flame formula. You need a peaceful place to study it, and Green Mountain Lake is not peaceful. Zhu Shen shook his head. Lusulin was still in his embrace, and they looked like a pair of young husband and wife. Master, I can still study it while we're on our way. Besides, you're there to protect me. Lusulin smiled cheekily while acting like a spoiled little girl. Lusulin was surprised by her own actions. She could not believe that she would act like this to a man that she had just met for 2 days. No. Zhu Shen turned her down expressionlessly. Lusulin pouted and released him from her embrace. She then looked at him sharply as if he owed her a piece of candy. This little girl is so troublesome. Zhu Shen muttered in his heart. Fine. But don't do anything else without my permission. Zhu Shen finally acceded after seeing her pouting expression. Lusulin smiled sweetly at him and said. Master, you're so good to me. Zhu Shen gently flicked his fingers on her forehead, making her rub her forehead as she glared at him. Ow! Master, what was that for? Nothing. Let's go. Zhu Shen ignored her and he went out of Lusulin's room. The latter followed behind him, not willing to be left alone. She was still rubbing her forehead while glaring at Zhu Shen's back. The two people went out of the Ice Cloud Sword Sex Ice Castle amidst the doubtful glances of the female disciples. Why was their sect mistress always together with that man? Just who was he and what was their relationship? There were many questions in their minds, but they did not dare ask. They could only speculate about what might be their relationship. Master, just what kind of wine are you making for it to need a rare ingredient like the origin spring water? Lusulin asked curiously. It is called frozen origin. Once I gather the necessary ingredients, I will brew one and then sell it in my store. Zhu Shen answered patiently. Lusulin asked more questions as the both of them flew straight towards the Green Mountain Lake. Although it was outside of Beltran City, it would only take them a little more than 2 hours of travel with their speed. In fact, it would only take Zhu Shen a little more than an hour to arrive there. But with Lusulin in tow, he had to reduce his speed for her to not be left behind. The sun's light was glaringly hot, but it had no visible effects on both Lusulin and Zhu Shen. Along the way, Lusulin also studied the chaotic ice flame formula, but she realized that it was not as easy as she thought. A mythical level cultivation technique was so profound that even genius cultivators would find it hard to comprehend. Lusulin might have a saint physique, but she still needed a bit more time in order to understand the intricacies of the chaotic ice flame formula.